Chapter 4. The 7 Factors of Enlightenment. Becoming a Noble One. One does not become enlightened by merely gazing into the sky. One does not become enlightened by reading or studying the scriptures, nor by thinking, nor by wishing for the enlightened state to burst into one's mind. There are certain necessary conditions or prerequisites which cause enlightenment to arise. In Pali, these are known as the Bojjhangas, or otherwise known as factors of enlightenment. And there are 7 of them. The word Bojjhanga is made up of Bodhi, which means enlightenment or an enlightened person, and Anga, causative factor. Thus, a Bojjhanga is a causative factor for an enlightened being or a cause for enlightenment. A second sense of the word Bojjhanga is based on alternative meanings of its 2 Pali roots. The alternative meaning of Bodhi is the knowledge that comprehends or sees the 4 noble truths: the truth of universal suffering or unsatisfactoriness, the truth that desire is the cause of this suffering and dissatisfaction, the truth that there can be an end to this suffering, and the truth of the path to end this suffering, or the Noble Eightfold Path. The second meaning of Anga is part or portion. Thus, the second meaning of Bojjhanga is the specific part of knowledge that sees the 4 noble truths. All Vipassanā yogis come to understand the 4 noble truths to some extent, but true comprehension of them requires a particular transforming moment of consciousness, known as path consciousness. This is one of the culminating insights of Vipassana practice. It includes the experience of Nibbana. Once a yogi has experienced this, he or she deeply knows the 4 noble truths, and thus is considered to contain the Bojjhangas inside of him or herself. Such a person is called noble. Thus, the Bojjhangas or enlightenment factors also are parts or qualities of a noble person. Sometimes they are known as the Sambojjhangas. The prefix sam meaning full, complete, correct, or true. The prefix is an honorific and intensifier and adds no crucial difference in meaning. The 7 factors of enlightenment, or 7 qualities of a noble person, are mindfulness, investigation, effort, rapture, calm, concentration, and equanimity. In Pali, the list would be Sati, Dhamma Vichaya, Viriya, Piti, Passaddi, Samadhi, Upekka. These 7 can be found in all phases of Vipassana practice. But if we take as a model the progressive stages of insight, we can say that the 7 enlightenment factors begin to be very clear at the stage of insight, where a yogi begins to see the arising and passing of phenomena. How can one develop these factors in himself or herself? By means of Satipatthana meditation. The Buddha said, "O bhikkhus, if the 4 foundations of mindfulness are practiced persistently and repeatedly, the 7 types of bojjhangas will be automatically and fully developed." Practicing the 4 foundations of mindfulness does not mean studying them, thinking of them, listening to discourses about them, nor discussing them. What we must do is be directly and experientially aware of the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the 4 bases on which mindfulness can be established. The Satipatthana Sutta names them. First, the sensations of the body. Second, feeling, the painful, pleasant, or neutral quality inherent in each experience. Third, the mind and the thought. And fourth, all other objects of consciousness, like things seen, heard, tasted, and so forth. The Buddha said, furthermore, that one should practice this awareness not intermittently, but rather persistently and repeatedly. This is exactly what we try to do in Vipassana meditation. The tradition of Vipassana meditation, taught and developed by Mahāsi Sayādaw, is oriented towards developing fully the 7 factors of enlightenment and eventually experiencing noble path consciousness in accordance with the Buddha's instructions. Mindfulness, the first enlightenment factor. Sati, or mindfulness, is the first factor of enlightenment. Mindfulness has come to be the accepted translation of sati into English. However, this word has a kind of passive connotation which can be misleading. Mindfulness must be dynamic and confrontative. In retreats, I teach that mindfulness should leap forward onto the object, covering it completely, penetrating into it, not missing any part of it. To convey this active sense, I often prefer to use the words observing power to translate sati rather than mindfulness. However, for the sake of ease and simplicity, I will consistently use the word mindfulness in this volume. But I would like my readers to remember the dynamic qualities it should possess. Mindfulness can be well understood by examining its three aspects of characteristic: function and manifestation. These three aspects are traditional categories used in the Abhidhamma, the Buddhist description of consciousness, to describe factors of the mind. We will use them here to study each of the enlightenment factors in turn. Non-superficiality. The characteristic of mindfulness is non-superficiality. This suggests that mindfulness is penetrative and profound. If we throw a cork into a stream, it simply bobs up and down on the surface, floating downstream with the current. If we throw a stone instead, it will immediately sink to the very bed of the stream. So too, mindfulness ensures that the mind will sink deeply into the object and not slip superficially past it. Say you are watching your abdomen as the object of your satipatthana practice. You try to be very firm, focusing your attention so that the mind will not slip off, but rather will sink deeply into the process of rising and falling. As the mind penetrates these processes, you can comprehend the true nature of tension, pressure, movement, and so on. Keeping the object in view. The function of mindfulness is to keep the object always in view, neither forgetting it nor allowing it to disappear. When mindfulness is present, the occurring object will be noted without forgetfulness. In order for non-superficiality and non-disappearance, the characteristic and function of mindfulness to appear clearly in our practice, we must try to understand and practice the third aspect of mindfulness. This is the manifestation aspect, which develops and brings along the other two. The chief manifestation of mindfulness is confrontation. It sets the mind directly face to face with the object. Face to face with the object. It is as if you are walking along a road and you meet a traveler face to face, coming from the opposite direction. When you are meditating, the mind should meet the object in just this way. Only through direct confrontation with an object can true mindfulness arise. They say that the human face is the index of character. If you want to size up a person, you look at his or her face very carefully and then you can make a preliminary judgment. If you do not examine the face carefully and instead become distracted by other parts of his or her body, then your judgment will not be accurate. In meditation, you must apply a similar, if not sharper, degree of care in looking at the object of observation. Only if you look meticulously at the object can you understand its true nature. When you look at a face for the first time, you get a quick overall view of it. If you look at more carefully, you will pick up details, say the eyebrows, eyes, and lips. First, you must look at the face as a whole, and only later will details become more clear. Similarly, when you are watching the rising and falling of your abdomen, you begin by taking an overall view of these properties. First, you bring your mind face to face with the rising and falling. After repeated successes, you will find yourself able to look closer. Details will appear to you effortlessly, as if by themselves. You will notice different sensations in the rise and fall, such as tension, pressure, heat, coolness, or movement. As a yogi repeatedly comes face to face with the object, his or her efforts begin to bear fruit. Mindfulness is activated and becomes firmly established on the object of observation. There are no misses. The object do not fall away from view. They neither slip away nor disappear, nor are they absent-mindedly forgotten. The kilesas cannot infiltrate this strong barrier of mindfulness. If mindfulness can be maintained for a significant period of time, the yogi can discover a great purity of mind because of the absence of kilesas. Protection from attack by the kilesas is a second aspect of the manifestation of mindfulness. When mindfulness is persistently and repeatedly activated, wisdom arises. There will be insight into the true nature of body and mind. Not only does the yogi realize the true experiential sensations of the rise and fall, but she or he also comprehends the individual characteristics of the various physical and mental phenomena happening inside himself or herself. Seeing the Four Noble Truths. The yogi may see directly that all physical and mental phenomena share the characteristic of suffering. When this happens, we say that the First Noble Truth is seen. When the First Noble Truth has been seen, the remaining three are also seen. Thus, it is said in the texts, as we can observe the same in our own experience, because there is mindfulness at the moment of occurrence of mental and physical phenomena. No craving arises. With this abandoning of craving, the second noble truth is seen. Craving is the root of suffering, and when craving is absent, suffering too disappears. Seeing the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering, is fulfilled when ignorance and the other kilesas fall away and cease. All this occurs on a provisional or moment-to-moment basis when mindfulness and wise wisdom are present. Seeing the fourth noble truth refers to the development of the Eightfold Path factors. This development occurs simultaneously within each moment of mindfulness. We will discuss the factors of the Eightfold Path in more detail in the next chapter, Chariot to Nibbana. Therefore, on one level, we can say that the Four Noble Truths are seen by the yogi at any time when mindfulness and wisdom are present. This brings us back to the two definitions of Bojjhanga given above. Mindfulness is part of the consciousness that contains insight into the true nature of reality. It is a part of enlightenment, knowledge. It is present in the mind or one who knows the Four Noble Truths. Thus, it is called a factor of enlightenment, a Bojjhanga. Mindfulness is the cause of mindfulness. The first cause of mindfulness is nothing more than mindfulness itself. Naturally, there is a difference between the weak mindfulness that is characterized one's early meditative effort and the mindfulness at high levels of practice, which becomes strong enough to cause enlightenment to occur. In fact, the development of mindfulness is a simple momentum, one moment of mindfulness causing the next. 4 more ways to develop mindfulness. Commentators identify 4 additional factors which help develop and strengthen mindfulness until it is worthy of the title Bojjhanga. 1. Mindfulness and clear comprehension. The first is Sati Sampajanya, usually translated as mindfulness and clear comprehension. In this term, Sati is the mindfulness activated during formal sitting practice, watching the primary object as well as others. Sampajanya, clear comprehension, refers to mindfulness on a broader basis, mindfulness of walking, stretching, bending, turning around, looking to one side, and all the other activities that make up ordinary life. 2. Avoiding unmindful people. Disassociation from persons who are not mindful is the second way of developing mindfulness as an enlightenment factor. If you are doing your best to be mindful and you run across an unmindful person which corners you into some long-winded argument, you can imagine how quickly your own mindfulness might vanish. 3. Choosing mindful friends. The third way to cultivate mindfulness, to associate with mindful people. Such people can serve as strong sources of inspiration. By spending time with them in an environment where mindfulness is valued, you can grow and deepen your own mindfulness. 4. Inclining the mind towards mindfulness. The fourth method is to incline the mind towards activating mindfulness. This means consciously taking mindfulness as a top priority, alerting the mind to return to it in every situation. This approach is very important. It creates a sense of unforgetfulness, of non-absent-mindedness. You try as much as possible to refrain from those activities that do not particularly lead to the deepening of mindfulness. Of these, there is a wide selection, as you probably know. As a yogi, only one task is required of you, and that is to be aware of whatever is happening in the present moment. In an intensive retreat, this means you set aside social relationships, writing and reading, even reading scriptures. You take special care when eating not to fall into habitual patterns. You always consider whether the times, places, amounts, and kind of food you eat are essential or not. If they are not, you avoid repeating the unnecessary pattern. Investigation, the second enlightenment factor. We can say that the mind is enveloped by darkness, and as soon as insight or wisdom arises, we can say that the light has come. This light reveals physical and mental phenomena so that the mind can see them clearly. It is as if you were in a dark room and were given a flashlight. You can begin to see what is present in the room. This image illustrates the second enlightenment factor, called investigation in English, and Dhamma Vicaya Sambojjhanga in Pali. The word investigation may need to be elucidated. In meditation, investigation is not carried out by means of the thinking process. It is intuitive and a sort of discerning insight that distinguishes the characteristic of phenomena. Vicaya is the word usually translated as investigation. It is also a synonym for wisdom or insight. Thus, in Vipassanā, there is no such thing as a proper investigation which uncovers nothing. When Vicaya is present, investigation and insight coincide. They are the same thing. What is it we investigate? What do we see into? We see into Dhamma. This is a word with many meanings that can be experienced personally. Generally, when we say Dhamma, we mean phenomena, mind and matter. We also mean the laws that govern the behavior of phenomena. When Dhamma is capitalized, it refers more specially to the teachings of the Buddha, who realized the true nature of Dhamma and helped others to follow in his path. The commentaries explain that in the context of investigation, the word Dhamma has an additional specific meaning. It refers to the individual states or qualities uniquely present in each object, as well as the common traits each object may share with other objects. Thus, individual and common traits are what we should be discovering in our practice. Knowing the true nature of Dhammas. The characteristic of investigation is the ability to know through discernment by a non-intellectual investigation the true nature of Dhammas. Dispelling darkness. The function of investigation is to dispel darkness. When Dhamma Vichaya is present, it lights up the field of awareness, illuminating the object of observation so that the mind can see its characteristics and penetrate its true nature. At a higher level, investigation has the function of totally removing the envelope of darkness, allowing the mind to penetrate into Nibbana. So you see, investigation is a very important factor in our practice. When it is weak or absent, there is trouble. Dissipating confusion. As you walk into a pitch-dark room, you may feel a lot of doubt. Am I going to trip over something? Bang into the wall? Your mind is in a confusion because you do not know what things are in the room or where they are located. Similarly, when Dhamma Vichaya is absent, the yogi is in a state of chaos and confusion, filled with 1,001 doubts. Is there a person or is there no person? Is there a self or no self? Am I an individual or not? Is there a soul or is there no soul? Is there a spirit or not? You too may have been plagued by doubts like this. Perhaps you doubted the teaching of impermanence, suffering, and absence of self. Are you sure that everything is impermanent? Maybe some things aren't quite so unsatisfactory as others. Maybe there is a self-essence we haven't found yet. You may feel that Nibbana is a fairy tale invented by your teachers, that it does not really exist. The manifestation of investigation is the dissipation of confusion. When Dhamma Vichaya Sambojjhanga arises, everything is brightly lit, and the mind sees clearly what is present. Seeing clearly the nature of mental and physical phenomena, you no longer worry about banging into the wall. Impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and absence of self will become quite clear to you. Finally, you may penetrate into the true nature of Nibbana such that you'll not need to doubt its reality. Ultimate realities. Investigation shows us the characteristics of Paramattha Dhamma, or ultimate realities, which simply means objects that can be experienced directly without the meditation of concepts. There are three types of ultimate realities: physical phenomena, mental phenomena, and Nibbana. Physical phenomena are composed of the four great elements: earth, fire, water, and air. Each element has separate characteristics which are peculiar to thee and inherent in it. When we say characterized, we could also say experienced as, for we experience the characteristics of each of these four elements in our own bodies as sensations. Earth's specific or individual characteristic is hardness. Water has the characteristic of fluidity and cohesion. Fire's characteristic is temperature, hot and cold. Air or wind has characteristics of tightness, tautness, tension or piercing, and an additional dynamic aspect, movement. Mental phenomena also have specific characteristics. For example, the mind or consciousness has the characteristic of knowing an object. The mental factor of phassa or contact has the characteristic of impingement. Please bring your attention right now to the rising and falling of your abdomen. As you are mindful of the movement, you may perhaps come to know that it is composed of sensations: tightness, tautness, pressure, movement. All these are manifestations of the wind element. You may feel heat or cold as well, the element of fire. These sensations are objects of your mind. They are the Dhammas which you investigate. If your experience is perceived directly and you are aware of the sensations in a specific way, then we can say Dhamma Vichaya is present. Investigation can also discern other aspects of the Dhamma. As you observe the rising and falling movements, you may spontaneously notice that there are two distinct processes occurring. On the one hand are physical phenomena, the sensations of tension and movement. On the other hand is consciousness, the noting mind which is aware of these objects. This is an insight into the true nature of things. As you continue to meditate, another kind of insight will arise. You will see that all Dhammas share characteristics of impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and absence of self. The factor of investigation has led you to see what is universal in nature, in every physical and mental objects. With the maturation of this insight into impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and absence of self, wisdom becomes able to penetrate Nibbana. In this case, the word Dhamma takes Nibbana as its referent. Thus, Dhamma Vichaya can also mean discerning insight into Nibbana. There is something outstanding about Nibbana in that it has no characteristics in common with phenomena that can be perceived. It has specific characteristics of its own. However, permanence, eternity, non-suffering, bliss and happiness, like other objects, it is called anatta, non-self. But the non-self nature of Nibbana is different from the non-self of ordinary phenomena, in that it does not rest upon suffering and impermanence. It rests instead on bliss and permanence. When the mind penetrates Nibbana, this distinction becomes evident through Dhamma Vichaya, the investigative, discerning insights into the Dhamma, which has led us to this place and now allows us to see it clearly. Spontaneous insight is the cause of investigation. We might be interested in knowing how we can get this factor of investigation to arise. According to the Buddha, there is only one cause of it. There must be a spontaneous insight, a direct perception. To realize such an insight, you must activate mindfulness. You must be aware in a penetrative manner of whatever arises. Then the mind can gain insight into the true nature of phenomena. This accomplishment requires wise attention, appropriate attention. You direct the mind toward the object mindfully. Then you will have to first insight or direct perception. The factor of investigation arises, and because of it, further insight will follow naturally in order. As a child progresses from kindergarten through high school and college and finally graduates. 7 more ways to develop investigation. The commentaries speak of 7 additional ways to support the arising of investigation as a factor of enlightenment. 1. Asking questions. The first is to ask questions about the Dhamma and the practice. This means finding a person who is knowledgeable about the Dhamma and speaking with him or her. There is no doubt that Westerners can quite easily fulfill this requirement. They are adept at asking complicated questions. This capacity is good. It will lead to the development of wisdom. 2. Cleanliness. The second support is cleanliness of what are called the internal and external bases. These are nothing more than the body and the environment. Keeping the internal base or body clean means bathing regularly, keeping hair and nails well groomed, and making sure the bowels are free of constipation. Keeping the external base clean means wearing clean and neat clothes and sweeping, dusting and tidying your living quarters. This helps the mind become bright and clear. When the eyes fall upon dirt and untidiness, mental confusion tends to arise. But if an environment is clean, the mind becomes bright and clear. This means the mental state is ideally conducive to the development of wisdom. 3. a balanced mind. The third support for the arising of investigation is balancing of the controlling faculties of faith, wisdom, mindfulness, energy, and concentration. We treated them at length in earlier chapter. For these 5 faculties are paired: wisdom and faith, effort and concentration. The practice depends in fundamental ways upon the equilibrium of these pairs. If faith is stronger than wisdom, one is apt to become gullible or to be carried away with excessive devotional thoughts. It's a hindrance to the practice. Yet, on the other hand, if knowledge or intelligence is in excess, a cunning and manipulative mind results. One can deceive oneself in many ways, even about the truth. The balance between effort and concentration works like this. If one is over-enthusiastic and works too hard, the mind becomes agitated and cannot focus properly on the object of observation. Slipping off, it wanders about, causing much frustration. Too much concentration, however, can lead to laziness and drowsiness. When the mind is still and it seems easy to remain focused on the object. One might begin to relax and settle back, if this is the case. Soon, one dozes off. This balancing of faculties is an aspect of meditation that teachers must understand quite thoroughly in order to guide their students. The most basic way of maintaining balance and of re-establishing it when it is lost is to strengthen the remaining controlling faculty, mindfulness. 4 and 5. Avoiding fools, making friends with the wise. The 4th and 5th supports for investigation are to avoid foolish, unwise persons and to associate with wise ones. Who is a wise person? One person may be learned in the scriptures, another may be able to think things through with great clarity. If you associate with these people, your theoretical learning will surely increase and you will cultivate a philosophical attitude. This activity is not at all bad. Another sort of wise person, however, can give you knowledge and wisdom beyond what is found in books. The scriptures tell us that the minimum prerequisite defining such a person is that he or she must have practiced meditation and reached the state of insight into the arising and passing away of all phenomena. If one has not reached this stage, it goes without saying that one should never try to teach meditation, since associating with one's students will not foster the arising of Dhamma Vicaya in them. 6. Reflection on profound truth. The 6th support for investigation is reflection on profound Dhamma. This instruction to think about something might seem contradictory. Basically, it means reflecting on the nature of physical and mental phenomena from a Vipassanā point of view, as aggregates, elements, and faculties, all of them impersonal. 7. Total commitment. The last important support for the arising of investigation is total commitment to cultivating this factor of enlightenment. One should always have the inclination towards investigation, towards direct intuitive insight. Remember that it is not necessary to rationalize or intellectualize your experiences. Just practice meditation so that you can gain a first-hand experience of your own mind and body. Courageous effort. Third factor of enlightenment. The third enlightenment factor, effort or virya, is the energy expended to direct the mind persistently, continuously toward the object of observation. In Pali, virya is defined as virana bhavo, which means the state of heroic ones. This gives us an idea of the flavor, the quality of effort in our practice. It should be courageous effort. People who are hardworking and industrious have the capacity to be heroic in whatever they do. It is effort itself, in fact, that gives them a heroic quality. A person endowed with courageous effort will be bold in going forward, unafraid of the difficulties he or she may encounter in executing a chosen task. Commentators say that the characteristic of effort is an enduring patience in the face of suffering or difficulty. Effort is the ability to see to the end no matter what, even if one has to grind one's teeth. Yogis need patience and acceptance from the very beginning of practice. If you come to a retreat, you leave behind the pleasant habits and hobbies of ordinary life. You sleep little on a makeshift mattress in tiny cells. Then you get up and spend the day trying to sit immobile and cross-legged hour after hour. On top of the sheer austerity of practice, you must be patient with your mind's dissatisfaction, its longing for the good things of home. Anytime you actually get down to the work of meditation, you are likely to experience bodily resistance and some level of pain. Say you are trying to sit still for an hour with your legs crossed. Just 15 minutes into the sitting, a nasty mosquito comes and bites you. You itch. On top of that, your neck is a bit stiff and there's a creeping numbness in your foot. You may start to feel irritated. You are used to a luxurious life. Your body is so pampered and spoon-fed that you usually shift its position whenever it feels the slightest discomfort. Now, alas, your body must suffer. And because it is suffering, you suffer as well. Unpleasant sensations have the uncanny ability to exhaust and wither the mind. The temptation to give up can be very great. Your mind may fill with rationalizations. I'll just move my foot a tiny inch. It'll improve my concentration. It may be only a matter of time before you give in like that. Patient endurance. You need courageous effort with its characteristic of forbearance in the face of difficulty. If you raise your energy level, the mind gains strength to bear with pain in a patient and courageous way. Effort has the power to freshen the mind and keep it robust, even in difficult circumstances. To increase your energy level, you can encourage yourself, or perhaps seek out the inspiration of a spiritual friend or guide. Feed it with a bit more energy. The mind grows taut and strong once more. Support for the exhausted mind. Commentators say that effort has the function of supporting. It supports the mind when it withers under attack by pain. Consider an old, dilapidated house on the point of collapse. A slight gust of wind will bring it tumbling down. If you prop it up with 2x4s, though, the house can continue to stand. Similarly, a mind withered by pain can be supported by courageous effort and can continue the practice with freshness and vigilance. You may have experienced this benefit personally as well. Yogis who suffer from chronic ailments may have difficulty practicing in a regular way. Confronting the ailment again and again saps physical and mental energy. It is taxing and discouraging. It is no surprise that yogis who have sicknesses often come to interviews full of despair and disappointment. They feel they are making no progress. They merely hit a wall again and again. It all seems so futile. Little thoughts occur to them, wanting to give up, wanting to leave the retreat or just stop meditating. Sometimes I can have this situation with a little discourse or a word of encouragement. The yogi's face lights up and he or she is on the road again for a day or two. Like that, it is very important to have encouragement and inspiration not only from yourself but from someone else who can help you along, give you a push when you are getting stuck. Courageous mind. The story of Chitta. The manifestation of effort is a bold, brave, and courageous mind. To illustrate this quality, there is a story from the Buddha's time of a bhikkhuni named Chitta. One day she reviewed the suffering inherent in the mind and body and was seized by a great spiritual urgency. As a result, she renounced the world and took nun's robes, hoping to free herself from suffering. Unfortunately, she had a chronic ailment which came in spasms without warning. One day she would feel fine, and then suddenly she would fall ill. She was a determined lady, though. She wanted liberation and was not one to call it quits. Whenever she was healthy, she would strive intensely, and when she was sick, she continued, though at a lesser pace. Sometimes her practice was very dynamic and inspired. Then the ailment attacked, and she would regress. Her sister bhikkhunis worried that Chitta would overstrain herself. They warned her to take care of her health, to slow down. But Chitta ignored them. She meditated on day after day, month after month, year after year. As she grew older, she had to lean on her staff to move around. Her body was weak and bony, but her mind was robust and strong. One day, Chitta decided she was sick of putting up with all this impediment and made a totally committed decision. She said to herself, "Today I am going to do my very best without considering my body at all. Either I die today or the kilesas will be vanquished." Chitta started walking up the hill with her staff. Very mindfully, step by step, she went. Old and thin and feeble. At times she had to get down and also crawl. But her mind was persistent and heroic. She was absolutely, totally committed to the Dhamma. Every step she took, every inch she crawled toward the peak of the hill was made with mindfulness. When she reached the top, she was exhausted, but her mindfulness had not been broken. Chitta made again her resolution to vanquish the kilesas once and for all, or to be vanquished by death. She practiced on as hard as she could, and it seems that on that very day she reached her goal. She was filled with joy and rapture, and when she descended the hill, it was with strength and clarity of mind. She was a very different person from the Chitta who had crawled up the hill. Now she was fresh and robust, with a clear and calm expression. The other bhikkhunis were astounded to see Chitta like this. They asked her by what miracle she had been transformed. When Chitta explained what had happened to her, the bhikkhunis were filled with awe and praise. The Buddha said, "Far better is it to live a day striving in meditation than 100 years without striving." In business, politics, social affairs, and education, we always find that the leaders are people who work hard. Hard work brings you to the peak of any field. This is in fact a fact of life. Effort's role is obvious in meditation as well. Meditation practice takes a great deal of energy. You have to really work to establish continuity of mindfulness and maintain it from moment to moment without a break. In this endeavor, there is no room for laziness. A heat that vaporizes defilements. The Buddha spoke of energy as a kind of heat, atapa. When the mind is filled with energy, it becomes hot. This mental temperature has the power to dry up defilements. We can compare the kilesas to moisture. A mind devoid of energy is easily dampened and weighted down by them. If effort is strong, however, the mind can vaporize kilesas before it is even touched by them. Thus, when the mind is energized by effort, mental defilements cannot touch it, or even come near. Unwholesome states cannot attack. On matter's molecular level, heat appears as increased vibration. A red-hot iron bar is actually vibrating rapidly, and it becomes flexible and workable. This is also true in meditation. When effort is strong, the increased vibration in the mind is manifested as agility. The energized mind jumps from one object to another with ease and quickness. Contacting phenomena, it heats them up, melting the illusion of solidity so that passing away is clearly seen. Sometimes when momentum is strong in practice, effort carries on by itself. Just as an iron bar remains red hot for a long time after it has left the fire. With the kilesas far away, clarity and brightness appear in the mind. The mind is pure and clear in its perception of what is happening. It becomes sharp and very interested in catching the details of phenomena as they arise. This energetic mindfulness allows the mind to penetrate deeply into the object of observation and to remain there without scattering and dispersing. With mindfulness and concentration established, there is space for clear, intuitive perception, wisdom to arise. Through diligent effort, then, the wholesome factors of mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom arise and strengthen, and also brings with them other wholesome, happy states. The mind is clear and sharp, and it begins to enter more deeply into true nature of reality. Disadvantages of laziness and delights of freedom. If instead there is sloppiness and laziness, your attention becomes blunt and noxious states of mind creep in. As you lose focus, you do not care whether you are in a wholesome state of mind or not. You might think your patience, your practice, can coast along with no help from you. This kind of audacity, a lazy sort of boldness, can undermine you and also slow you down. Your mind becomes damp and heavy, full of negative and unwholesome tendencies. Like a horse blanket that has been left out in the rain. Ordinarily, the kilesas pull the mind into their field of sensual pleasures. This is especially true for raga, or lust, one aspect of desire. People who are devoid of courageous effort are helpless in raga's grip. They sink again and again into the field of sensual pleasures. If effort is injected into the mind, though, the mind can free itself from this harmful energy field. The mind becomes very light, like a rocket that has succeeded in entering the weightlessness of outer space. Freed from heaviness of desire and aversion, the mind fills instead with rapture and calm. as well as other delightful, free states of mind. This kind of delight can only be enjoyed through the fire of one's own efforts. You may have experienced this freedom personally. Perhaps one day you were meditating while someone was baking cookies nearby. A delicious smell came floating into your nostrils. If you were really mindful, you simply noted this smell as an object. You knew it was pleasant, but no attachment or clinging arose. You weren't compelled to get up from your cushion and ask for one of those cookies. It might have been similar had an unpleasant object come to you. You would have felt no aversion. Confusion and delusion may also have been absent. When you see clearly the nature of mind and matter, unwholesome factors cannot control you. Food can be one of the most difficult areas for meditators, especially on retreat. Leaving aside the whole problem of greed, yogis often feel strong disgust toward food. When one is really mindful, one can make the shocking discovery that food is quite tasteless on the tongue. As practice deepens, some yogis begin to find food so repulsive that they are unable to eat more than 1 or 2 bites. Alternatively, when yogis experience strong rapture, this rapture becomes a nourishment for their minds, such that they entirely lose their appetite. Both of these types of yogis should try to overcome their initial reactions and make a concentrated effort to eat sufficient food to maintain their energy. When the body is deprived of physical nutriment, it loses strength and stamina, and eventually this undermines the meditation practice. One may dream of getting the benefits of virya, but if one does not actually strive for them, it is said that one wallows in disgust. The Pali word for such a person is kusita. In the world, a person who does not work to support him or herself and family will be looked down upon by others. He or she might be called the lazy bones or insulted in various ways. The word kusita refers specially to someone who is abused verbally. In practice, it is the same. At times, energy is essential. A yogi who cannot muster the effort to confront a difficult experience, but cringes instead, could be said to be chickening out. He or she has no courage, no sense of boldness, no bravery at all. A lazy person lives in misery, lives with suffering. Not only is he or she held in low esteem by others, but also kilesas arise easily when effort is low. Then the mind is exhaled by the 3 kinds of wrong thoughts. Thoughts of craving, of destruction, and cruelty. These mental states are oppressive, painful, and unpleasant in themselves. A lazy person can easily be pounced upon by sloth and torpor, another unpleasant state. Furthermore, without energy, it may be difficult to maintain the basic precepts. One breaks the precepts at one's own expense. One loses the joy and benefits of moral purity. The work of meditation is seriously undermined by laziness. It robs the yogi of the chance to see into the true nature of things, or to raise his or her mind to greater heights. Therefore, the Buddha said, "A lazy person loses many beneficial things." Persistence. For effort to develop to the point of being a factor of enlightenment, it must have the quality of persistence. This means that energy doesn't drop or stagnate. Rather, it continues and continually increases. With persistent effort, the mind is protected from wrong thoughts. There is so much energy that sloth and torpor cannot arise. Yogis feel a sort of durability of precepts as well as of concentration and insight. They experience the benefit of effort, a mind that is bright and clear and full of strength, active and energetic. Understanding about good effort is clear just after one has enjoyed a major success in meditation. Perhaps one has watched extremely painful sensations and penetrated them without reacting or becoming oppressed by them. The mind feels a great satisfaction and heroism in its own accomplishment. The yogi realizes for himself or herself that, thanks to effort, the mind has not succumbed to difficulty, but has gone beyond it and has emerged victorious. Wise attention is the cause of energy. The Buddha was brief in describing how effort or energy arises. It is caused by wise attention, he said. Wise reflection on being committed to arousing the three elements of effort. Stages of energy leaving the field of the kilesas. The Buddha's three elements of effort are launching effort, liberating effort, and persistent effort. Launching effort is needed at the beginning of a period of practice, particularly on a retreat. At first, the mind is overwhelmed by the new situation and may long for all the things left behind. To get moving on the path of meditation, you reflect on the benefits of your task and then start really putting in the effort to be mindful. When a yogi first starts to practice, only very basic objects are prescribed. You are directed just to watch the primary object and only to attend to the other objects when they become distracting. This simple yet fundamental endeavor comprises the first kind of effort, which is launching effort. It is like the first stage of a rocket which gets the rocket off the ground. Once you can be mindful of the primary object for some time, you still do not always have smooth sailing. Hindrances come up, or painful sensations, or sleepiness. You find yourself an innocent victim of pain, impatience, greed, drowsiness, and doubt. Perhaps you have been enjoying some degree of calm and comfort because you have been able to stay with the primary object. But suddenly difficult objects assault you. At this time, the mind has tendency to become discouraged and lazy. Launching effort is no longer enough. You need an extra boost. to face pain and sleepiness, to get above the hindrances. The second stage of energy, liberating energy, is like the second stage of a rocket which pushes through the Earth's atmosphere. Encouragement from a teacher might help here, or you can reflect for yourself on the good reasons to arouse liberating energy. Armed with internal and external encouragements, you now make the concentrated effort to observe the pain. If you are able to overcome your difficulty, you will feel very exhilarated. Your energy will surge. You will be ready to go for anything that comes into your field of awareness. Perhaps you overcome a back pain, or you look into an attack of drowsiness and see that it vanishes like a little wisp of cloud. The mind grows refreshed, bright, and clear. You may feel an high energy. This is direct experience of liberating energy. After this, the practice may go smoothly and the mind may feel satisfied. Do not be surprised if the teacher suddenly assigns you extra homework, such as asking you to pay attention to several touch points on the body. This guidance is to encourage persistence energy, the third kind of energy. Persistent energy is necessary to keep deepening your practice, drawing you toward your goal. It is like the third stage of a rocket, which gives the energy to escape altogether from the Earth's gravitational field. As you develop persistent energy, you will begin to travel through the stages of insight. It is easy to forget that the temporary happiness you feel today in practice will pass away when you return to the world, unless you attain some deeper level of practice. You might reflect on this for yourself. Why are you practicing? I feel that the minimum goal is to become a Sotapanna or stream enterer, to reach the first stage of enlightenment, which frees you from rebirth in dangerous and painful lower realms. Whatever your goal is, you should never be complacent until you reach it. For this, you need to develop a persistent effort that neither decreases nor stagnates. It grows and grows until it finally brings you to your destination. When effort is well developed in this way, in Pali it is called Paggahita Virya. Finally, at the end of practice, effort achieves a fourth aspect called fulfilling effort. This is what takes you completely beyond the gravity field of sense pleasures into the freedom of Nibbana. Perhaps you are interested to see what this is like. Well, make an effort and you might find out. 11 more ways to arouse energy. The commentaries list 11 ways to arouse energy. Number 1. Reflecting on states of misery. The first is to reflect on the fearsomeness of the states of apaya or misery, which you can fall into if you are lazy. The meaning of apa is devoid of. Aya, in turn, refers to the wholesome karma that can bring about happiness. Specifically, the kinds of happiness that can be experienced as a human, as a deva, as a brahma, and in nibbana. Thus, if you do not practice, You might go into states of these kinds, realms where you only have the chance to produce unwholesome karma. There are several realms of unfortunate rebirths. Of these, the easiest for you to observe and therefore accept is the animal world. Consider the animals on earth, in the sea, and the air. Can any of them perform wholesome karma, activities that are free from blame? Animals live in a haze of delusion. They are covered by a tremendously thick layer of ignorance, of unknowing. Insects, for example, are rather like machines, programmed by their genetic material to carry out certain activities without the slightest capacity of choice, learning, or discernment. Most animals' mental processes are restricted to concerns about mating and survival. In their world, character roles are incredibly simple. You are predator or prey, or both. It is a vicious realm where only the fittest survive. Imagine the fear and paranoia there must be in the mind of a being living under such pitiless conditions. Imagine the distress and suffering when one creature dies in the jaws of another. Dying with so much suffering, how can animals gain rebirth in a good life? The quality of the mind at death determines the quality of the next rebirth. How can animals ever escape from their fearful existence? Do animals have the capacity to be generous? Can they be moral? Can they keep precepts? Not to mention this noble and demanding task of meditation. How can animals even learn to control and develop their minds to maturity? It is frightening and fearful to contemplate a life where the only option is to behave in unwholesome ways. Reflecting thus may encourage your effort. I am a yogi right now. This is my chance. How can I waste time lazying about? Imagine if my next rebirth was an animal. I wouldn't ever develop the enlightenment factor of effort. I must not waste time. Now is the time to strive. Number 2, reflecting on the benefits of energy. The second way to arouse energy is to reflect on energy's benefit, some of which have been described above. You have a precious opportunity to come in contact with the Dhamma, the Buddha's teaching. Having gotten into this incomparable world of Dhamma, you should not waste the opportunity to walk the path that leads to the essence of his teaching. You can attain supramundane states, four successive levels of noble path and fruition, Nibbana itself. Through your own practice, you can conquer suffering. Even if you do not work to become completely free from all suffering in this lifetime, it would be a great loss not to become at least a Sotapanna or stream enterer, and thus never again be reborn in a state of misery. Walking this path isn't just for any Dick or Jane. However, a yogi needs a lot of courage and effort. he or she must be an exceptional person. Strive with diligence, and you can attain the great goal. You should not waste a chance to walk a path that leads to the essence of the Buddha's teaching. If you reflect in this way, perhaps energy and inspiration will arise, and you will put in more effort in your practice. Number 3. Remembering the noble ones. Thirdly, you can remind yourself of the noble persons who have walked this path before you. This path has been walked by Buddhas from many eons ago. The great disciples, the Arahants, and all the rest of the noble ones who have walked here. If you want to share this distinguished path, fortify yourself with dignity and be diligent. No room for cowards or the lazy. This is a road for heroes and heroines. Our ancestors on this path were not just a bunch of misfits who renounced the world to escape from death and emotional problems. The Buddhas and noble ones were often quite wealthy and came from loving families. If they had continued their lives as laypersons, they would undoubtedly have had a good time. Instead, they saw the emptiness of the worldly life and had the foresight to conceive of a greater happiness and fulfillment beyond common sensual pleasures. There also have been many men and women whose humble origin, consciousness of oppression by society or a ruler, or battle against ill health has granted them a radical vision, a wish to uproot suffering, rather than to alleviate it only on the worldly level, or to seek revenge for the wrong done against them. These people join their more privileged counterparts on the road to liberation. The Buddha said that real nobility depends on inner purity, not on social class. All the Buddhas and noble disciples possessed a noble spirit of inquiry and a desire for higher and greater happiness, because of which they left home to walk on this path which leads to Nibbana. It is a noble path, not for the wayward or for dropouts. You might say to yourself, people of distinction have walked this path, and I must try to live up to their company. I can't be sloppy here. I shall walk with as much care as possible, fearlessly. I have this chance to belong to a great family, the group of distinguished people who walk on this noble path. I should congratulate myself for having the opportunity to do this. People like me have walked on this path and attained the various stages of enlightenment. So I, too, will be able to reach the same attainment. Through such reflection, effort can arise and lead you to the goal of Nibbana. Number 4. Appreciation for support. A fourth causative means for arousing effort is respect and appreciation for alms food and the other requisites essential to a renunciant's way of life. For ordained monks and nuns, this means respecting the donations of lay supporters, not only at the moment a gift is made, but also by having continuous awareness that the generosity of others makes possible the continuation of one's own practice. Lay yogis also may be dependent on others' support in many ways. Parents and friends may be helping you, either financially or by taking care of your business so that you can participate in intensive retreats. Even if you pay your own way on a retreat, nonetheless, many things are provided to support your practice. The buildings which shelters you is ready-made. Water and electricity are taken care of. Food is prepared by volunteers, and your other needs are cared for. You should have a deep respect and appreciation for the service given to you by the people who may not owe you anything. People who have good hearts and deep benevolence. You can say to yourself, I should practice as hard as possible to live up to the goodness of those people. This is the way to reciprocate and return the goodwill shown by faithful supporters. May their efforts not go to waste. I will use what I am given with mindfulness so that my kilesas will be slowly trimmed and uprooted, so that my benefactors' meritorious deeds will bring about an equally meritorious result. The Buddha laid down rules of conduct to govern the orders of bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. One of these rules was permission to receive what is offered by well-wishing lay supporters. This was not to enable monks and nuns to live a luxurious life. Requisites could be accepted and used in order that monks and nuns might care for their bodies appropriately, giving them the basic right conditions for striving and get rid of the kilesas. Receiving support, they could devote all their time to practicing the threefold training of sila, samadhi, and panya, eventually gaining liberation from all suffering. You might reflect that it is only by practicing diligently that you can reciprocate or return the goodwill shown by your supporters. Seen in this way, energetic mindfulness becomes an expression of gratitude for all the help you have received in your meditation practice.
Receiving a noble heritage. The fifth means to arouse energy is reflection on having received a noble heritage. The heritage of a noble person consists of 7 non-material qualities: faith or saddha, morality or sila, moral shame and moral dread or hiri and ottappa, discussed at length in Chariot to Nibbana. The last chapter of this book, knowledge of the Dhamma and generosity, one is very generous in giving up the kilesas and in giving gifts to others. And lastly, wisdom, which refers to the series of Vipassanā insights, and finally, the wisdom of penetrating into Nibbana. What is extraordinary about this inheritance is that these 7 qualities are non-material and therefore not impermanent. This contrasts with the heritage you may receive from your parents upon their death, which is material and therefore subject to loss, decay, and dissolution. Furthermore, material inheritances may be unsatisfying in various ways. Some people quickly squander whatever they receive. Others do not find their new possessions useful. The heritage of a noble one is always beneficial. It protects. It follows its heir through the gates of death and throughout the remainder of his or her sansaric wanderings. In this world, however, if children are unruly and wayward, their parents may disown them so that the children receive no material inheritance. Similarly, in the world of the Dhamma, if one has come into contact with the Buddha's teaching and then is sloppy and lazy in practice, one will again be denied the 7 types of noble heritage. Only a person endowed with enduring and persistent energy will be worthy of this noble inheritance. Energy is fully developed only when one is able to go through all the levels of insight up to the culmination of the series in Noble Path consciousness. This developed energy, or fulfilling energy as it is called, is precisely what makes one worthy of the full benefits of the noble heritage. If you continue to perfect the effort of your practice, these qualities will become permanently yours. Reflecting in this way, you may be inspired to practice more ardently. 6. Remembering the greatness of the Buddha. A 6th reflection which develops energy in considering the greatness and ability of the person who discovered and taught this path to liberation. The Buddha's greatness is demonstrated by the fact that Mother Earth herself trembled on 7 occasions during his life. The earth first trembled when the Bodhisattva, the future Buddha, was conceived for the last time in his mother's womb. It trembled again when Prince Siddhartha left his palace to take up the homeless life of a renunciate, and then when he attained supreme enlightenment. The earth trembled a 4th time when the Buddha gave his first sermon, a 5th time when he succeeded in overcoming his opponents, a 7th time when he returned from Tavatimsa heaven, having given a discourse on Abhidhamma to his mother who had been reborn there. The earth trembled for the 7th time when the Buddha attained Parinibbana, when he passed from conditioned existence forever at the moment of his physical death. Think of the depth of compassion, the depth of wisdom the Buddha possessed. There are innumerable stories of his perfections, how long and devotedly the Bodhisattva worked towards his goal, how perfectly he attained it, how lovingly he served humanity afterwards. Remember that if you continue to strive, you too can share the magnificent qualities the Buddha had. Before the Buddha's great enlightenment, beings were engulfed in clouds of delusion and ignorance. The path to liberation had not yet been discovered. Beings groped in the dark. If they sought liberation, they had to invent a practice or follow someone who made a claim to truth that was, in fact, unfounded. In this world, a vast array of pursuits have been devised for the goal of attaining happiness. These range from severe self-mortification to limitless indulgence in sense pleasure. A vow to liberate all beings. One of the Buddha's previous existence was as a hermit named Sumedha. This was during a previous aeon and world system when the Buddha immediately previous to this one, Dipankara, was alive. The hermit Sumedha had a vision of how much beings suffered in darkness prior to the appearance of a Samma Sambuddha, a fully enlightened Buddha. He saw that beings needed to be led safely across to the other shore. They could not arrive alone. Due to this vision, the hermit renounced his own enlightenment, for which he had a strong potential in that particular existence. He vowed instead to spend incalculable eons, however long it would take, to perfect his own qualities to the level of a Samma Sambuddha. This would give him the power to lead many beings to liberation, not just himself. When this being finally completed his preparations and arrived at his lifetime as the present Buddha, he was truly an extraordinary and outstanding person. Upon his great enlightenment, he was endowed with what are known as the three accomplishments: the accomplishment of cause, the accomplishment of result, and the accomplishment of service. He was accomplished by virtue of the cause which led to his enlightenment, that is, the effort he put forth during many existences to perfect his paramis, the forces of purity in his mind. There are many stories of the Bodhisattva's tremendous acts of generosity, compassion, and virtue. In lifetime after lifetime, he sacrificed himself for the benefit of others, thus developed his purity of mind was the foundation for his attainment under the Bo tree of enlightenment and omniscient knowledge. That attainment is called the accomplishment of result because it was the natural result of his accomplishment of cause, or the development of very strong powers of purity in his mind. The Buddha's third accomplishment was that of service, helping others through many years of teaching. He was not complacent about his enlightenment. but out of great compassion and loving care for all those beings who were trainable, he set forth after his enlightenment and tirelessly shared the Dhamma with all those beings who were ready for it until the day of his parinibbana. Reflecting on various aspects of the Buddha's three great accomplishments may inspire you to greater effort in your own practice. Compassion leads to action. Compassion was the Bodhisattva Sumeda's sole motivation for sacrificing his own enlightenment in favor of making the incredible effort to become a Buddha. His heart was moved when he saw, with the eye of great compassion, how beings suffered as a result of misguided activities. Thus, he vowed to attain the wisdom necessary to guide them as perfectly as possible. Compassion must lead to action. Furthermore, wisdom is required so that action may bear useful fruit. Wisdom distinguishes the right path from the wrong path. If you have compassion but no wisdom, you may do more harm than good when you try to help. On the other hand, you may have great wisdom, may have become enlightened, but without compassion, you will not lift a finger to help others. Both wisdom and compassion were perfectly fulfilled in the Buddha. Because of his great compassion for suffering beings, the Bodhisattva was able to go through his samsaric wanderings with enduring patience. Others insulted and injured him, yet he was able to bear these actions with perseverance and endurance. It is said that if you were to combine the compassion that all the mothers on this planet feel for their children, it would still not come near the Buddha's great compassion. Mothers have a great capacity for forgiveness. It is not an easy task to bring up children. Children can be very cruel, and at times they can inflict emotional and physical harm on their mothers. Even when harm is grievous, however, a mother's heart usually has space to forgive their children. In the Buddha's heart, this forgiving space was boundless. This capacity for forgiveness was one of the manifestations of his great compassion. Once upon a time, the Bodhisattva was born as a monkey. One day, he was swinging around in the forest and met upon a Brahmin who had fallen in a crevice. Upon seeing the poor Brahmin helpless, the monkey was filled with compassion. This feeling had a great deal of momentum behind it, for by then the Bodhisattva had spent many lifetimes cultivating his parami, or perfection of compassion. The Bodhisattva prepared to leap into the crevice to save the Brahmin, but he wondered if he had the strength to carry the Brahmin out. Wisdom arose in his mind. he decided he should test his capability on a boulder he was lying nearby. Lifting the boulder and setting it down again, he learned that he would be able to accomplish the rescue. Down the Bodhisattva went and bravely carried the Brahman to safety. Having carried first the boulder and then the Brahman himself, the monkey fell to the ground in exhaustion. Far from being grateful, the Brahman picked up a rock and smashed the monkey's head so that he could take home the meat for his supper. Awakening to find himself near death, the monkey realized what had happened but did not get angry. This response was due to his perfected quality of forgiveness. He did say to the Brahman, "Is it proper for you to kill me when I have saved your life?" Then the Bodhisattva remembered that the Brahman had lost his way in the forest and would not be able to get home without help. The monkey's compassion knew no bounds. Clenching his teeth, he refused to die until he had led the Brahman out of the forest. A trail of blood fell from his wound as the monkey instructed the Brahman which way to turn. Upon reaching the right trail, the monkey expired. If the Bodhisattva had this much compassion and wisdom, even as a monkey, you can imagine how much more he had developed these perfections by the time of his enlightenment. Full illumination. After innumerable existence as a Bodhisattva, the Buddha-to-be was born as a human being in his last existence. Having perfected all the paramis, he began searching for the true path to liberation. He endured many trials before he finally discovered the noble path by which he came to see deeply impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and absence of self in all conditioned phenomena. Deepening his practice, he went through the various stages of enlightenment and eventually became an arahant, completely purified of greed, hatred, and delusion. Then the omniscient knowledge he had cultivated arose in him together with the other knowledges, particularly to Buddhas. His omniscience meant that if there was anything the Buddha wished to know about, he had only to reflect upon the question, and the answer would come to his mind spontaneously. As a result of his illumination, the Buddha was now endowed with the accomplishment by virtue of fruition of result, as its full title is known. This accomplishment came about because of the fulfillment of certain courses and prerequisites he had cultivated in his previous lives. Having become a perfectly enlightened Buddha, he did not forget the intention he had resolved upon so many eons ago when he had been the hermit Sumedha. The very purpose of his working so hard and long was to help other beings cross the ocean of suffering. Now that the Buddha was completely enlightened, you can imagine how much more powerful and effective his great compassion and wisdom had become. Based on these two qualities, he began to preach the Dhamma and continued to do so for 45 years until his death. He slept only 2 hours a night, dedicating the rest of his time to the service of the Dhamma, helping other beings in various ways so that they could benefit and enjoy well-being and happiness. Even on his deathbed, he showed the path to Subhadra, a renunciate of another sect, who thereby became the last of many disciples to be enlightened by the Buddha. The full title of this third accomplishment is The Accomplishment of Seeing to the Welfare of Other Beings, and it is a natural consequence of the previous two. If the Buddha could become enlightened and totally free from the kilesas, why did he continue to live in this world? Why did he mingle with people at all? One must understand that he wanted to relieve beings of their suffering and put them on the right path. This was the purest compassion and the deepest wisdom on his part. The Buddha's perfect wisdom enabled him to distinguish what was beneficial and what was harmful. If one cannot make this crucial distinction, how can one be of any help to other beings? One may be wise indeed, knowing full well what leads to happiness and what is to misery. But then, without compassion, one might feel quite indifferent to the fates of other beings. Thus, it was the Buddha's practical compassion which led him to exhort people to avoid unskillful actions that bring harm and suffering. And it was wisdom that allowed him to be selective, precise, and effective in what he admonished people to do. The combination of these two virtues, compassion and wisdom, made the Buddha an unexcelled teacher. The Buddha had no selfish thoughts of gaining honor, fame from many followers. He did not mingle with people as a socialite. He approached beings with the sole intention of pointing out the correct way to them, so that they could be enlightened to the extent of their capacities. This was his great compassion. When he had finished this duty, the Buddha would retire to a secluded part of the forest. He did not stay among the crowds, bantering and mixing freely like a common person. He did not introduce his pupils to each other, saying, "Here is my disciple, the wealthy merchant. Here is the great professor." It is not easy to live a solitary and secluded life. No ordinary worldling can enjoy total seclusion, but then the Buddha was not ordinary. Advice for spiritual teachers. This is an important point for anyone aspiring to become a preacher of the Dhamma or a meditation teacher. One should exercise great discretion in relating with students. If one has any relationship at all with them, one must remember always to be motivated by great compassion, following the footsteps of the Buddha. There is danger in becoming too close and familiar with those who are being helped. If a meditation teacher becomes too close to his or her students, disrespect and irreverence may be the result. Meditation teachers should also take the Buddha as their model for the proper motivation in sharing the Dhamma with others. One should not be satisfied with becoming a popular or successful Dhamma teacher. One's motivation must be, instead, genuinely benevolent. One must strive to benefit one's students through presenting a technique whose actual practice can tame the behavior of body, speech, and mind, thereby bring true peace and happiness. Teachers must continually examine their own motivations in this regard. Once I was asked what was the most effective way to teach meditation, I replied, first and foremost, one should practice until one is dexterous in one's own practice. Then, one must gain a sound theoretical knowledge of the scriptures. Finally, one must apply these two based on a motivation of genuine loving kindness and compassion. Teaching based on these three factors would doubtless be effective. In this world, many people enjoy fame, honor, and success due to uncanny strokes of fate or karma. They may not really have fulfilled the accomplishment of cause as the Buddha did. That is, they may not have worked hard, but simply became successful or wealthy by a fluke. Such people are likely to receive a lot of criticism. People might say, "It is a wonder how he or she got into that position, considering how sloppy and lazy he or she is. He or she doesn't deserve such luck." Other people may work very hard, but perhaps because they are neither intelligent nor gifted, they attain their goals slowly, if at all. They are unable to fulfill the accomplishment of result. People like this are not free from blame either. Poor old so on and so. He or she works hard, but doesn't have much for brains. Yet another group of people work very hard and become successful. Having fulfilled their ambition, they then rest upon their laurels, so to speak. Unlike the Buddha, who turned his own glorious achievements to the service of humanity, they do not take any further steps by helping society or other beings. Again, these people will be criticized. Look how selfish he or she is. He or she's got so much property, wealth, and talent, but no compassion or generosity. In this world, it is difficult to be free from blame or criticism. People will always talk behind one another's back. Some criticisms are merely gossip, and others are deserved, pointing to some real flaw or lack in a person. The Buddha was indeed an exceptional human being in having fulfilled the accomplishments of cause, of result, and of service. One could write an entire book describing the greatness and perfection of the Buddha, the discoverer and teacher of the path to freedom. Here, I only wish to open the doors for you to contemplate his virtues so that you can develop effort in your practice. Contemplating the Buddha's greatness, you may be filled with awe and adoration. You may feel deep appreciation for the wonderful opportunity to walk the path which such a great individual discovered and taught. Perhaps you will understand that in order to walk on such a path, you cannot be sloppy, nor sluggish, nor lazy. May you be inspired. May you be brave, strong, and enduring. And may you walk this path to its end. 9. Avoiding lazy people. The ninth way to arouse effort is to avoid the company of lazy persons. There are people who are not interested in mental development, who never try to purify themselves. They just eat, sleep, and make merry as much as they want. They are like pythons who swallow their prey and remain immobile for hours. How will you ever be inspired to put forth energy in the company of such people? You should try to avoid becoming a member of their gang. Avoiding their company is a positive step in developing energy. 10. Seeking energetic friends. Now you should take another step and choose to associate instead with yogis who are endowed with developed, enduring, and persevering energy. This is the 10th way of arousing effort. More specifically, it refers to a yogi in retreat, but in fact, you will be well off spending time with anyone who is totally committed to the Dhamma, enduring and resolute, trying to activate mindfulness from moment to moment and maintain a high standard of progressive or persistent energy. People who give top priority to mental health are your best companions. In a retreat, you can learn from the people who seems to be model yogis. You can emulate their behavior and practice, and this will lead to your own development. You should allow others' diligence to be contagious. Take in the good energy and allow yourself to be influenced by it. 11. Inclining the mind toward developing energy. The last and best way to arouse energy is persistently to incline the mind toward developing energy. The key to this practice is to adopt a resolute stand. I will be mindful as I can at each moment, sitting, standing, walking, going from place to place. I will not allow the mind to space out. I will not allow a moment of mindfulness to be missing. If, on the contrary, you have a careless, self-defeating attitude, your practice will be doomed from the start. Every moment can be charged with this courageous effort, a very consistent and enduring energy. If a moment of laziness dares to tiptoe in, you will catch it right away and shoo it out. Ko sajja, laziness, is one of the most undermining and subversive elements in meditation practice. You can eradicate it by effort, courageous, persistence, persevering, enduring effort. I hope you will arouse energy through any and all of these 11 ways, so that you will make swift progress in the path and eventually attain that consciousness which uproots defilements forever.
Rapture, fourth factor of enlightenment. Piti or rapture has the characteristic of happiness, delight, and satisfaction. It is in itself a mental state possessing these characteristics. But a further characteristic of rapture is that it can pervade associated mental states, making them delightful and happy and bringing a sense of deep satisfaction. Lightness and agility. Rapture fills the mind and body with lightness and agility. This, according to the classical analysis, is its function. The mind becomes light and energized. The body also feels agile, light, and workable. The manifestation of rapture is in actual sensations of lightness in the body. Rapture manifests very clearly through physical sensations. When rapture occurs, coarse and uncomfortable sensations are replaced with something very soft and gentle. You may feel such a lightness of body that it seems as if you are floating in the air. At times the lightness may be active rather than still. You may feel as if you were being pushed or pulled, swayed and rocked, or as if you are traveling on rough water. You may feel off balance, but it is nonetheless very pleasant. The 5 types of rapture. There are 5 types of rapture. The first is called lesser rapture. At the beginning of practice, after the hindrances have been kept at bay for sufficient periods of time, yogis may begin feeling chills and thrills of pleasure, sometimes goosebumps. This is the beginning of rapturous feelings. The next type is called momentary rapture. It comes in flashes like lightning and is more intense than the first type. The third kind is overwhelming rapture. The classical simile is of someone sitting by the sea and suddenly seeing a huge wave that is coming to engulf them. Yogis experience a similar feeling of being swept off the ground. Their hearts thump and are overwhelmed. They wonder what is happening. The fourth type of rapture is uplifting and exhilarating rapture. With this, you feel so light that you might think you are sitting a few feet off the ground. You feel as if you are floating about or flying, rather than walking on the earth. The fifth type of rapture, pervasive rapture, is the strongest of all. It fills the body. If you are sitting, you feel fantastically comfortable and you have no desire at all to get up. Instead, there is a great interest in continuing to sit without moving. The first three types of rapture are called pamojja, or weak rapture. The last two deserve the rightful name of Pt.2, strong rapture. The first three are causes of or stepping stones toward the stronger two. Wise attention causes rapture. As with effort, the Buddha said there is only one cause for rapture, that is wise attention. Specifically, this is wise attention to being effortful in bringing about wholesome, rapturous feelings connected with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. 11 more ways to develop rapture. The commentaries give 11 more ways of arousing rapture. 1. Remembering the virtues of the Buddha. The first way is Buddhanussati, or recollecting the virtues of the Buddha. He has quite a number of virtues, and it might not be necessary for you to go through all of the traditional list of them before the first hints of rapture begin to appear. For example, the first traditionally listed virtue is the quality of araha, means that the Buddha is worthy of respect by all humans, devas, and brahmas, due to the purity he attained by uprooting all kilesas. Think about the purity he achieved in this way, and perhaps some joy will come up in you. You might also recollect the Buddha's 3 accomplishments as described in our discussion of courageous effort. However, reflections and recitations of formulas are not the only way to recollect the Buddha's virtues. In fact, these are far less reliable than one's own intuitive insights. When a yogi attains the insight into arising and passing away, rapture arises naturally, and so does an appreciation of the Buddha's virtues. The Buddha himself said, "One who sees the Dhamma sees me." A yogi who attains insight will truly be able to appreciate the greatness of the founder of our lineage. You might say to yourself, if I am able to experience such purity of mind, how much greater the Buddha's purity must have been. 2. Rejoicing in the Dhamma. The second way of arousing rapture is to recollect the Dhamma and its virtues. The first traditional virtue is expressed in a phrase, well spoken is the Dhamma by the Buddha. Indeed, well proclaimed is the Dhamma by the Buddha. The Buddha taught the Dhamma in the most effective way, and your present teachers have reliably transmitted it. This is indeed a cause for rejoicing. The Buddha spoke at length about the threefold training of Sila, Samadhi, and Paññā. To follow the training, we first maintain purity of conduct by keeping the precepts. We try to develop a high level of moral integrity through taming our actions and speech. This will bring us many benefits. First, we will be free from self-judgment, self-blame, and remorse. We are free from censure by the wise and from punishment by the law. Next, if we follow the Buddha's instructions, we will develop concentration. If you are faithful, consistent, and patient, you can experience a mind that is happy and clear, bright and peaceful. This is samatha sukha, the happiness that comes from concentration and tranquility of mind. You can even attain the various levels of jhanas or absorptions, states of consciousness in which the kilesas are temporarily suppressed and an extraordinary peace results. Then, practicing Vipassanā, we have the chance to experience a third kind of happiness. As you penetrate deeper into the Dhamma, attaining the stage of insight into the rise and fall of phenomena, you will feel exhilarating rapture. This happiness could be called thrilling happiness. Later on comes the happiness of clarity. And eventually, when you reach the insight called Sankhara Upekkhā Jnana, or the insight into equanimity regarding all formations, you will experience the happiness of equanimity. It is a profound delight, not so agitated and thrilling, but very subtle and balanced. Thus, true to the promises and guarantees of the Buddha, those who follow the path of practice will be able to experience all these sorts of happiness. If you manage to experience all these kinds of happiness yourself, you can deeply appreciate the truth of the Buddha's words. You too will say, well spoken is the Dhamma by the Buddha. Indeed, well proclaimed is the Dhamma by the Buddha. Finally, transcending all these kinds of happiness is the ultimate happiness of cessation. Going beyond the happiness of equanimity, a yogi can experience a moment of insight into Nibbana, which comes about with the attainment of noble path consciousness. After this, a yogi feels a depth of appreciation for the Buddha's Dhamma that he or she may never have known before. Did the Buddha not say, "If you meditate in this way, you can arrive at the cessation of suffering"? This is true. Many people have experienced it. And when finally you know for yourself, your mind will sing with rapture and gratitude. Great possibilities that come to fruition in practice. Thus, there are 3 ways of appreciating the fact that the Dhamma is well proclaimed. First, if you think deeply about the great possibilities that lie within meditation practice, your mind will be full of praise for the Dhamma and of rapture too. Perhaps you naturally possess great faith, so that whenever you hear a discourse or read about the Dhamma, you are filled with rapture and interest. This is the first of 3 ways of appreciating the Dhamma. Second, if you enter the practice itself, the promises and guarantees of the Buddha will certainly become true. Sila and Samadhi will improve your life. This teaches you more intimately how well proclaimed the Dhamma is, for it has brought you clarity of mind and a deep, subtle happiness. Third and finally, the greatness of the Dhamma can be seen in the practice of wisdom, which leads eventually to the happiness of Nibbana. At this point, profound changes may take place in your life. It is like being reborn. You can imagine the rapture and appreciation you would feel at this point. 3. Rejoicing in the virtues of the Sangha. Recollecting the virtues of the Sangha is the 3rd major way of developing rapture, listed in the commentaries. The Sangha is a group of noble individuals who are totally committed to the path of Dhamma, striving earnestly and patiently. They follow the path in a straight and correct way and arrive at their respective destinations. If you have experienced some purity of mind in your practice, you can imagine others feeling the same thing, and perhaps even deeper levels, far beyond what you have known. If you have attained some degree of enlightenment, you will be endowed with unshakable faith in the existence of other noble ones who have traversed the same path with you. Such people are indeed pure and impeccable. 4. Considering your own virtue. The 4th way of arousing rapture is to consider the purity of your own conduct. Impeccability of conduct is a powerful virtue which brings a great sense of satisfaction and joy to its possessor. It takes great perseverance to maintain purity. When you review your own efforts in this regard, you may feel a deep sense of fulfillment and exhilaration. If you cannot maintain pure conduct, you will be invaded by remorse and self-judgment. You will not be able to concentrate on what you are doing, and thus your practice cannot progress. Virtue is the foundation of concentration and wisdom. There are many examples of people who have attained enlightenment by turning their mindfulness towards the rapture that arises from their contemplation of purity of their own sila. This contemplation can be particularly helpful in an emergency, like the story below. Rapture during an emergency, the story of Thissa. There was a young man called Thissa who, upon listening to the Buddha, was struck with a great sense of urgency. He was a very ambitious person, but he felt a deep sense of emptiness in the world, and so he turned his ambition towards becoming an arahant. Soon he renounced the worldly life and took the robes of a monk. Before he ordained, he gave some of his property to his younger brother, Kuthissa, a gift which made his younger brother very prosperous. Unfortunately, his wife suddenly became very greedy. She was afraid that the bhikkhu might change his mind, disrobe, and come to reclaim his property, which would deplete her own situation. Kuthissa's wife tried to think of ways to protect her newly acquired wealth, and finally fell upon the idea of calling some murderers. She promised them a handsome price if they would kill the bhikkhu. The murderers agreed and went in search of this bhikkhu in the forest. Finding him immersed in his practice, they surrounded him and prepared to kill him. The bhikkhu said, "Please wait a while. I haven't finished my job yet." "How can we wait?" One thug replied. "We've got a job to do as well." "Just a night or two," the bhikkhu pleaded. "Then you can come back and kill me." "We don't buy that. You'll run away. Give us a guarantee that you won't," said the thug. The bhikkhu had no material possessions beyond his bowl and robe, so he could not leave any deposit with these people that came to kill him. Instead, he took a huge boulder and smashed both his thigh bones. Satisfied that he could not escape, those killers retreated and left him to his striving. You can imagine what a strong desire the young man had to uproot the kilesas. He was not afraid to die or suffer pain, but he was afraid of the kilesas, which were still very much alive in him. He had his life, but he has not finished his work yet, and he dreaded the thought of dying before he had uprooted the defilements. Since this young man had renounced the world with such deep faith, he must have been quite diligent in developing his mindfulness. His practice must have been strong enough to face the excruciating pain of 2 smashed thigh bones, for he watched that intense pain without giving in. While he watched, he reflected on his own virtue. He asked himself whether he had broken any of the bhikkhu precepts since the day of ordination. To his delight, he found that he had been perfectly pure without committing a single offense. This realization filled him with satisfaction and rapture. The pain of his fractured limbs subsided, and the intense rapture became the most prominent object in the young man's mind. He turned his mindfulness towards it and noted rapture, happiness, and joy. As he was noting in this way, his insight matured and speeded up. Suddenly he broke through. He experienced the Four Noble Truths and became an arahant in a short space of time. The moral of this story is that one should build a good foundation in Sila. Without Sila, sitting meditation is no more than an invitation to aches and pains. Build up your foundation. If your Sila is powerful, your meditative efforts will prove very fruitful. Five. Remembering your own generosity. The fifth way of arousing rapture is to recollect one's own generosity. If one can perform an act of charity without any selfish motivation at all, but rather wishing for the welfare and happiness of others, or wishing for liberation from suffering, then that act will be full of merit. Not only that, that act brings great happiness and gladness into your mind. Motivation is crucial in determining whether generosity is beneficial. It should not be motivated by ulterior selfishness. Generosity is not only financial, it can also mean simply encouraging a friend who is in need of support. It is most important to be generous in times of scarcity, and these can also be the most satisfying time to share the little that one has. There is a story of a king in Sri Lanka in the old days. Seems that one day he was retreating hastily from a battle, carrying only the barest of provisions. While he was going through the forest, he chanced upon a bhikkhu making alms rounds. The bhikkhu was an arahant, it seems. The king gave part of his food to that monk, even though he had only had just enough for himself, his horse, and his attendant. Much later, when he recalled all the gifts he had given in his life, some of which had been splendid and precious, this merit was the one he cherished the most. Another story on this subject is set in the Mahāsi Sayādaw, a center in Yangon. Some years ago, when the center still was in a slow process of development, some of the yogis could not afford to pay for their food and accommodations. People were poor at that time, but these yogis were making good progress, and it was a great pity to see them leaving the center only because they could not afford to stay. So the meditation teachers got together and supported those yogis who had strong potential. Indeed, these students made tremendous progress. When the yogis succeeded in attaining their goals, the teachers were filled with joy and rapture. 6. Considering the virtues of the gods. The sixth way to bring rapture is to think of the virtues of the Devas and Brahmas, beings in the higher realms. While these beings were still in the human realm, they had great faith in karma. They believed that good actions will bring a reward, and harm will bring harmful consequences. So they tried to practice what was good and refrain from unskillful actions. Some of them even meditated. The positive force of these beings and their actions resulted in their rebirth in higher planes, where life is more pleasant than it is in our human world. Those who gained absorption in the jhanas were reborn in the Brahma world with lifespans lasting many eons. Thus, when we think of the virtues of superhuman beings, we actually consider the faith, charity, effort, and perseverance which they developed in the human world. It is easy to compare them with ourselves. If we can find ourselves on par with the Devas and Brahmas, we can be filled with so much satisfaction and so much joy. 7. Reflecting on perfect peace. The seventh way of arousing rapture is to reflect on the peace of cessation of kilesas. In the ultimate sense, this means reflecting on Nibbana. If you have experienced this depth of peace, you can bring up a lot of rapture upon recollecting it. If you have not yet experienced Nibbana yourself, you can reflect on the coolness of deep concentration or jhanas. The peace of deep concentration is far superior to worldly pleasures. There are people whose skill at absorption is so strong that even when they are not actually practicing concentration, their minds are never invaded by the kilesas. Thus, for 60 or 70 years, they may live in peace. If you have not experienced a jhana, then you can remember times in your practice where the mind felt pure and clean. When the kilesas are put aside for some time, tranquility and coolness naturally fill the mind. You may find yourself comparing this with the happiness you may have enjoyed in this world. You will see that worldly happiness is quite coarse and gross in comparison with the happiness of such a practice. Unlike the rapture of coolness that arises from purity of mind, there is something burning about worldly pleasures. Comparing thus, you may be filled with rapture. 8 and 9. Avoiding coarse people, seeking refined friends. The 8th and 9th ways of arousing rapture are related. They are to avoid rough and coarse persons overwhelmed by anger and lacking in metta or loving kindness, and to seek out refined people who have metta in their hearts. In this world, there are many people who are so overwhelmed by anger that they cannot appreciate the difference between wholesome and unwholesome activities. They do not know the benefit or the appropriateness of paying respects to the persons worthy of respect, nor of learning about the Dhamma, nor of actually meditating. They may be hot-tempered, easily victimized by anger and aversion. Their lives may be filled with rough and distasteful activities. Living with such a person, you can imagine, might not be very rapturous experience. Other people have a deep considerateness and loving care for other beings. The warmth and love of their hearts is manifested in actions and speech. Refined individuals like these carry out their relationship in a subtle, sweet way. Gaining company is very fulfilling. One is surrounded by an aura of love and warmth, which leads to the arising of rapture. 10. Reflecting on the suttas. The 10th way of arousing rapture is reflecting on the suttas. Some suttas describe the virtues of the Buddha. If you are a person with a lot of faith, reflecting on those suttas can give you a great joy and great happiness. The Satipatthana Sutta, among others, talks about the benefits one can enjoy through practicing the Dhamma. Others contain inspiring stories of the Sangha, the community of the noble ones. Reading or reflecting on these suttas can fill one with inspiration, which leads to rapture and happiness. 11. Inclining the mind. Finally, if you firmly and consistently incline the mind towards developing rapture, your aim will be fulfilled. You must understand that rapture arises when the mind is relatively clean of kilesas. So to reach rapture, you must put in energy to be mindful from moment to moment so that concentration arises and the kilesas are kept at bay. You must be fully committed to the task of arousing firm mindfulness in each moment, whether you are sitting or lying down, even walking or standing or doing other activities.
Tranquility, fifth factor of enlightenment. Most people's minds are in a stage of agitation all the time. Their minds run here and there, flapping like flags in a strong wind, scattering like a pile of ashes into which a stone is tossed. There is no coolness or calmness, no silence, no peace. This restlessness or dissipation of mind might properly be called the waves of mind, reminiscent of the water's surface when wind is blowing. Ripples or waves of mind become apparent when restlessness occurs. Even if this scattered mind becomes concentrated, the concentration still is associated with restlessness, as when one sick member of the family affects all the others with feverishness and unrest. So too, restlessness has a strong effect on other simultaneously occurring mental states. When restlessness is present, it is not possible for true happiness to be reached. When the mind is scattered, it is difficult to control our behavior. We begin to act according to our whims and fancies without considering properly whether an action is wholesome or not. Because of this unthinking mind, we may find ourselves performing unskillful actions or saying unskillful things. Such speech and action can lead to remorse, self-judgment, and even more agitation. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. If only I would thought about it before I did it. When the mind is assaulted by remorse and regret, it will not be able to gain happiness. The enlightenment factor of tranquility arises in the absence of restlessness and remorse. The Pali word for it is passaddhi, which means cool calmness. Coolness and calmness of mind can only occur when mental agitation or activity have been silenced. In the world today, people feel a lot of mental suffering. Many resort to drugs, tranquilizers, and sleeping pills to bring calm and enjoyment to their minds. Often young people experiment with drugs to get through a period in their lives when they feel great agitation. Unfortunately, they sometimes find drugs so enjoyable that they end up addicted, which is a terrible pity. The tranquil peace that comes from meditation is far superior to anything drugs or other external substances can provide. Of course, the goal of meditation is much higher than just peace, but peace and tranquility are nonetheless benefits of walking the straight, correct path of the Dhamma. Calming the body and mind. The characteristic of passaddhi is to calm the mind and body, to silence and tranquilize agitation. Extracting heat from the mind. Its function is to extract or suppress the heat of the mind which arises due to restlessness, dissipation, or remorse. When the mind is assaulted by these harmful states, it becomes hot, as if on fire. Tranquility of mind extinguishes that heat and replaces it with the characteristic of coolness and ease. Non-agitation. The manifestation of passaddhi is non-agitation of body and mind. As a yogi, you can easily observe how this state of mind brings about great calm and tranquility, physical and mental. Surely, you are familiar with the absence of tranquility. There is always an urge to move, to get up, and do something. The body twitches. The mind darts nervously back and forth. When all of these ceases, there is no ripples in the mind, just a smooth and calm state. Movements become gentle, smooth, and graceful. You can sit with hardly a flutter of movement. This factor of enlightenment follows invariably upon the arising of the precious one, rapture. The strongest rapture, pervasive rapture, is most particularly associated with strong tranquility. After pervasive rapture has filled the whole body, one feels unwilling to move at all, not to mention to disturb one's mental stillness. It is said that the Buddha spent the first 49 days after his liberation enjoying the fruits of enlightenment. He maintained certain postures for 7 days each, at 7 different places, enjoying the fruits of enlightenment by going in and out of fruition attainments. By virtue of his pervasive Dhamma Piti or Dhamma rapture, his whole body was permeated with satisfaction for all of that time, so that he did not want to move and could not even fully close his eyelids. His eyes remained fully opened or half opened. You too may experience how the eyes fly open involuntarily when strong rapture arises. You may try to close them, but they fly open again. Eventually, you may decide to continue your practice with your eyes open. If you have such experiences, perhaps you can appreciate how much greater was the Buddha's happiness and Dhamma rapture. Wise attention brings tranquility. According to Buddha, the way to arouse tranquility is through wise attention. More specifically, this is wise attention directed toward activating wholesome thoughts, wholesome mental states, and more importantly, meditative mental states, so that tranquility and rapture will arise. 7 more ways of developing tranquility. For their part, the commentators point out 7 ways to arousing tranquility. 1. Proper food. The first way is to take sensible and nutritious food that satisfies the twin principles of necessity and suitability. Nutrition is very important, as you know. One's diet needs to be elaborate, but it should provide for the body's physical needs. If your food is not nutritious enough, your physical strength will not be sufficient for you to make progress in meditation. Food should also be suitable, which means appropriate for you personally. If certain foods cause digestive upheavals, or if you really dislike them, you will not be able to practice. You will not feel well, and you will constantly be pining for foods you would prefer to have. We might draw a good lesson from the Buddha's time. A particularly rich merchant and a laywoman were the leaders and organizers of most of the religious occasions in the area where the Buddha was teaching. Somehow, things never seemed to work quite right unless these two were involved in planning and organizing a retreat or other event. Their secret of success was holding to the principles of necessity and suitability. They always took the trouble to find out what was needed by the monks, nuns, or yogis who were invited to receive food donations. The man and woman also found out what was suitable. Perhaps you can remember having food you needed and longed for, food which also suitable, so that after eating it, you found your mind become calm and concentrated. 2. Good climate. The second way to arouse tranquility is to meditate in an environment where the weather is good, so that you find it comfortable and convenient to meditate. Everyone has preferences. No matter what we prefer, however, It is possible to adapt to different climates by the use of fans and heaters, or lighter and heavier clothing. Number 3, a comfortable posture. A third way to cultivate tranquility is to adopt a comfortable posture. We generally sit and walk in Vipassanā practice. These are the two best postures for beginners. Comfortable does not mean luxurious. Lying down or sitting in a chair with a backrest might be considered luxurious postures unless you have a physical ailment that makes them necessary. When you sit unsupported or when you walk, you need a certain degree of physical effort to keep from falling over. In a luxurious postures, this effort is missing, and it is easier to doze off. The mind becomes very relaxed and comfortable, and in no time you might disturb the air with snores. Number 4, neither over-enthusiasm nor sloppiness. The fourth way to arouse tranquility is to maintain a balanced effort in practice. You should be neither over-enthusiastic nor sloppy. If you push yourself too hard, you will miss the object and become tired. If you are lazy, you will not move very far ahead. Overzealous people may be likened to people who are in a big hurry to reach the top of the mountain. They climb very quickly, but because the mountain is steep, they must stop frequently to rest. In the end, it takes them a long time to get to the top of the mountain. Lazy, sloppy types, on the other hand, will be like snails crawling far behind. 5 and 6. Avoiding rough people, choosing calm and kind friends. Avoiding bad-tempered, rough or cruel people can also aid tranquility. It is obvious that if your companions are hot-tempered, always angry with you and scolding you, you will never arrive at peace of mind. It is also evident that you will become more tranquil by associating with people who are calm and quiet in body and in mind. Number 7. Inclining the mind toward peacefulness. Last, if you constantly incline your mind toward practice, hoping to achieve tranquility and peace, you can realize this aim. If you are vigilant in activating mindfulness, the enlightenment factor of tranquility will arise in you quite naturally. Concentration, sixth factor of enlightenment. Concentration is that factor of mind which lands on the object of observation, which pricks into it, penetrates into it, and stays there. The Pali word for it is samadhi, non-agitation. The characteristic of samadhi is non-dispersal, non-dissipation, non-scatteredness. This means that the mind sticks with the object of observation, sinks into it, and remains still and calm right there. Fixed concentration and moving concentration. There are two types of samadhi. One is continuous samadhi, which is the concentration gained while meditating on a single object. This is the type of concentration gained in pure tranquility meditation, where the one requirement is for the mind to stay put on one object to the total exclusion of all other objects. Those who follow the path of continuous concentration are able to experience it, especially when they gain absorption into the jhanas. Vipassana practice, however, is aimed toward the development of wisdom and the completion of the various stages of insight. Insight, of course, refers to basic intuitive understandings such as the distinction between mind and matter, the intuitive comprehension of their interrelationship by virtue of cause and effect, and the direct perception of the impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and selflessness of all physical and mental phenomena. These are basic insights, and there are others which one must traverse before attaining the path and fruition consciousness, which have nibbana, or the cessation of all suffering, as their object. In Vipassana practice, the field of awareness of objects is crucially important. The field of Vipassana objects are mental and physical phenomena, those things which are directly perceptible without resorting to the thinking process. In other words, as we practice Vipassana, we observe many different objects with the goal of gaining insight into their nature. Momentary concentration, the second type, is most important in Vipassana practice. Vipassana objects are arising and passing away all the time, and momentary concentration arises in each moment with each object. In spite of its momentary nature, such samadhi can arise from moment to moment without breaks in between. If it does so, momentary concentration shares with continuous concentration the power to tranquilize the mind and keep the kilesas at bay. Gathering the mind. Let us say you are sitting, watching the rising and falling of the abdomen. As you make the effort to be mindful of the rising and falling processes, you are being with the moment. With each moment of energy and effort you expect in cultivating awareness, there is a corresponding mental activity of penetration. It is as though the mind were stuck fast into the object of observation. You drop or fall into the object. Not only is the mind one-pointed and penetrating into the object, not only does the mind remain still for that moment in that object, but this mental factor of samadhi has the power to gather together the other mental factors which arise simultaneously with that moment of consciousness. Concentration is a factor which collects the mind together. That is its function. It keeps all the mental factors in a group so that they do not scatter or disperse. Thus, the mind remains firmly embedded in the object. Peace and stillness. There is an analogy here with parents and children. Good parents want their children to grow up to be well-mannered and morally responsible adults. Toward this goal, they exercise some degree of control over their offspring. Kids are not yet mature, and they lack the wisdom of discretion. So parents must make sure they do not run out and mix with the naughty children and the neighborhood. Mental factors are like children in their respect. Just as children who lack parental guidance may act in ways that harm themselves and others, so too the uncontrolled mind will suffer from bad influences. The kilesas are always loitering nearby. If the mind is not contained, it can easily mix with delinquents like desire, aversion, anger, or delusion. Then the mind becomes wild and ill-mannered, which manifests in bodily behavior as well as in speech. The mind, like a child, may resent discipline at first. By and by, however, it will become more and more tame and civilized and tranquil, and more remote from attacks by the kilesas. The concentrated mind becomes more and more still, more and more quiet, more and more peaceful. This sense of peace and stillness is the manifestation of concentration. Children too can be tamed if they are properly cared for. They may have a wild nature at first, but eventually, as they mature, they will understand why they should avoid bad people. They will even begin to be grateful for the care and control their parents gave to them. Perhaps they even observed that some childhood friend whose parents lacked vigilance has grown up to be a criminal. When they are old enough to go out into the world, they will be able to discriminate for themselves what sort of people to choose as friends and whom to stay away from. As they grow older and more mature, this upbringing of theirs causes their continued development and prosperity. Concentration permits wisdom to arise. Concentration is a proximate cause for the unfolding of wisdom. This fact is very important. Once the mind is quiet and still, there is space for wisdom to arise. There can be comprehension of the true nature of mind and matter. Perhaps there will be an intuitive insight into how mind and matter can be differentiated and how they are related by cause and effect. Step by step, wisdom will penetrate into more and more profound levels of truth. One will see clearly the characteristics of impermanence, suffering, and absence of self, and finally, insight is gained into the cessation of suffering. When this illumination happens, a person will never be able to become a grossly evil person again, no matter what environment he or she may be in. Parents and children. Parents or potential parents should perhaps prick up their ears here. It is very important for parents to control their own minds by concentration. Eventually, they should complete the various levels of insight. Such parents can be very skillful in bringing up children because they can differentiate clearly between wholesome and unwholesome activities. They will be able to instruct their children likewise, most particularly by setting a good example. Parents who do not control their minds, who are given to ill-mannered behavior, cannot help their children develop goodness and intelligence. Some of my students in Burma have been parents. When they started meditation, they only considered their children's worldly welfare with respect to education and earning a livelihood in this world. Then these parents came to our meditation center and practiced. They had deep practice. When they returned to their children, they had new attitudes and plans. They now felt that it was more important for their children to learn to control their minds and develop good hearts than just to gain success in the world. When the children came of age, their parents urged them to practice meditation. In fact, when I asked the parents if there was a difference between children born before and after meditation practices, the parents replied, "Oh, certainly. Those who were born after we completed our meditation practice were more obedient and considerate. They have good hearts compared with the other children." Steady attention causes concentration. The Buddha said that continuous wise attention aimed towards the development of concentration was the cause of concentration. Preceding concentration causes successive concentration to arise. 11 more ways to arouse concentration. The commentaries describe 11 more ways to arouse concentration. 1. Cleanliness. The first is purity of the internal and external bases of the body and the environment. This influence has been discussed under the second factor of enlightenment, investigation. See page 103. Number 2. A balanced mind. The second cause of concentration is balancing the controlling faculties, wisdom and faith on the one hand, energy and concentration on the other. I have devoted a chapter to this balancing. See page 29. Number 3. Clear mental image. The third cause is more relevant to jhana practice than to strict Vipassanā, and so I will mention it only briefly. It is to be skillful in the concentration object, meaning to maintain a clearer mental image as it practiced in tranquility meditation. Number 4. Uplifting the discouraged mind. The fourth cause is to uplift the mind when it becomes heavy, depressed, or discouraged. You have undoubtedly taken a lot of bumps and tumbles in your practice. At these times, you should try to uplift your mind, perhaps applying techniques for arousing energy, rapture, or insight. Uplifting the discouraged mind is also one of the teacher's jobs. When a yogi comes to interviews with a long and sullen face, the teacher knows how to inspire him or her. Number 5. Calming the over-enthusiastic mind. At times, it is also necessary to put down the excited mind. This is the 5th cause leading to the development of concentration. At times, yogis have fascinating experiences in their meditation practice. They become excited and active. Their energy overflows. At these times, the teacher should not be encouraging. He or she should speak in such a way as to put yogis in their proper place, one might say. A teacher might also help to activate the 5th factor of enlightenment, tranquility, by the means discussed in the previous section. Or the teacher may instruct yogis to take it easy, just settle back and watch without trying too hard. Number 6. Cheering the mind that is withered by pain. If the mind is shrunken and withered by pain, it may need to be made happy. This is the 6th means. A yogi may feel depressed by the environment or by a recurrence of an old health problem. At this time, the mind needs to be uplifted and cleared so that it becomes bright and sharp again. You might try to liven it up in various ways, or the teacher also can cheer you up, not by telling jokes, but by encouraging talk. Number 7. Continuous balanced awareness. The 7th way to arouse samadhi is to continue balanced awareness at all times. Sometimes, as the practice really deepens, you seem to be making no effort, but you are still mindful of objects as they arise and pass. At such times, you should try not to interfere. If this is comfortable speed feels too slow for you and you want to step on the gas, you may want to realize the Dhamma very quickly. If you do try to speed up, you will upset the mind's equilibrium and your awareness will become blunt. On the other hand, everything is so nice and smooth that you might relax too much. This too brings regression in practice. When there is effortless effort, you should cruise along. Yet, nonetheless, keep up with the momentum that is present. Number 8 and 9. Avoiding the distracted, choosing friends who are focused. You should avoid people who are unconcentrated and keep company with people who are concentrated. The 8th and 9th arousers of concentration. People who are neither calm nor peaceful, who have never developed any kind of concentration, carry a lot of agitation within them. Children born to such parents may also lack peace of mind. In Burma, there is a concept closely related to the current Western notion of good vibes. There are many cases of people who have never meditated before, but when they come into the meditation center as visitors, they begin to feel very tranquilized and peaceful. They get the vibrations of yogis who are working seriously. Some visitors decide to come and practice. This seems very natural. In the Buddha's time, there was a king named Ajatasattu who had killed his father to gain the throne. He spent many sleepless nights after committing his evil deed. Finally, he decided to consult the Buddha. He went through the forest and came upon a group of monks listening with peaceful concentration to a discourse of the Buddha. It is said that all his remorse and agitation disappeared, and he was filled with calm and tranquility, such as he had not felt in a long time. Number 10. Reflecting on the peace of absorption. The 10th method is to reflect on the peace and tranquility of the jhanic absorptions. This is relevant for yogis who have meditated in this way and attained pure tranquility. Remembering the method they use to attain jhana, they can briefly use it in the present moment to attain concentration of mind. Those who have not yet attained the jhanas perhaps can recall some of the times when momentary concentration was very strong, when there was a feeling of peace and one-pointedness. By remembering the feeling of liberation from hindrances and the peace of mind that comes from continually activating momentary concentration, concentration could gain a rise. Number 11. Inclining the mind. The 11th and last course for concentration is to incline the mind persistently toward developing concentration. Everything depends on the effort expanded in each moment. If you try to be concentrated, you will succeed.
Equanimity, the 7th factor of enlightenment. Perhaps the United Nations should be given a new name. If it were called the Organization of Equanimities, delegates might be reminded of the state of mind that is essential at the negotiation table, especially when facing a hot problem. Any decision maker must be able to remain unbiased in the face of difficult problems. The Pali word upekkha, usually translated as equanimity, actually refers to the balance of energy. It is that state of mind which is in the center, inclining neither to one extreme nor the other. It can be cultivated in ordinary life with its daily processes of decision as well as in meditation. Meditating the internal contest. In meditation, various states of mind compete. Faith tries to overwhelm its complement intelligence, or vice versa. It is the same with effort and concentration. It is common knowledge among meditators that a balance in these two pairs of mental states is essential to maintain progress and direction in practice. At the beginning of a retreat, you may be able to be very enthusiastic and ambitious. Immediately upon sitting down, you pounce on the rising and falling of any other object that arises in your field of awareness. Due to the excess effort, your mind is likely to overshoot the object of meditation or slip off it. This missing of the mark may upset you, for you will feel that you are doing your best and yet not succeeding. Perhaps you discover your folly and are able to slip into the rhythm of what is happening. As you watch the rising and falling, the mind fits into these processes and goes along with them. In time, it becomes easy, and you begin to relax a bit. Effort seems pointless, but if you are not careful, sloth and torpor will creep in and overwhelm you. At times, a yogi may be quite successful in distinguishing mind and matter and seeing their connection. They get a flavor of the Dhamma and find this quite exciting. Filled with faith, the yogi begins to want to tell friends and parents about the wonderful truths they had just discovered. Due to faith, imagination and planning running wild. With so much thinking and feeling going on, the practice grinds to a halt. This succession of events is symptomatic with excessive faith. Another yogi might have the same intuitive insight, but instead of wanting to spread the Dhamma, they begin to interpret the experience. You might say this type of yogi makes a mountain out of a molehill. Every little thing he or she perceives is interpreted in the light of meditation literature which this yogi has read. A string of reflections and thoughts arise, again blocking the practice. Such are the symptoms of excess of intelligence. Many yogis have a great tendency to reason and check out what they hear before they accept it. They take pride in their quality of discrimination. When they come to meditate, they are always testing in an intellectual way the validity of what they are doing, verifying the practice against their intellectual understanding. If they remain caught in this pattern, such yogis will always be plagued by doubt, rotating endlessly on doubt's merry-go-round. They will never move forward. Faith balanced with intelligence, energy balanced with concentration. The characteristic of equanimity is the balancing of corresponding mental states so that one does not overwhelm the other. It creates a balance between faith and intelligence, also energy and concentration, neither in excess nor in lack. The function of equanimity as a factor of enlightenment is to fill in where there is lack and to reduce where there is excess. Equanimity arrests the mind before it falls into extremes of excess or lack. When upekkha is strong, there is total balance. No inclination at all toward excess in any direction. The yogi does not need to make an effort to be mindful. A good driver just lets the horses pull. It seems as if mindfulness is taking care of everything, like the driver of the carriage who settles back and lets the horse do the work pulling. The state of ease and balance is the manifestation of equanimity. When I was a child, I heard people talking about how to carry 2 baskets on the ends of a bamboo pole. This is common in Burma. The pole is carried over one shoulder with a loaded basket on the front end and another in back. When you first start off, you have to exert a lot of effort and the load feels burdensome. But after 10 or 15 steps, the pole begins to rock up and down to the rhythm of your walking. You and the pole and the baskets move along in a relaxed way, so that you hardly feel the load. I could not believe this at first, but now that I have meditated, I know that is quite possible. Continuous mindfulness causes equanimity. According to the Buddha, the way to bring about equanimity is wise attention, to be continually mindful from moment to moment, without a break, based on the intention to develop equanimity. One moment of equanimity causes a succeeding moment of equanimity to arise. Once equanimity is activated, it will be the cause for equanimity to continue and to deepen. It can bring one to deep levels of practice beyond the insight into the arising and passing away of phenomena. Equanimity does not arise easily in the minds of beginning yogis. Though these yogis may be diligent in trying to be mindful from moment to moment, equanimity comes and goes. The mind will be well balanced for a little while, and then it will go off again. Step by step, equanimity is strengthened. The intervals when it is present grow more prolonged and frequent. Eventually, equanimity becomes strong enough to qualify as a factor of enlightenment. Five more ways to develop equanimity. There are 5 ways to arouse equanimity discussed in the commentaries. 1. Balanced emotion toward all living things. The first and foremost is to have equanimous attitude toward all living beings. These are your loved ones, including animals. We can have a lot of attachment and desire associated with the people we love and also with our pets. Sometimes we can be what we call crazy about someone. This experience does not contribute to equanimity, which we call a state of balance. To prepare the ground for equanimity to arise, one should try to cultivate an attitude of non-attachment and equanimity toward the people and animals we love. As worldly people, it may be necessary to have a certain amount of attachment in relationships, but excessive attachment is destructive to us as well as our loved ones. We begin to worry too much over their welfare, especially in a retreat. we should try to put aside such excessive concern and worry for the welfare of our friends. One reflection that can develop non-attachment is to regard all beings as the heirs of their own karma. People reap the rewards of good karma and suffer the consequences of unwholesome acts. They created this karma under their own volition, and no one can prevent their experience of having its consequences. On the ultimate level, there is nothing you or anybody else can do to save them. If you think in this way, you may worry less about your loved ones. You can gain equanimity about beings by reflecting on ultimate reality. Perhaps you can tell yourself that, ultimately speaking, there is only mind and matter. Where is that person you are so wildly in love with? There is only Nama and Rupa, mind and body, arising and passing away from moment to moment. Which moment are you in love with? You may be able to drive some sense into your heart this way. One might worry that reflections like this could turn into unfeeling indifference and lead us into abandoning a mate or a dear person. This is not the case. Equanimity is not insensitivity, indifference, or apathy. It is simply non-preferential. Under its influence, one does not push aside the things or dislikes that he has, nor grasp at things one prefers. The mind rests in an attitude of balance and acceptance of things as they are. When equanimity, this factor of enlightenment, is present, one abandons both attachment to beings and dislikes for them. The texts tell us that equanimity is the cause for the cleansing and purification of one who has deep tendencies toward lust or desire, which is the opposite of equanimity. 2. Balanced emotion towards inanimate things. The second way of developing this factor of enlightenment is to adopt an attitude of balance towards inanimate things. These can be property, clothing, the latest fad on the market. Clothing, for example, will be ripped and stained someday. It will decay and perish because it is impermanent, like everything else. Furthermore, we do not even own it, not in the ultimate sense. Everything is non-self. There is no one to own anything. To develop balance and to cut down attachment, it is helpful to look at material things as transient. You might say to yourself, I'm going to make use of this for a short time. It's not going to last forever. People who get caught up in fads may be compelled to buy each new product that appears on the market. Once this gadget has been bought, another more sophisticated model will soon appear. Such persons throw away the old one and buy a new one. This behavior does not reflect equanimity. 3. Avoiding people who go crazy. The third method of developing equanimity as an enlightenment factor is avoiding the company of people who tend to be crazy about people and things. These people have a deep possessiveness, clinging to what they think belongs to them, both people and to things. Some people find it difficult to see another person enjoying or using their property. There is a case of an elder who had a great attachment to pets. It seems that in his monastery he bred a lot of dogs and cats. One day this elder came to the center in Yangon to do a retreat. When he was meditating, he was practicing under the favorable circumstances. But his practice was not very deep. Finally, I had an idea and asked him if he had any pets in his monastery. He brightened up and said, "Oh yes, I have so many dogs and cats. Ever since I came here, I've been thinking about whether they have enough food to eat and how they are doing." I asked him to forget about the animals and concentrate on meditation. And quite soon he was making good progress. Please do not allow over-attachment to loved ones or even pets to prevent you from attending meditation retreats, which will allow you to deepen your practice and to develop equanimity as a factor of enlightenment. 4. Choosing friends who stay cool. As a fourth method of arousing upekkha, you should choose friends who have no great attachment to beings or possessions. This method of developing equanimity is simply the converse of the preceding one. In choosing such a friend, if you happen to pick an elder I described just now, it could be a bit of a problem. 5. Inclining the mind towards balance. The fifth and last cause for this factor of enlightenment to arise is constantly to incline your mind towards the cultivation of equanimity. When your mind is inclined in this way, it will not wander off to thoughts of your dogs and cats at home, or of your loved ones. It will only become more balanced and harmonious. Equanimity is of tremendous importance both in the practice and in everyday life. Generally, we get either swept away by pleasant and enticing objects or worked up into a great state of agitation when confronted by unpleasant, undesirable objects. This wild alternation of contraries is nearly universal among human beings. When we lack the ability to stay balanced and unfaltering, we are easily swept into extremes of craving or aversion. The scriptures say that even when the mind indulges in sensual objects, it becomes agitated. This is the usual state of affairs in the world. As we can observe, in their quest for happiness, people mistake excitement of the mind for real happiness. They never have the chance to experience the greater joy that comes with peace and tranquility.
The factors of enlightenment developed into the deathless. All of the factors of enlightenment bring extraordinary benefits. Once fully developed, they have the power to bring samsaric suffering to an end. So the scriptures tell us, This means that the perpetual cyclical birth and death of beings who are composed of mental and physical phenomena can come to a complete stop. The factors of enlightenment also have the capacity to pulverize Mara's 10 armies, the destructive inner forces which keep us bound on the wheel of suffering and rebirth. For this reason, Buddhas and enlightened ones develop the factors of enlightenment and are thus able to transcend this realm of sensual pleasures as well as the realms of subtle form and all the formless realms. You may ask where one goes after being liberated from these 3 types of realms. It cannot be said there is another birth of any kind, for with Nibbana comes cessation of birth and death. Birth brings inevitable life, aging, sickness, and eventual death, all the aspects of suffering. To be free from all suffering is to be free from birth, nor will death be able to happen. Nibbana is free from birth and also from death. When fully developed, these factors of enlightenment bring the yogi to attain Nibbana. In this, they are comparable to strong, effective medicine. They confer the strength of mind necessary to withstand the ups and downs of life. Moreover, they often cure physical and mental diseases. There is no guarantee that if you meditate, you will be able to cure every disease. However, it is possible that the development of enlightenment factors can bring healing to sickness, even those which appear incurable. Purifying our mental illnesses. Mental disease is the disease of greed, hatred, delusion, jealousy, miserliness, conceit, and so forth. When these forces arise, they make the mind unclear and clouded. This clouded mind will produce physical phenomena which reflect its clouded state. Instead of having a clear and bright complexion, when your mind is clouded by negativity, you will look dull, unhappy, and unhealthy, much as if you had been breathing polluted air. However, if you are energetically trying to activate a penetrative mindfulness from moment to moment on the object of observation, very naturally the mind will stay on this object without scattering or dissipating. Samadhi or concentration is present at this time. After a due period, the mind will be cleansed of all hindrances or negative tendencies. Now wisdom will begin to unfold. When insights arise, the mind becomes even purer, as if it were breathing clean air again after returning from the hustle and bustle of a city. Mindfulness, energy, and investigation lead to concentration and insights which arise in successive stages. Each new insight is like another breath of fresh air to the mind. The stage of insight into the arising and passing away of phenomena is the beginning of good, deep practice. The factor of equanimity begins to stabilize the mind, and mindfulness becomes deeper and deeper. The arising and passing away of objects will be perfectly dear, and there will be no doubt about the true nature of what can be directly experienced. Sudden upsurges of energy may make the practice seem effortless at this point. Yogis may understand that there is no one present even to make an effort. Joy and rapture arises as the yogi perceives directly his or her own purity of mind, as well as the secret of reality unfolding from moment to moment. Tremendous joy is followed by tranquil peace and a mind that is free from doubts and worries. In this peaceful space, it is possible to see more and more clearly. Concentration can also deepen when there is no disturbance. At this deep level of practice, one can truly experience a balanced mind, a mind that is not swept away by pleasant sensations, even though extreme rapture and joy may be present. Nor due to unpleasant objects agitate the mind. Yogis feel no dislike for pain, no attachment to pleasure. Effects on the body. The 7 factors of enlightenment naturally affect the body as well as the mind, for these two are intricately connected. When the mind is really pure and infused with factors of enlightenment, this has a tremendous effect on the circulatory system. New blood being produced is extremely pure. It permeates the various organs and sense organs, clearing them. The body becomes luminous and perceptions are heightened. Visual objects will be extremely brilliant and clear. Some yogis may perceive so much light emanating from their bodies that their entire rooms may be lit up at night. The mind, too, is filled with light. There is bright faith, as well as the verified faith of believing in your own unmediated experience of what is happening. The mind becomes light and agile, as does the body, which sometimes feels as if it is floating in the air. Often, the body may become quite imperceptible, and yogis can sit for many hours without feeling any pain at all. Miraculous cures. All diseases, incurable ailments, are affected by the strength of the enlightenment factors, especially at the deeper levels of practice. At the center of Rangoon, it is common occurrence for so-called miraculous cures to occur. Entire books could be written just listing the cases. Here, I will merely mention two outstanding ones. A case of tuberculosis. Once there was a man who had been suffering from tuberculosis for many years. Having sought treatment from various doctors and traditional Burmese herbalists, and having spent time in the TB ward of Rangoon General Hospital, still he was not cured. Downhearted and desperate, he felt certain that the only path open to him led toward death. As a last resort, he applied to meditate at the center, but concealed his poor state of health lest he be refused admittance on the grounds that other yogis' health would be endangered. Within 2 weeks of practice, his chronic symptoms came to the surface with a vengeance, increased by the painful sensations that normally came during a certain period of practicing the Dhamma. His pain was so excruciating, agonizing, and exhausting that he could not sleep at all, but lay awake all night coughing. One night, I was in my cottage and I heard the terrible coughing sound that came from his quarters. Taking some Burmese herbal cough medicine, I went to him expecting to help alleviate some recently contracted flu or cold. Instead, the man was sprawled in his room, so exhausted that he could not say a word to me. His spittoon was nearly filled with blood he had coughed up. I asked if he wanted medicine, and when at least he was able to speak, he confessed his medical condition. My first thought was to wonder whether I had breathed any of his germs. The man went on apologizing for having brought this infectious condition into the retreat center, but begged for permission to continue his practice. If I leave, there is only one path for me, and that is the path to death, he said. These words touched my heart. I quickly began to encourage and inspire him to continue the practice. After making quarantine arrangements to prevent his tuberculosis from spreading all over the center, I continued to instruct him. Within a month, the man had overcome his tuberculosis through his fantastic progression in meditation. He left the center completely cured. 3 years later, he reappeared as a robust and healthy monk. I asked him how he felt now. Had his TB or coughing fits recurred? No, said the man. The TB has never returned. As for coughing, at times my throat itches, but if I am mindful of this sensation immediately, I don't begin to cough. The Dhamma is fantastic, miraculous. Having drunk the medicine of Dhamma, I am completely cured. A woman's high blood pressure. Another case happened about 20 years ago. This was a woman who lived in the center compound. She was related to one of the staff members. For a long time, she had suffered from high blood pressure and had sought treatment and drugs from doctors. Sometimes she'd come to me and I would encourage her to meditate, saying that even if she died in the course of the practice, she would enjoy a lot of happiness in her next rebirth. She always had an excuse, though, and continued to take refuge in her doctors. Finally, I gave her a scolding. Many people come from long distances, even from foreign countries, to taste the Dhamma in this retreat center. Their practice is deep and they experience many fantastic things. You live here and yet you haven't meditated to any level of satisfaction at all. You remind me of a fierce-looking stone lion which guards the foot of the stupa. Those lions, always have their backs to the stupa so that they can never pay it any respect. The woman was quite hurt by this scolding and agreed to try meditation. Within a short time, she had reached the stage of great pain. The pain for her illness, combined with the pain of the Dhamma, gave her a really tough time. She could hardly eat or sleep. Eventually, her family members, who also lived at the center, began to become alarmed at her condition. They begged her to return to their quarters so that they could take care of her. I was opposed to this and exhorted her to continue her practice rather than to listen to them. Her family members came to her again and again, and I, for my part, insisted that she continue. It was quite a battle for this woman, but she persisted with her meditation. She was very tough. She had a new surge of inspiration and resolved to see her practice through to the end, even if she died. The woman's pain was fantastically severe. She felt as if her brain was going to fall apart. The veins in her head throbbed, pounded, and hammered. She endured all of it with patience, simply watching the pain. Soon, a great heat began to emanate from her body. She emanated and radiated a great fire. Finally, she overcame all these sensations, and everything became still and calm. She had won the battle. Her high blood pressure was completely cured, and she never again had to take medicines for this disease. Other diseases. And don't forget liberation. I have witnessed cures for impacted intestines, uterine fibroids, heart disease, cancer, and more. There is no guarantee of this outcome, though I hope the stories are inspiring to you. Nonetheless, if a yogi is ardent, persistent, heroic, and courageous in trying to be mindful of pain sensations that arise from diseases or old injuries, he or she may find a miraculous recovery from these troubles. Persistent effort carries a great possibility. Satipatthana meditation is perhaps specially useful for cancer patients. Cancer is terrible. There is so much suffering both in the body and in the mind. One who is versed in Satipatthana meditation can lighten his or her burden by being mindful of pain, no matter how dire. He or she can die a peaceful death, perfectly and impeccably, mindful of just the pain. This kind of death is good and noble. May you make full use of the knowledge you have gained through this exposition on the 7 factors of enlightenment. May you cultivate each factor starting from mindfulness and finishing with equanimity, so that you can become a fully liberated being. Chapter 5. The Vipassanā jhanas, softening the rigid mind. The Buddha said, "Indeed, with meditation, one can develop knowledge and wisdom as grounded and as vast as the earth. The quality of such wisdom permeates the mind, making it expansive and vast. In the absence of meditation, however, the mind becomes narrow and rigid under the constant assault of kilesas. Each moment we are unmindful, kilesas penetrate into the mind, making it tight, tense, and agitated. The objects that bombard us at the 6 sense doors are sometimes good and sometimes bad, sometimes pleasant, sometimes unpleasant. A pleasant visual object presents itself. The unguarded mind will naturally fill with craving and clinging, closing tight around that object. Seized by this tension and agitation, the mind begins to scheme of ways to get that very pleasant object. From this plan to grasp the object, speech and physical movements may develop. If the mind is unguarded and an unpleasant object appears, aversion will naturally arise. Again, the mind will become agitated. Some manifestation might be seen: a bright face twisted into a scowl, harsh and dreadful words, or even acts of violence. In the face of objects, neither pleasant nor unpleasant, if the mind is unguarded, delusion will cloud the mind, stopping it from seeing what is true. At this moment, too, there is tension and hardness of mind. It would be foolish to think that we can eliminate pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral objects from our lives. What is important is to maintain a wholesome relationship with them. Perhaps one could stuff one's ears with cotton wool, blindfold oneself, and grope about while maintaining a meditative state of mind. But obviously, one could not block one's nostrils or anesthetize one's tongue, nor cut off the sensitivity of the body to heat, cold, or other sensations. Sitting in meditation, we try to concentrate on the primary object, but we will still hear sounds, and strong sensations may arise in other parts of the body. Despite of our effort, our practice could slip for a few moments, and our thinking mind could run completely wild. The power of restraint. The practice of restraint is an effective way of preventing this assault by kilesas. Restraint does not mean becoming dead and numb. It means guarding each sense door so that the mind does not run out through it into fantasies and thoughts, plans and schemes. Mindfulness is actually the cause for restraint to arise. When we are mindful in each moment, the mind is held back from falling into a state where greed, hatred, and delusion may erupt. If we are vigilant, eventually the mind will become somewhat tamed and content not to escape into danger of ambush by kilesas. We have to be on our toes. As soon as we come into contact with an object, we note it immediately for what it is. We want to be sure that in seeing is only the seeing, in hearing only the hearing, in touch only the touch, in taste only the taste, and in thinking just the thought. Each of these processes should be clear and simple, not burdened with a lot of extra rumination, not cluttered with kilesas. If we are able to be really mindful, objects will arise and pass without further thoughts or reactions, just the process in itself. No matter what kind of objects we are forced to encounter, we will be safe from desire or aversion. There was a great king in Buddha's time who was once very curious as to how monks keep up their precepts. Young monks, he observed, remained calm even in the vigor of their prime when lust easily arises. He asked a senior monk about this. The monk said, "When young monks come across a girl younger than they are, they consider her as their younger sister. When they come across a woman of the same age or slightly older, they consider her their elder sister. When they come across a woman older than that, they consider her their mother. If she is advanced in age, they consider her their grandmother." The king was not satisfied. He said, "But the mind is very quick, and even if you make yourself think in those ways, lust may have already arisen." The elder monk tried again. "If a monk come across a woman, If he is unmindful and begins to admire her features, her body, and then naturally lust will arise. But if he should look at a woman by dissecting her into pieces in terms of 32 parts of the body, hair, teeth, nails, and so forth, and if he reflects on the repulsiveness of these parts, he will be filled with disgust and not desire her at all. This meditation on the body was given by Lord Buddha. The king then asked, "What if a monk has more imagination than concentration?" On the subject of imagination, I would like to interpolate another story here. Somewhere on the premises of a certain meditation center, there is a little closet in which a skeleton is hung. The skeleton is for people to come and look at it, reflecting upon the imminence of death, and perhaps also on bones as a repulsive body part. Under its bony feet is a small sign that says, 16-year-old girl. Possessed of wise attention, one visitor might say, "Oh, that poor girl, only 16, but she had to die. I too will die one day." Spiritual urgency might arise, and this person might try to do more good deeds or practice meditation with greater ardor. Another visitor might reflect on the repulsiveness of the bones and see that there is nothing to the body, just bones, this frame. Along comes a young and imaginative man, standing in front of the skeleton. His eyes fall on the placard that says what it once was. He says to himself, "What a pity! How beautiful she must have been before she died." He looks at the skull and starts to flesh it out with a beautiful face, adding nice hair and a very nice neck. His eyes travel slowly downward, filling out each part of the body. He is filled with craving by the image he has called up, an image perhaps not so different from the creation of a taxidermist. Let us return now to the story of the king. The older monk replied, "All the young monks practice mindfulness. They activate restraint of their senses so that they are guarded at each sense door. Their minds are not wild. They don't fantasize about the things they see." The king was impressed. He said, "Yes, that must be very true. I can testify from my own experience that when I go to my harem without mindfulness, I get into a lot of trouble. But if I am mindful, I have no problems." I hope these tales illustrate the importance of sense restraint. Intensive restraint for retreats. During an intensive meditation retreat, the value of restraint cannot be overestimated. The scriptures give 4 practical guidelines for restraint during intensive practice. First, A yogi must act like a blind person, even though he or she may possess complete sight. The yogi should go about with lowered eyelids, incuriously, to keep the mind from scattering. Second, the yogi must act like a deaf person, not reflecting, commenting upon, nor judging the sound he or she may hear. A yogi should pretend not quite to understand sounds and should not listen for them. Third, though a yogi may have a great deal of learning, may have read a tremendous amount of meditation and tried 15 techniques, during actual practice he or she should put away all this knowledge. Keep it under lock and key, maybe even under the bed. A yogi should act like an ignorant person who does not know much and does not talk about the few things he or she knows. Fourth, a yogi should act like a hospital patient, frail and sick, by slowing down and moving very mindfully. There ought also be a fifth principle. Even though a yogi is very much alive, he or she should behave like a dead person with respect to painful sensations. As you know, a corpse can be chopped to pieces like a log without feeling anything at all. If pain arises during meditation, a yogi should summon all of his or her courage and energy simply to look it in the face. He or she should make a heroic effort to penetrate and understand the pain without shifting posture or letting aversion take over the mind. In each moment, we try to be mindful and pleasant with whatever is arising. We try to note seeing at the moment of seeing, hearing at the moment of hearing, and so forth. Real effort is being made to note. There is also accuracy of mind, a precise aim that enables the mind to hit its target of observation. Mindfulness also is present, penetrating deeply into the object. And with mindfulness comes right concentration, which keeps the mind collected, not strained or dissipated. How wisdom softens the mind. Right effort, right aim, right mindfulness, right concentration, all these are factors of the Noble Eightfold Path. When they are present in the mind, the kilesas have no chance to arise. The kilesas, which make the mind so hard and rigid and agitated, are dispelled when one is with the moment, and so the mind has a chance to soften. With continuous noting, the mind gradually becomes more able to penetrate into the true nature of things. There comes the insight that everything is made up of just mind and matter, and the mind experiences a huge sense of relief. No one is there, just mind and matter, with no one creating them. If we can further see how these phenomena are conditioned, the mind will be free of doubts. A yogi full of doubt is difficult to work with, rigid and tough and tense. No matter how much the teacher might try to convince him or her of what is beneficial in the practice, the effort will be in vain. If such a yogi can be persuaded to practice at least enough to gain insight into cause and effect, however, there will be no more problem. This insight clears the mind of doubt and makes it soft. The yogi will no longer wonder whether these phenomena of mind and matter might be created by some external force, another being invisible or supreme. As we go deeper and deeper into the moment, the mind becomes softer and more relaxed as the tensions of kilesas loosen. Observing the fleeting nature of mental and physical phenomena, one gains insight into their impermanence. As a side effect of this process, one is freed from pride and conceit. If one sees clearly the tremendous oppressions brought about by phenomena, one gains insight into their suffering nature and thereby is freed from craving. If one sees the absence of self in all phenomena, realizing that the process of mind and matter is empty and not at all related to one's wishes, one can be freed from the wrong view that there is some permanent entity called the self. This is only the beginning. The deeper we penetrate into the true nature of reality, the more our mind becomes flexible, pliable, workable, dexterous. If one attains the first path consciousness, the first experience of Nibbana, certain kilesas will never make the mind tense and rigid again. I hope that you may be continuous and active in mindfulness so that you can develop that vast and expansive wisdom as grounded as Mother Earth, the basis for all that exists on this planet.
Blowing out suffering. Neither wandering nor stopping. A riddle from the Buddha. As a teacher, I observe that many yogis' minds seem prone to wander, unaware of what is present here and now. Because I would like to help you understand the nature of the wandering mind, I will give you the following riddle. The Buddha said, "One should not allow the mind to wander without, neither should one allow the mind to stop within." A bhikkhu who is able to be mindful in that way will eventually be able to extinguish all suffering. First of all, I would like to say that all of you who sincerely practice may consider yourself kind of like bhikkhus. Those of you who want to be free from suffering may be eager to apply this advice. However, it may be hard to know in which direction to make one's leap. What is meant by wandering without, and how can we ensure that the mind will not do it? Perhaps we believe that the task is not so difficult. We have all experienced a wandering mind, and we could just use force to prevent it. But if we do not let the mind wander outside, then it has to stay inside. And the Buddha just told us not to do that. You have probably noticed that the mind occurs within you. If you focus your attention on the present moment, where is your mind? It is not outside. Then it must be inside. What can you do now? Should you take a tranquilizer and forget this whole problem? Would even this be against the Buddha's advice not to let the mind stop within? But the Buddha promised that if we follow these instructions, we can escape from rebirth and its consequences, which are old age, disease, and death. All the things that happen against our wishes. He made this very pithy statement and then retired to his Gandha Kuti, or fragrant chamber, leaving most of his listeners bewildered. Looking around for help, people finally selected the Venerable Kaccayana to explain the discourse. He was an arahant and was famous for explicating the very short discourses which the Buddha sometimes gave. Solving the Buddha's riddle. Unraveling this discourse is a challenging and rewarding intellectual exercise. I suggest you begin by asking yourself, what would happen to your mind if you did not keep it under control? How would it respond to objects? If the mind comes into contact with a pleasant, desirable, tempting object, it naturally fills with greed. This is the moment we say it has wandered off. When it touches a disgusting, painful object, it fills with aversion. Again, it becomes a wandering mind. The mind, veiled in delusion, unable to see what is happening, is also a mind that has run away. So, the Buddha was actually instructing his disciples not to allow the mental factors of greed, aversion, and delusion to arise. The experience of seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, and smelling, are these to be considered part of the wandering mind as well? The sensing process with and without mindfulness. All the sensing processes occur through a series of consciousness which are neither wholesome nor unwholesome. Immediately after this series, however, if mindfulness does not intervene, there will occur a second and perhaps a third or fourth and further series of consciousness accompanied by greed, hatred, and delusion. The point of Vipassanā practice is to sharpen mindfulness until it can catch the bare sensing process at the end of the amoral series of consciousness and forestall the arising of further series accompanied by greed, hatred, and delusion. If a mind can make this interception, we say that it is not wandering. The wandering mind is the mind that has been polluted by kilesas as it reflects on what has happened or what is happening. Practically speaking, if we begin to reflect upon the characteristics of the object, like, "Oh, what a gorgeous color," we know the mind has wandered off. If, on the other hand, we activate precise and penetrative mindfulness and diligent effort at the moment of seeing that colored object, we have the chance to understand the seeing process for what it really is. This is the chance to develop wisdom. We can see the relationship of mind to matter, the conditionality that relates them, and the characteristics of impermanence, suffering, and absence of self they share. You might like to try an experiment right now. Direct your attention to the rise and fall of the abdomen. If the mind makes an effort to be precisely aware of these movements, actually to feel them from beginning to end, it will be freed from greed, hatred, and delusion. There are no thoughts of pleasurable objects, no aversion to unpleasant objects, no deluded confusion about what is going on. Crash. Sound suddenly becomes predominant. At this moment, we leave behind the rising and falling movements. Even so, we do not consider that the mind has wandered if we are able to recognize immediately that this is a sound and note it as hearing, without getting carried away by reflections about what caused the sound and so forth. There is no greed, no hatred, or delusion in the mind. It is another matter if the mind is drawn away by a familiar tune, and we begin to remember the last time we heard it and what the singer's name is. Even during a sitting, some yogis wriggle and tap their fingers when they remember songs from the past. They certainly suffer from a wandering mind. Once there was a yogi who was having a very interesting and powerful sitting. She was sitting nice and quiet when suddenly a neighboring yogi noisily got up from the cushion. She heard bones creak and clothing rustle. Immediately our yogi began to think, inconsiderate, how can he get up like that in the middle of an hour when I am trying to meditate? She worked herself into quite a rage that might be called the great mind wandering. Most yogis, of course, work very conscientiously to avoid this state by being mindful of the object at the moment of occurrence, so as not to be caught by the wandering mind. This is exactly what the Venerable Kaccayana said to do. Jhanas. There are yet deeper aspects to this business of not wandering. The mind that is not wandering is the mind that is penetratively mindful of what is happening. The word penetrative is not used casually. It refers to a jhanic factor that must arise in the mind. Jhana is usually translated as absorption. Actually, it refers to the quality of mind that is able to stick to an object and observe it. Imagine you find something in the mud and you want to pick it up. If you take a sharp instrument and stick it into that thing, it will penetrate the object so that you can lift it out of the mud. If you were unclear and uncertain what the object was, you can look at it closely now. The same goes for the food on your plate. The way your fork pierces a morsel illustrates this jhanic factor. Samatha jhana. There are two types of jhana, Samatha jhana and Vipassanā jhana. Some of you may have heard about the Samatha jhana and wonder why am I talking about them in the context of Vipassana. Samatha jhana is pure concentration, fixed awareness of a single object, a mental image for example, such as a colored disc or a light. The mind is fixed on this object without wavering or moving elsewhere. Eventually the mind develops a very peaceful, tranquil, concentrated state and becomes absorbed in the object. Different levels of absorption are described in the texts, each level having specific qualities. Vipassana jhana. On the other hand, Vipassana jhana allows the mind to move freely from object to object, staying focused on the characteristics of impermanence, suffering, and absence of self that are common to all objects. Vipassana jhana also includes the mind which can be focused and fixed upon the bliss of Nibbana. Rather than the tranquility and absorption which are the goals of Samatha jhana practitioners, the most important results of Vipassana jhana are insights and wisdom. Vipassana jhana is the focusing of the mind on Paramattha Dhammas. Usually these are spoken of as ultimate realities, but actually they are just the things we can experience directly through the 6 sense doors without conceptualization. Most of them are Sankhara Paramattha Dhamma, or conditioned ultimate realities, mental and physical phenomena which are changing all the time. Nibbana is also a Paramattha Dhamma, but of course it is not conditioned. Breathing is a good example of a conditioned process. The sensations you feel at the abdomen are conditioned ultimate realities. Sankhara Paramattha Dhamma, caused by your intention to breathe. The whole process of concentrating one's attention on the abdomen is to penetrate the actual quality and nature of what is happening there. When you are aware of movement, tension, tautness, heat or cold, you have begun to develop Vipassanā jhana. Mindfulness at the respective sense doors follows the same principle. If there is diligent effort and penetrative awareness, focusing on what is happening in any particular sense process, the mind will understand the true nature of what is happening. The sensing processes will be understood in individual characteristics as well as common ones. According to the foretold way of reckoning, which admits of 4 levels of jhana, the first jhana possesses 5 factors which we will describe below. All of them are important in Vipassana practice. The 5 jhanic factors. The first of them is called vitakka. It is the factor of aiming accurately, directing the mind toward an object. It also has the aspect of establishing the mind on the object, so that the mind stays there. The second factor is vichara, generally translated as investigation or reflection. After vitakka has brought the mind to the object and placed it firmly there, vichara continues to rub the mind onto the object. You can experience this yourself when observing rising and falling. First, you make the effort to be precise in aiming the mind at the rising process. Then your mind reaches the object and it does not slip off. It impinges on the object, rubs against it. As you are mindful in an intuitive and accurate way from moment to moment, the mind gets more and more pure. The hindrances of desire, aversion, sloth, restlessness and doubt weaken and disappear. The mind becomes crystal clear and calm. This state of clarity results from the presence of the 2 jhanic factors we just discussed. It is called viveka, which means seclusion. The consciousness is secluded, far away from hindrances. This viveka is not a jhanic factor. It is merely a descriptive term for this secluded state of consciousness. The third jhanic factor is piti or rapture, a delighted interest in what is occurring. This factor may manifest physically as goosebumps, as feelings of being dropped suddenly as if in an elevator, or as feelings of rising off the ground. The fourth jhanic factor, sukha or happiness or comfort, comes on the heels of the third. One feels very satisfied with the practice because both the third and the fourth jhanic factors come about as a result of seclusion from the hindrances. They are called vivekaja piti sukha, meaning the rapture, joy and happiness born out of seclusion. Think of this sequence as a causal chain. Seclusion of mind comes about because of the presence of the first 2 jhanic factors. If the mind is accurately aimed at the object, if it hits it and rubs it, After some time, the mind will become secluded. Because the mind is secluded from the hindrances, one becomes happy, joyous, and comfortable. When these first 4 jhanic factors are present, the mind automatically becomes calm and peaceful, able to concentrate on what is happening without getting scattered or dispersed. This one-pointedness of mind is the 5th jhanic factor, samadhi, or concentration.
Access to the first Vipassanā jhana requires insight into mind and matter. It is not sufficient to have all 5 factors present for one to say one has attained the first Vipassanā jhana. The mind must also come to penetrate into the Dhamma a little bit, enough to see the interrelationship of mind and matter. At this time, we say that access to the first Vipassanā jhana has occurred. A yogi whose mind is composed of these 5 jhanic factors will experience a new accuracy of mindfulness, a new level of success in sticking with the object. Intense rapture, happiness, and comfort in the body may also arise. This could be the occasion for him or her to gloat over the wondrousness of the meditation practice. Oh wow, I'm getting really precise and accurate. I even feel like I'm floating in the air. You might recognize this reflection as a moment of attachment. Stopping within. Anyone can get caught up in rapture, happiness, and comfort. This attachment to what is happening within us is a manifestation of a special kind of craving, a craving not connected with ordinary, worldly, sensual pleasures. Rather, such craving comes directly out of one's meditation practice. When one is unable to be aware of this craving when it arises, it will interfere with one's practice. Rather than directly noting, one wallows in the pleasant phenomena unmindfully, or thinks about the future delights that might ensue from one's practice. Now we can understand the Buddha's mystifying admonition, for this attachment to the pleasant results of meditation is what he meant by stopping within. It seems we have explicated this very short sutta instructing us to avoid wandering without as well as stopping within. There is still a bit more to discuss, however, to deepen our understanding. Threefold seclusion. The sutta implies that one should avoid certain things when one practices meditation. One avoids contact with karma or sensual pleasures, and with unwholesome dhammas. One avoids these 2 things precisely by practicing threefold seclusion. First, kaya viveka, seclusion of the body. Second, chitta viveka, seclusion of mind. And third, Upadi Viveka, which comes as a result of the first two and is a state where defilements and hindrances are very far away and weak. Kaya Viveka actually refers to seclusion not from a physical body, but from the body of objects related to sensual pleasures. This means simply the objects of the senses considered as a group: sounds, visual objects, smells, tastes, and tactile objects. Seclusion from unwholesome dhammas comes under the category of Chitta Viveka. Seclusion of the mind from the various hindrances which obstruct the growth of concentration and insight. In a practical way, this Chitta Viveka simply means activating mindfulness moment to moment. A yogi who can maintain continuity of mindfulness moment to moment has activated Chitta Viveka. These two types of Viveka do not come without an effort. For Kaya Viveka, we must remove ourselves from an environment of sensual pleasures, taking the opportunity to practice in a place conducive to peace of mind. This removal is not in itself sufficient, of course. To acquire Chitta Viveka, we become mindful of all the objects that arise at the six sense doors. To be mindful, one must direct the mind toward an object. The effort to be mindful is instrumental in bringing a sense of accuracy in the mind. This aim, this effort toward accuracy, in placing the mind squarely on the meditation object, is the first jhanic factor, Vitakka. So, you must have aiming. You try to observe the rising and falling of the abdomen. Eventually, the mind hits the bull's eye, clearly noticing sensation of hardness, tension, moment. It begins to impinge and rub against the object. This is vichara, as we said before. After the mind has been rubbing against its object for some time, it will become engrossed and absorbed into it. When you stay with the rise and fall of the abdomen, fewer thoughts arise. You may even go for some time without having a single thought. Clearly, the mind is free from objects of sensual pleasure and also from kilesas which are caused by these objects. Kaya Viveka and Chitta Viveka are therefore present. With continued practice, effort and continuity, the kilesas will fade into extreme remoteness. At last, you have the third type of seclusion, Upadi Viveka. A special kind of happiness. With Upadi Viveka, the mind becomes soft and subtle, light, buoyant, dexterous, and flexible. A special kind of happiness, Nekkhamma Sukha, arises. The happiness and comfort that come from being free from sensual objects as well as from the unwholesome kilesas, which reacts to those objects. So, in place of ordinary apparent happiness, this liberating comfort appears. Does it seem strange that in relinquishing the comfort of senses, one gains a very comfortable state of being liberated from the very senses we have relinquished? This is the true renunciation of sense pleasures. Seclusion of the mind from unwholesome dhammas actually means seclusion of the mind from all kilesas. There is no opportunity for kilesas to arise because the immediate cause of kilesas, namely sense objects, have been given up. Now the word jhana, the state of being absorbed, takes on a whole new meaning. As a result of the jhanic factors of vitakka, aim, and vichara, rubbing, sensual pleasures have been given up and the kilesas put away. Not only does this Vipassanā jhana allow absorption, but it also removes kilesas. It burns them away as if it were fire. The relationship of vitakka and vichara. In the development of jhanic states, these two factors of vitakka and vichara, accurate aim and impingement, are absolutely important. The two of them have a close relationship, which is much discussed in the scriptures. Below are two examples. Imagine that you have a brass cup that is covered with dirt and stains. You take brass polish and put it on a rag. Holding the cup in one hand, you use the other hand to rub the rag against its surface, working diligently and carefully. Soon you will have a shiny cup. In the same way, a yogi must hold his or her mind in the particular place where the primary object is occurring, the abdomen. He or she keeps applying mindfulness at that place, rubbing it until the stains and pollution of the kilesas disappear. Then he or she will be able to penetrate into the true nature of what is happening at that spot. He or she will comprehend the process of rising and falling. Of course, if other objects become more prominent than the primary object, a yogi must note them applying vitakka and vichara toward the new phenomena. Holding the mug with one hand is analogous to vitakka, while the polishing action is analogous to vichara. Imagine what would happen if this yogi only held onto the mug and did not polish it. It would remain as dirty as before. If he or she tried to polish it without holding it steadily, it would again be impossible to do a good job. This illustrates the interdependency of the two factors. The second example is that of a compass, the kind used in geometry. As you know, a compass has two arms, a pointed one and another which holds the pencil. You must firmly place your mind on the object of meditation, as if your mind were the pointed end of the compass. And then you must rotate the mind, so to speak, until it can see the object as a while and very clearly. A perfect circle will result. Again, the placing of the pointed end is analogous to vitakka, and the rotation is vichara. Direct, intuitive knowledge. Sometimes vichara is translated into English as investigation or sustained thought. This is very misleading. People in the West have been educated since kindergarten to use their intellects, always to seek the whys and wherefores. Unfortunately, this kind of investigation is inappropriate for meditation. Intellectual learning and knowledge is only one of two kinds. The other kind of knowledge and learning is direct and intuitive. In meditation, one example is the ultimate realities or paramattha dhammas directly. One must actually experience them without thinking about them. This is the only way to attain insight and wisdom, relating to things that they really are, the natural state of affairs. One may understand a lot intellectually about ultimate reality. One may have read a great deal, but without experiencing reality directly, there can be no insight. The reason why the samatha jhanas can grant tranquility but do not lead directly to wisdom is that they have concepts as their objects, rather than objects which can be directly experienced without thinking. The Vipassanā jhanas lead to wisdom because they consist of direct, sustained contact with the ultimate realities. Say you have an apple in front of you, and you have heard someone say that it is very juicy, sweet, and delicious apple. Perhaps instead you come across this same apple and you think, "Boy, that looks like a really juicy apple. I bet it will be very sweet." You can think, you can bet, but until you take a bite, you will not experience the taste of that fruit. So too with meditation. You may vividly imagine what a certain experience is like, but you have not experienced the real thing until you have actually made the effort to practice in the right way. Then you will have your own insight. There is no arguing with the taste of the apple.
Hindrances and antidotes. Just as darkness engulfs a room in the middle of the night when there is no candle, so the darkness of delusion and ignorance arises in the human mind when it is not properly attuned to the object of meditation. This darkness is not empty and uneventful, though. On the contrary, in each moment of ignorance, the mind is continually seeking and grasping after desirable sights, sounds, thoughts, smells, tastes, and sensations. Beings in this condition spend all their waking hours seeking, grasping, and clinging. They are so enmeshed that it is difficult for them to appreciate the possibility of another sort of happiness beyond those sensual pleasures which are so familiar. Talk of meditation, the practical method of achieving a higher happiness, will be unintelligible to them. Vipassanā practice is a full and continuous attention to the object. This involves two aspects of concentration, vitakka and vichara, aiming and rubbing discussed above. These two jhanic factors keep the mind absorbed in the object of noting. If they are absent, the mind will stray. Bombarded by sense objects and kilesas, especially the kilesas of longing for sensual objects, the mind will be engulfed by delusion and ignorance. There will be no light, no chance for the remaining three jhanic factors to assemble with the first two to create the environment of peace, clarity, and joy where insight blooms. The 5 hindrances. The 5 specific ways in which the mind strays from its object are called the 5 hindrances. Of the seemingly endless variety of kilesas, the hindrances represent the 5 major types. They are labeled hindrances because each of them has a particular power to obstruct and impede our practice. As long as the mind is seduced by temptations of the senses, it cannot remain steadily observing a meditation object. Drawn away time and again, it will never travel that path of practice which leads beyond ordinary happiness. Thus, kama chanda or sensual desire is the first and greatest hindrance to our practice. For an object to be distracting in an unpleasant way is another frequent occurrence. Upon contact with an unpleasant object, the mind fills with vyapada, aversion or anger. This too leads the mind away from the object, and so also away from the direction of true happiness. At other times, alertness and vigilance vanish. The mind becomes drowsy, unworkable, and sluggish. Once again, it cannot stay with the object. This called thina midda, sloth and torpor. It is the third on the list of hindrances. Sometimes the mind becomes very frivolous and dissipated, flirting with one object and then another. This is called uddhacca kukkucca, restlessness and worry. The mind cannot stay one-pointed on its object, but is scattered and dissipated, full of memories of past deeds, remorse and regret, worry and agitation. The fifth and last major hindrance is vicikicca, skeptical doubt and criticism. Surely you have experienced times when you have doubted yourself, the method of practice, or your teachers. You may compare this practice to others you have done or heard about, and you become completely paralyzed, like a traveler at a crossroads who is unsure of the right way and cannot decide which path to take. The presence of hindrances mean that rapture, comfort, one-pointedness of mind, right aim, and continuity are lacking. These 5 wholesome factors are the factors of the first jhana. They are integral parts of successful Vipassanā practice. Each jhanic factor is the antidote for a specific hindrance, and each hindrance is the enemy of a jhanic factor. Concentration, the antidote for sensual desire. In this sensual world, the hindrance of sense desire is chiefly responsible for keeping us in the darkness. Concentration, one-pointedness, is its antidote. When your mind is concentrated on the object of meditation, it does not attach itself to the other thoughts, nor does it desire pleasant sights and sounds. Pleasurable objects lose their power over the mind. Dispersion and dissipation cannot occur. Rapture, the antidote for aversion. As concentration takes the mind to more subtle levels, deep interest arises. Rapture and joy fills one's being. This development frees the mind from the second hindrance, for anger cannot coexist with joy. Thus, the scriptures say that joy and rapture are the antidotes to anger. Happiness or comfort, the antidote for restlessness. Now, with meditation well developed, a great sense of comfort can begin to arise. The mind watches unpleasant sensations peacefully without aversion. There is ease in the mind, even if the objects are difficult. Sometimes pain even disappears under the influence of mindfulness, leaving behind a sense of physical release. With this physical and mental comfort, the mind is content to remain with the object. It does not fly about. Comfort is the antidote for relentlessness and anxiety. Aim, the antidote for sloth and torpor. The jhanic factor of vitakka or aim has the specific power to open and refresh the mind. It makes the mind alive and open. Thus, when the mind is continually and diligently trying to be accurate in aiming at the object, sloth and torpor do not arise. A mind attacked by drowsiness is a mind that has been constricted and withered. Vitakka is the antidote to thina middha. Continuous attention or rubbing, the antidote for doubt. If aim is good, it follows that the mind will hit its target of observation. This impinging or rubbing against the object is the jhanic factor of vichara. which has the function of continuity, keeping the mind stuck to its object of observation. Continuous attention is the opposite of doubt, for doubt is indecision. The doubting mind cannot fix itself or any particular object. Instead, it runs here and there, considering possibilities. Obviously, when vichara is present, the mind cannot slip from object and behave in this manner. Immature wisdom also contributes to the spreading of doubt. Without a certain depth and maturity of practice, it is obvious that very profound Dhamma will be obscure to us. Beginning yogis may wonder about things they have heard about but never experienced. But the more they try to think such things, the less they will understand. Frustration and continued thinking eventually lead to criticism. For this vicious cycle, continuous attention is again the antidote. A mind firmly stuck to its object uses all its power to observe. It does not generate critical thoughts. Comprehending the nature of this world. When you can keep your attention on the rising and falling from the very beginning of its occurrence to the very end, developing that penetrative, accurate mindfulness from moment to moment in an unbroken and continuous manner, then you may come to notice that you can see clearly with your mind's eye the entire rising process. From its beginning, through the middle, to the end, there is not a single gap. The experience is utterly clear to you. You now begin to move through the progression of insights that is only available through Vipassanā meditation. Direct observation of mind and body. First, you make the subtle distinction between the mental and physical elements constituting the rising and falling processes. Sensations are material objects, distinct from the consciousness that perceives them. As you observe more clearly, you begin to see how mind and matter are mutually connected, causally linked. An intention in the mind causes the appearance of a series of physical objects constituting a movement. Your mind starts to appreciate how the mind and matter come into being and disappear. The fact of arising and vanishing comes into crystal focus. It becomes obvious that all objects in your field of consciousness have the nature to come and go. Sounds begin and they end. Sensations in the body arise and then dissolve. Nothing lasts. At this point in the practice, there begins to be a strong presence of all 5 factors of the first jhana, discussed above. Aiming and impinging, vitakka and vichara, have strengthened. Concentration, rapture, and comfort join them. The first Vipassanā jhana is said to be complete, and Vipassanā jnana or Vipassana insight knowledge can begin to arise. Vipassana insight knowledge is concerns specifically with the three general characteristics of conditioned phenomena: anicca or impermanence, dukkha or unsatisfactoriness or suffering, and anatta or absence of a abiding self. Anicca, impermanence. As you watch objects come and go, you will begin to appreciate their momentary nature, their impermanence. This knowledge of anicca is direct, first-hand. You feel its truth anywhere you place your attention. During the moment your mind is in contact with the object, you see clearly how the object dissolves. A great sense of satisfaction arises. You feel a deep interest in your meditation and rejoice at fact and truth about the universe. Even simple and general observations tells us that the body is anicca or impermanent. Therefore, the term anicca refers to the whole body. Looking closer, we see that all phenomena which occur at the six sense doors are anicca. They are impermanent things. We can also understand anicca to mean all the impermanent things comprising mind and matter, mental and physical phenomena. There is no object we can find in this conditioned world that is not anicca. The fact of arising and falling away is anicca lakkana, the characteristic sign of impermanence. It is precisely in the arising and passing that anicca can be recognized. Aniccanupassana is the intuitive comprehension which realizes the fact of impermanence. It occurs in the very moment of noting a particular object and watching it dissolve. It is important to make this point that aniccanupassana only can occur in the precise moment when one sees the passing away of a phenomenon. In the absence of such immediate seeing, then it is impossible to understand impermanence. Would one be justified in saying that one has had an insight into impermanence through reading about the impermanent state of things? Can one say an insight has occurred at the moment when one's teacher says that all things pass away? Or can one deeply understand impermanence through deductive or inductive reasoning? The answer to these questions is a firm no. True insight only occurs in the presence of a non-thinking, bare awareness of the passing away of phenomena in the present moment. Say you are watching the rising and falling of the abdomen. In the moment of rising, you may be aware of tautness, tenseness, expansion and movement. If you can follow these rising processes from beginning to end, and the ending of these sensations is clear to you, it is possible for aniccanupassana to occur. All sensations that can be felt at the abdomen or anywhere else are anicca, impermanent things. These characteristics of having appeared at the beginning of the rising process and having disappeared at the end constitute anicca lakkana. The realization that they are impermanent can only occur in a moment when one is observing their disappearance. Impermanence is not confined to one's abdomen. Everything that occurs in seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, thinking, touching, all the sensations of the body, heat and cold, and hardness and pain, and all of one's miscellaneous activities like bending, turning, reaching out, walking, all these things are impermanent. If you can see the vanishing of any of these objects, you will be involved in aniccanupassana. You will lose the illusion of permanence. Mana, or conceit, also will be absent. In fact, during times when you are mindfully aware of impermanence, your general level of conceit will progressively diminish. Dukkha, suffering or unsatisfactoriness. The second characteristic of conditioned reality is dukkha, suffering or unsatisfactoriness. It can be discussed under the same three categories: dukkha, dukkha lakkana, and dukkhanupassana. During your observation of anicca, very naturally the factor of suffering will also become apparent. As phenomena arise and pass, you will realize that nothing is dependable and there is nothing fixed to cling to. Everything is in flux, and this is unsatisfactory. Phenomena provide no refuge. Dukkha itself is actually a kind of synonym for impermanence, referring to all impermanent things. Whatever is impermanent also is suffering. At this point of development in meditation practice, painful sensations can become very interesting. One can observe them for some time without reacting. One sees that they are not solid at all. They do not actually last more than the briefest instant. The illusion of continuity begins to crumble. A pain in the back. One sees a fiery heat transform itself into pressure and then into throbbing. The throbbing changes its texture, its shape, and intensity, moment by moment. Finally, a climax occurs. The mind is able to see the breakup and disintegration of that pain. Pain vanishes from the field of consciousness. Conquering the pain, one is filled with joy and exhilaration. The body feels cool, calm, comfortable. Yet, one is not deluded into thinking that suffering has been abolished. The unsatisfying nature of sensations becomes ever more clear. One begins to see this body as a mess of painful and unsatisfactory phenomena, dancing without respite to impermanence's tune. The characteristic of dukkha or dukkha lakkana is oppression by impermanence. Precisely because all objects arise and pass away from moment to moment, we live in a highly oppressive situation. Once arising had occurred, there is no way to prevent passing away. Dukkhanupassana, the insight that comprehends suffering. also occurs at the moment when one is contemplating the passing away of phenomena, but it has a different flavor from aniccanupassana. One is suddenly seized by a great realization that none of these objects is dependable. There is no refuge in them. They are fearsome things. Again, it is important to understand that the appreciation of suffering we gain through reading books or through our own reasoning and reflection does not constitute the real thing. Dukkhanupassana only occurs when the mind is present with bare awareness, watching the arising and passing away of phenomena, and understanding their impermanence is fearful, fearsome, undesirable, and bad. The true realization that suffering is inherent in all phenomena can be very powerful. It eliminates the deluded view that these things are pleasurable. When such an illusion vanishes, craving cannot arise. Anatta, the absence of self. Automatically now, one appreciates anatta, that no one is behind these processes. Moment to moment, phenomena occur. This is a natural process with which one is not identified. This wisdom relating to the absence of self in things, anattanupassana, also is based on two preceding aspects, anatta itself and anatta lakkana. Anatta refers to all impermanent phenomena which possesses no self-essence. In other words, every single element of mind and matter. The only difference from anicca and dukkha is that a different aspect is being highlighted. The characteristic of anatta, anatta lakkana, is seeing that an object does not arise or pass away according to one's wishes. All the mental and physical phenomena that occur in us come and go of their own accord, responding to their own natural laws. Their occurrence is beyond our control. We can see this in a general way by observing the weather. At times it is extremely hot, at other times freezing cold. At times it is wet, at other times dry. Some climates are fickle, such that one does not know what will happen next. In no climate can one adjust the temperature to suit one's comfort. Weather is subject to its own natural laws, just like the elements that constitute our mind and bodies. When we fall ill, suffer, and eventually die, are these processes not contrary to our wishes? While conscientiously watching all the mental and physical phenomena arising and passing away within, one may be struck by the fact that no one is in control of the process. Such an insight comes quite naturally. It is not affected or manipulated in any way, nor does it come from reflection. It simply occurs when one is present, observing the passing away of phenomena. This is called anattanupassana. When one is unable to see the momentary arising and passing away of phenomena, one is easily misled to think that there is a self, an individual, unchanging entity behind the process of body and mind. With clear awareness, this false view is momentarily eliminated.
Verified knowledge by comprehension. The fulfillment of the first Vipassana jhana. When awareness is clear, especially when the passing away of things is noticeable, one can appreciate intuitively the characteristics of impermanence, of suffering, or of absence of self that are inherent in all phenomena. The intuitive understanding of all three of these characteristics is included in a particular stage of insight, sammasana, meaning the insight that arises out of verification. Often this term is translated as verified knowledge by comprehension. One comprehends or verifies the three characteristics through a personal experience of seeing the disappearance of phenomena. Though it is very commonly used, the word insight may not be an appropriate translation of the Pali word Vipassanā. The word Vipassana has two parts, Vi and Passana. Vi refers to various modes and Passana is seeing. Thus, one meaning of Vipassana is seeing through various modes. These various modes, of course, are those of impermanence, suffering, and absence of self. A more complete translation of Vipassana now becomes seeing through the modes of impermanence, suffering, and absence of self. Another synonym for Vipassana is Paccekana. Pacceka here refers to direct experiential perception, because true Vipassana only arises when one is mindful, because it occurs intuitively rather than from reasoning. It is called a direct experiential insight, Paccekana. As Vipassana recurs in one's practice, the mind is led into a natural and spontaneous reflection that impermanence, suffering, and non-self are not only manifest in the present situation. One realizes by deduction that these three qualities have also manifested throughout the past and will continue to prevail in the future. Other beings and objects are constituted of the same elements as oneself, all impermanent, unsatisfactory, and empty of self-nature. This reflection is called deductive knowledge, and it is a further aspect of the jhanic factors of vitakka and vichara, manifesting in this case on the thinking level. At this stage, the first Vipassana jhana is considered to be fully developed, and the stage of practice called verified knowledge by comprehension, sammasana, is fulfilled. One has a deeper and clear appreciation of the three characteristics of conditioned phenomena, anicca, dukkha, and anatta, one has reached the deductive conclusion that in this world there never has been, nor will there ever be, a situation that is not pervaded by these three aspects. Deduction and reflection tend to be present in the first Vipassanā jhana. They are harmless unless they begin to take over one's mind, especially in the case of a person who is highly intellectual, who has vivid imagination, or is philosophically bent. Too much reflection can get in the way of personal and direct experience. It can actually put a stop to insight. If one is this kind of person and finds one's practice somewhat undermined, one can console oneself with the knowledge that this is not wrong thinking. In this instance, reflection is connected with the Dhamma rather than with greed or aversion. Despite this fact, of course, one should make the effort to return to bare observation, simply experiencing phenomena. Wholesome and unwholesome vitakka. The word vitakka, used for the jhanic factor of accurate aim, includes this reflection on a thinking level, directing one's attention towards a thought. There are wholesome and unwholesome kinds of vitakka. Directing one's attention towards sense pleasures is said to be unwholesome vitakka. Its wholesome counterpart is vitakka connected with renunciation. Vitakka connected with aversion and aggression is unwholesome. Vitakka connected with non-aversion and with non-violence is wholesome. When deductive knowledge of anicca, dukkha, and anatta arises as explained above, the vitakka connected with sensual pleasures is absent. In the series of thoughts that come out of direct personal insight, some desire may be present, but it probably will not be concerned with the pleasures of this world, fame, sex, wealth, property. More likely, one will feel a very wholesome desire to renounce the world, or to be generous, or to spread the Dhamma. These thoughts constitute vitakka or reflections. They are connected with non-greed or renunciation. Vitakka connected with anger is an aggressive state of mind in which one desires that another person suffer harm and misfortune. Rooted in anger, it has a destructive quality behind it. Non-aversion or non-hatred refers to the lovely quality of metta, loving kindness. In contrast to the aggressive, destructive quality of hatred, metta wishes the welfare and happiness of others. When one has tested the Dhamma through personal experiences, as mentioned above, it is not unusual to want to share it with loved ones. You want others to have the same experience. This kind of thought is connected with metta, for it wishes the well-being of others. The last path of vitakka is connected with causing harm. It has two branches, cruel thought and uncruel thought. A cruel thought contains the desire to harm, oppress, torture, or kill other beings. It is another very destructive quality of the mind rooted in hatred. Non-cruelty, on the other hand, is a quality of compassion, of karuna, wanting to help others and to relieve them of any suffering or distress they may feel. One who has strong compassion will not only feel it emotionally, but will also seek ways and means to relieve the suffering of others. Vichara as reflective knowledge. If such reflective thoughts recur again and again, this process takes the name of vichara. This is the same word used for the more sustained, rubbing aspect of focused attention. Here it means repeated reflection on the thinking level. First, one experiences a direct intuitive insight, and afterwards, deductive knowledge arises concerning the insight. Deductive knowledge is spicy and enjoyable, but in excess, it develops into long trains of thought which interrupt the process of direct observation. These may be very noble thoughts of renunciation, metta, and compassion, but nonetheless, one is caught by them and carried away. At this time, insight cannot occur. May you strongly generate those two very important mental factors, vitakka and vichara, in your practice. May you aim the mind carefully and rub the object thoroughly until you see it clearly and penetrate its true nature. May you not be sidetracked even by wonderful thoughts. Thus, you will go through the various stages of insight and eventually realize Nibbana. Reaching the higher Vipassanā jhanas. The first Vipassanā jhana operates up to the point where a yogi attains the insight into the rapid arising and passing away of phenomena. Experiencing this insight and going beyond it, a yogi grows up, as it were. The second Vipassanā jhana. He or she leaves behind the childhood of reflective thinking and enters the maturity of simple, bare attention. Now the meditator's mind becomes lucid and sharp. He or she is able to follow the very fast rate at which phenomena appear and disappear from moment to moment. Because of the continuity and sharpness of mindfulness, there is little discursive thinking, nor is there doubt about the impermanent, momentary nature of mind and matter. At this time, the practice seems effortless. In the absence of effortful application and reflective thought, there is space for joy and rapture. This non-thinking, bare attention is called the second Vipassanā jhana. In the first Vipassanā jhana, then, the mind is congested with effort and discursive thinking. It is only when the second Vipassanā jhana arises at the beginning of insight into the arising and passing affair of phenomena that clarity, rapture, faith, and great comfort begin to predominate. The danger of faith, calm, rapture, and happiness. The mind is able to become more precise and concentration deepens. This deepened concentration leads to the clear, verified faith that arises from personal experience. It also brings believing faith. Faith that if one continues the practice, one will gain the benefit promised by the Buddha and by one's teachers. Rapture, mental and physical comfort also becomes strong at this stage. When yogi attain the second Vipassanā jhana, there is a strong likelihood that they will become attached to these extraordinary pleasant states of mind. They experience the deepest happiness of their lives. Some may even believe they have become enlightened. In such a case, the prospect of further progress grows dim. Yogi will have done what the Buddha called stopping within, which I discussed earlier. If you have extraordinary experiences, please make it a point to note and label them. Be clearly aware that rapture, faith, tranquility, and so forth are no more than mental states. If, while noting them, you realize that you attach to them, cut the attachment immediately and return your attention to the primary object at the abdomen. Only then will your progress continue, and it will bring you even sweeter fruit. Meditation teachers have to be tactful in dealing with students who are in this stage of practice. The students are so excited by their experiences that they tend to rebel if the teacher is too deflating. Instead, one might gently say, "Your practice is not bad. These are natural things which arise in practice. But there are many other experiences which are much better than what you have now. So why don't you note all these things so you can experience the better ones?" Paying heed to these instructions, the yogi returns to sitting and carefully notes the lights, faith, rapture, happiness, tranquility, and comfort. It dawns on him or her that this simple noting actually is the correct path of practice. Thus, oriented, he or she can proceed with great confidence. The arising of the third Vipassanā jhana. Rapture will gradually fade, but mindfulness and concentration will continue to deepen. Then, insight into the true nature of what is happening will become very strong. At this point, the enlightenment factor of upekkha, equanimity, becomes predominant. The mind remains unshaken by pleasant objects as well as unpleasant ones, and a deep sense of comfort arises in the body and mind. Yogis can sit for long hours without pain, and their bodies become pure, light, and robust. This is the third Vipassanā jhana, whose two jhanic factors are comfort and one-pointedness of mind. The third jhana arises at a more mature stage of the insight into arising and passing away. The transition from the second jhana to the third is a critical turning point in practice. Human beings have a natural attachment to thrills and excitement which agitate the mind. Rapture is one of these agitating pleasures. It creates ripples in the mind. It is rather adolescent, though. So when you experience it, be certain to increase your vigilance and note as meticulously as you can. As long as a yogi remains unattached to rapture, he or she will not move forward into the more mature, subtle happiness that comes with peace and comfort. The climax of happiness. The scriptures illustrate the transition with the story of a mother cow who is suckling her calf. It is important to wean the calf early so that the cow's milk can be used by human beings. If the calf is not weaned, it will constantly drink up all the cow's milk. This calf is like the second jhana, which feeds and thrives on piti or rapture. The mother cow might be the third jhana, and the person who is able to drink the sweet, fresh milk is like a yogi who has successfully gone beyond his or her attachment to rapture. The happiness or comfort that can be tasted in this third Vipassanā jhana is said in the scriptures to be the peak or climax of happiness that can be experienced in Vipassana practice. It is the sweetest. Nevertheless, the yogi can dwell in it with equanimity and without attachment. To continue noting precisely remains crucial, lest the comforts of mind and body, the sharpness and clarity of insight, give rise to subtle attachment. If you feel that your insight is fantastic, sharp, and clear, you should note this. However, attachment is less likely to arise, since a comprehensive, panoramic mindfulness is present which notes each object easily and without slipping. dissolution of phenomena. The comfort disappears. The third jhana is called the climax of happiness because there is no more happiness in the next jhana. As you note phenomena, you will gradually pass beyond the stage of insight into arising and passing away into the stage of dissolution of phenomena. At this point, the beginnings and the middles of objects are no longer clear. Instead, the mind perceives continuous dissolution of phenomena, which disappear as soon as they are noted. Often, it seems as if there is no body at all, only bare phenomena dissolving away continuously. Yogis tend to get distraught and upset, not only because they feel a lack of comfort, but also because the rapid disappearance of phenomena can be quite disconcerting. Before you can note an object, it has gone, leaving empty space. The next phenomena behaves in the same way. Concepts become indistinct. Up to now, the yogi may have seen phenomena clearly, but the mental factor of perception or recognition was still mixed in. Thus, he or she was able to see both the ultimate, non-conceptual reality of objects and also the concept of form, body, arm, leg, head, abdomen, and so forth. At the dissolution stage of insight, concepts fall away. You may be unable to tell where the phenomena are located. There is only disappearance. What happened? You may cry. I was doing so well, and now my practice is falling apart. It is out of control. I can't note a single thing. Self-judgment, dissatisfaction fill your mind. Obviously, there is no comfort. Eventually, it is possible to gain ease in this new space. You can just coolly settle back and watch the continual flow of phenomena. This stage of insight is called insight into dissolution of phenomena. It has an interesting quality. There is no more physical or mental happiness or ease, nor are there outright discomforts or pains in the body at this time. The feeling in the mind is rather neutral too. The appearance of the fourth Vipassanā jhana. During the maturation of insight into the arising and passing away of phenomena, the rapture of the second jhana gave way to the third jhana, factor of comfort. The outrageous pleasure of rapture was replaced by milder and subtler feelings of comfort and peace. As comfort disappears in the dissolution stage of insight, it still does not incur mental displeasure. Now the third jhana gives way to the fourth, whose characteristic jhana factors are equanimity and one-pointedness of mind. Insight into equanimity regarding all formations. With a mind that is neither pleased nor displeased, comfortable nor uncomfortable, upekkha or equanimity arises. Upekkha has a tremendous power to balance the mind. In this particular aspect, it is known as tatra manjattata. In this environment of balance, mindfulness can become perfectly pure, keen, and sharp. Subtle aspects of phenomena can be seen with incredible and uninterrupted clarity as particles and tiny vibrations. In fact, tatra manjattata is present in each of the jhanas from the beginning. Yet in the first, second, and third jhanas, it is hidden by more assertive qualities, like the moon in daylight, which cannot compete with the sun. Summary of the 4 Vipassanā jhanas. In the first jhana, balance is quite undeveloped. Predominant instead are vitakka and vichara, aiming and rubbing, or initial application and sustained application. As discussed above, the vitakka and vichara of the first jhana often include large amounts of discursive thinking. In the second jhana, the thrills and chills of rapture overshadow equanimity. Come the third jhana. There is the sweetest happiness and comfort, so that balance has no chance to show itself. When comfort evaporates, however, bringing about that feeling which is neither pleasant nor unpleasant, then balance has a chance to shine. In just this way, when dusk sets in and darkness begins to thicken, the moon reigns splendidly over all the sky. After the insight into dissolution come successive insights into fear, disgust, and wanting to be liberated. Equanimity is not strongly shown until the stage of insight known as equanimity regarding all formations. This is a deep level of practice where things begin to move very smoothly. Mindfulness is so agile now that it picks up the objects before the mind can begin to be perturbed by pleasantness or unpleasantness. There is no chance for attachment or aversion to arise. Objects which normally are very unpleasant lose their influence completely, as do thrilling and exciting objects. Because this is true at all 6 sense doors, the kind of equanimity now present is known as 6-limbed equanimity. A great subtlety of awareness is another feature of this time in practice. The arising and falling process becomes a vibration. It breaks into particles and may eventually disappear. If this happens, you should try to look at the sitting posture as a whole, and perhaps some touch points such as buttocks and knees. These too may disappear, leaving behind no perceptions of body whatsoever. Sickness and pain disappear, for no physical phenomena remain to be perceived, no itches left to scratch. What remains is only the consciousness which knows absence of physical phenomena. At such a time, this consciousness itself should be taken as the object of knowing. As you note, knowing, knowing. Even that consciousness can begin to flicker and reappear. Yet, at the same time, there will be clarity of mind and extreme sharpness. This state of extreme mental balance is said to be like the mind of an arahant, which remains unshakable in the face of any object capable of arising in the field of consciousness. However, even if you have attained this stage of practice, you still are not an arahant. You are only experiencing a mind similar to an arahant's during this particular moment of mindfulness. Each of the 4 Vipassana jhanas is characterized by a distinct type of happiness. In the first Vipassana jhana, one can experience the happiness of seclusion. The hindrances are kept away, and so the mind is remote and secluded from them. In the second jhana, one experiences the happiness of concentration. Good concentration brings happiness in the form of rapture and comfort. As rapture is abandoned, the happiness in the third jhana is simply known as the happiness of equanimity. Finally, in the fourth jhana, we experience the purity of mindfulness due to equanimity. The fourth type is the best happiness, of course. Like the first 3, however, it still occurs in the realm of conditioned phenomena. Only if the yogi transcends this realm can he or she experience the ultimate happiness, the happiness of real peace. This is called Santi Sukha in Pali. It occurs when the objects of meditation and all other mental and physical phenomena, as well as the noting mind itself, come to a complete stop. I hope that you will be able to taste all 4 kinds of happiness that arises through the Vipassana jhanas, and also that you will go on to taste the greatest happiness, the happiness of Nibbana.
On Nibbana. Confusion about Nibbana. There has been a lot of discussion about Nibbanic experience. Whole books have been written about it. Some people think that Nibbanic happiness refers to a special sort of physical or mental state. Some believe it exists in one's body. Others say that when mind and matter are extinguished, what remains behind is the essence of eternal bliss. Some may be filled with doubt. They say, if Nibbana is the extinguishing of mind and matter, how can there be anything left to experience? It is hard to think of happiness that is not experienced through the senses. This entire discussion will be like Greek to people who have no experience in meditation. In fact, only a person who has experienced Nibbana for herself or himself will be able to speak of it with conviction. Nonetheless, there are also inferential ways to speak about it, which will seem quite familiar to anyone whose practice has deepened to the extent of having had the Nibbanic experience. Some people think that Nibbana is some special kind of mind or matter, but this is not so. There are 4 kinds of what are called in Pali the Paramatta Dhammas, which we mentioned above. The realities that can be experienced directly without any conceptualization or thinking. These 4 are material phenomena, 2 kinds of mental phenomena, consciousness itself, plus the other mental factors that occur with each moment of consciousness, and Nibbana. Thus, Nibbana is defined as being different from matter and also from the mind. A second mistaken notion is that Nibbana is what is left behind when mind and matter are extinguished. Nibbana is the source of ultimate reality, and it is classified as an external phenomena rather than an internal one. As such, it has nothing to do with anything that might remain in one's body after the mind and body process has been extinguished. Nibbana cannot be experienced in the same way that visual objects or sounds can be experienced through the senses. It is not a sensual object. Therefore, it cannot be included in any category of the senses or their sense pleasures. Not matter how extraordinary, it is non-sensate or not sense-based happiness. Arguments about the nature of Nibbana have been going on since the Buddha's time. It seems there was an abbot of a monastery who was discussing Nibbanic bliss before an audience of bhikkhus. One of the bhikkhus said, "If there is no sensation in Nibbana, how can there be bliss?" The elder answered, "My friend, it is precisely because there is no sensation in Nibbana that it is so blissful." This answer is almost like a riddle. I wonder what you think the answer is. If you cannot find an answer, I will be happy to give one to you. The disadvantages of the senses. First, we must talk about sensate pleasures. It is fleeting. Happiness is here one moment and gone the next. Is it really so enjoyable to go around hunting for something so meager, which is changing all the time? Look at the amount of trouble you have to go through to get all those novel experiences you think will bring happiness. Some people have such strong desire for pleasure that they will even break the law, commit atrocious crimes, and cause others to suffer just so they can experience these fleeting sense-based pleasures. They may not understand how much suffering they themselves will have to endure in the future as a consequence of the unwholesome acts they have committed. Even ordinary people who are not criminals may become aware that a disproportionate amount of suffering is necessary to bring together a few moments of happiness, so much that it really is not worth it. Once one has begun to practice meditation, sources of happiness become available that are more defined, more enjoyable than mere sense pleasures. As we have seen, each of the Vipassanā jhanas brings its own kind of joy. The first jhana brings the happiness of seclusion. The second, the happiness of concentration, which consists of intense rapture and joy. The third jhana brings a refined contentment, which educated the mind to understand that the happiness of rapture and joy actually is rather coarse. Last and final, the happiness of equanimity that is discovered in the fourth Vipassanā jhana has the nature of stillness and peace. All these four are known as Nekkhamma Sukha, or the happiness of renunciation. However, the peace and happiness to be found in Nibbana is superior to both the happiness of renunciation as well as that of sense pleasures. It also is quite distinct from all of them in nature. The happiness of Nibbana occurs upon the cessation of mind and matter. It is the peace of the extinction of suffering. It is independent of contact with the 6 kinds of sense objects. In fact, it arises because there is no contact at all with sense objects. People whose idea of happiness is to take a vacation, go on a picnic, or swim in a lake. People who use their free time just to attend parties or barbecues. These people may not understand how happiness could arise when there is no experience at all. As far as they are concerned, there can be beauty only when they have eyes to see it, a lovely object to look at, and the consciousness to be aware of the sight. And similarly, with the other senses. They might say, if there is a fragrance but no nose and no consciousness of smell, where can I find the delight? They may find it impossible to imagine how anyone could contrive of such a horrid thing as Nibbana. They might reason that Nibbana is a kind of secret death, something really horrendous. Human beings become intensely frightened at the prospect of annihilation. Other people doubt that Nibbana can exist. They say this is a poet's dream. Or they say, if Nibbana is nothing, how can it be better than the beautiful experience? Indescribable bliss, a sleeping millionaire. Let us imagine that there is a multimillionaire who has available to him or her all the imaginable sense pleasures. One day this person is having a nice, sound sleep. While he or she is sleeping, the chef has been at work, cooking an array of delicious food and arranging it on the table. Everything is quite in order in the full splendor of the millionaire's mansion. Now the chef becomes impatient. The food is getting cold and the chef wants the owner of the house to come down and eat. Let us say that the chef sends the butler to wake up the millionaire. What do you think? Will the millionaire leap joyfully from bed and come down to eat? Or does the butler run the risk of being clobbered? When this millionaire is in a deep, sound sleep, he or she is blissfully oblivious to the surroundings. No matter how beautiful the bedroom, he or she does not see it. No matter how beautiful the music that is piped throughout the house, he cannot hear it, he is deaf to it. Fine fragrance may waft through the air, but he or she is obviously not oblivious to it. He or she is not eating, that is clear, and no matter how comfortable and luxurious the bed may be, he or she is completely unaware of the sensation of lying upon it. You can see that there is a certain happiness in sound sleep which is not connected with sensate objects. Anyone, rich or poor, may wake up from sound sleep and feel wonderful. One may gather, then, that some sort of happiness exists in that sleep, though it is difficult to describe. It cannot be denied. In the same way, the noble ones who have touched fulfillment of Dhamma know of a kind of happiness that can be neither denied nor fully described, but which we know by deductive reasoning actually exists. Supposing it were possible to have deep, sound sleep forever, would you want it? If one does not like the kind of happiness that comes with sound sleep, it may be difficult to have a preference for Nibbana. If one does not want the happiness of non-experience, one is still attached to the pleasure of the senses. This attachment is due to craving. It is said that craving actually is a root cause of sense objects. The root of all trouble. Suffering will always follow craving. If we care to look closely at the situation on this planet, it will not be difficult to see that all the problems in this world are rooted in the desire for sense-based pleasures. It is on the account of the continual needs to experience these pleasures that families are formed. Members of the family have to go out and toil through the day and night to get money to support themselves. It is on the account of the need for pleasure that quarrels occur within the family, that neighbors do not get along well, that towns and cities are at loggerheads, that states have conflict, that nations go to war. It is on account of sense-based pleasures that all these hosts of problems plague our world, that people have gone beyond their humanness into great cruelty and inhumanity. Singing the praises of non-experience. People may say, "We are born as human beings. Our heritage is the whole field of sense pleasures. What is the point of practicing for Nibbana, which is the annihilation of all these pleasures? To such people, one might ask a simple question. Would you be prepared to sit down and watch the same movie again and again and again throughout the day? How long can you listen to the sweet voice of your loved one without interruption? What happened to the joy that you got from listening to that sweet voice? Sense pleasures are not so special that we do not need a rest from them sometimes. The happiness of non-experience or non-sensate experience far exceeds the happiness that comes through sense pleasures. It is much more refined, much more subtle, much more desirable. In fact, deep sleep is not exactly the same as Nibbana. In sleep, what is occurring is the life continuum, a very subtle state of consciousness with a very subtle object. It is because of the subtlety of the object that sleep seems to be a non-experience. In fact, the non-sensate happiness of Nibbana is 1,000 times greater than what is experienced in the deepest sleep. Due to their great appreciation for non-experience, non-returners and arahants continually resort to Nirodha Samapatti, the great cessation attainment, whereby neither matter, mind, mental factors, nor even that more subtle form of matter, mind-born matter, occur. When the non-returners and arahants emerge from this state, they sing the praises of non-experience. Here is a part of their song. How wonderful it is to have this suffering of mind and matter extinguished in Nibbana. When all sorts of suffering connected with mind and matter are extinguished, one can deduce that the opposite will occur, that there is happiness, so in the absence of suffering, we noble ones rejoice. So blissful is Nibbana. Happy is Nibbana, as it is free from suffering. The Nibbana of the Buddhas. Who was it that showed us the path to this great happiness? The Lord Buddha. This is a Nibbana which has been proclaimed by all enlightened Buddhas. In Pali, the Buddha is called Samma Sambuddha. Samma means perfectly, correctly, rightly. And the Buddha is unique in that he understood the true nature of things as they really are. The truth is true, yet what is known of it may be incorrect and wrong. The Buddha made no such mistakes. The prefix sam means personal, by oneself, and Buddha means enlightened. The Buddha was enlightened by his own efforts. He did not receive his attainment from super beings, nor did he depend on any other person. So the Nibbana we are talking about is the one proclaimed by the Samma Sambuddha, the perfectly self-enlightened one. Freedom from sorrow. Another characteristic of Nibbana is that it is free from sorrow. Most of you are familiar with sorrow. Imagine how wonderful it would be to be free from it. Nibbana is called viraga in Pali. This kind of means free from dust and pollution. Dust, as we normally know, it makes things dirty and unpleasant. It may damage clothing and health. Far more lethal is the pollution of the kilesas. How often our minds are bombarded by this constant stream of greed, hatred, delusion, pride, conceit, jealousy. In such a state, how can one expect the mind to be clean, pure, and clear? In contrast, Nibbana is completely free of all the kilesas. Perfect security. Kema, or security, is another characteristic of Nibbana. In this world, we are constantly confronted by dangers of accident, danger of enemies harming us, danger of poison. In this age of advanced science, we live in constant fear of the weapons of war that have been invented. We would be completely helpless if a war occurred in which nuclear weapons are used. There is no escape from all this except in Nibbana, which is totally free from all dangers, totally secure. In the scriptures, the non-sensate happiness of Nibbana is called that sort of happiness which is not mixed with kilesas. For people who experience sensate happiness, there is always some degree of greed involved. It is like food which you cook. If you add no spices, it tastes flat and not at all delicious. With spices, though, you can enjoy your food. It is the same with sensate happiness. Unless there is greed, lust, and desire, you will not enjoy an object. Precisely because Nibbana is not mixed with other things, it is called Parisuddhi Sukha, meaning pristine and pure. In order for us to experience this pristine happiness, we must first of all cultivate Sila, Samadhi, and Panya. Continuous effort to purify action, speech, and mind will bring your mind to the point where it can enjoy Nibbana. I hope you will be able to work in this direction and attain pristine happiness in due course.
Chapter 6. Chariot to Nibbana. Once, when the Buddha was staying in the Jetha Grove near the ancient city of Savatthi in India, he was visited in the wee hours of the night by a deva, come down from the heaven realms with a retinue of 1,000 companions. Although the deva's radiance filled the entire grove, he was nonetheless visibly distraught. He paid respect to the Buddha and then launched into the following lament. "O Lord Buddha," he cried, "Deva land is so noisy. It is full of racket from all these devas. They look like pathers to me, frolicking in their own land, confusing it so to be in such a place. Please show me a way out. This was an odd speech for a Deva to make. The heaven realms are characterized by delight. Their residents, elegant and musically inclined, hardly resemble Petas who live in extreme misery and suffering. Some Petas are said to have gigantic bellies and pinhole mouths, so that they feel a constant, terrible hunger which they cannot satisfy. Using his psychic powers, the Buddha investigated the Devas' past. He learned that only recently this Deva had been a human being, a practitioner of the Dhamma. As a young man, he had had such faith in the Buddha's doctrine that he left home to become a bhikkhu. After the required 5 years under a teacher, he had mastered the rules of conduct and community life, and had become self-sufficient in his meditation practice. Then he retired to a forest alone. Because of his tremendous wish to become an arahant, the bhikkhu's practice was extremely strenuous, so as to devote as much time as possible to meditation. He slept not at all and hardly ate. Alas, he damaged his health. Gas accumulated in his belly, causing bloating and knife-like pains. Nonetheless, the bhikkhu practiced one single-mindedly, without adjusting his habits. The pains grew worse and worse, until one day, in the middle of walking meditation, they cut off his life. The bhikkhu was instantly reborn in the heaven of the 33 gods, one of several Deva realms. Suddenly, as if from a dream, he awoke dressed in golden finery and standing at the gates of a glittering mansion. Inside that celestial palace were 1,000 Devas, dressed up and waiting for him to arrive. He was to be their master. They were delighted to see him appear at the gate. Shouting in glee, they brought out their instruments to entertain him. Amidst all this, our poor hero had no chance to notice that he had died and been reborn. Thinking that all these celestial beings were no more than lay devotees come to pay him respects, the new Deva lowered his eyes to the ground and modestly pulled up a corner of his golden outfit to cover his shoulder. From these gestures, the Devas guessed his situation and cried, "You're in Deva land now. This isn't the time to meditate. It is time to have fun and frolic. Come on, let's dance." Our hero barely heard them, for he was practicing sense restraint. Finally, some of the Devas went into the mansion and brought out a full-length mirror. A last, the new Deva saw that he was a monk no more. There was no place in the entire heaven realm quiet enough to practice. He was trapped. In dismay, he thought, "When I left my home and took robes, I wanted only the highest bliss, arahantship. I am like the boxer who enters a competition hoping for a gold medal and is given a cabbage instead." The ex-bhikkhu was afraid even to set foot into the gate of his mansion. He knew his strength of mind would not last against these pleasures, far more intense than those of our human world. Suddenly, he realized that as a Deva, he had the power to visit the human realm where the Buddha was teaching. This realization cheered him up. "I can't get celestial riches any time," he thought, "but the opportunity to meet a Buddha is truly rare." Without a second thought, he flew off, followed by his 1,000 companions. Finding the Buddha in the Jeta grove, the Deva approached him and asked for help. The Buddha, impressed by his commitment to practice, gave the following instructions. "O Deva, straight is the path you have trodden. It will lead you to that safe heaven, free from fear, which is your goal. You shall ride in chariot that is perfectly silent. Its 2 wheels are mental and physical effort. Conscience is its backrest. Mindfulness is the armor that surrounds this chariot, and right weave is the charioteer. Anyone, woman or man, possessing such a chariot and driving it well shall have no doubt of reaching Nibbana." What is wrong with a continuous party? This story of the Bhikkhu Deva is outlined in the collection of Pali suttas known as Samyutta Nikaya. It illustrates many things about meditation practice. We will examine it step by step, but perhaps the first question you will ask is, why would anyone complain about rebirth in a heaven realm? After all, Deva land is a continuous party where everyone has a gorgeous, long-lasting body and is surrounded by sensual pleasures. It may be unnecessary to die and be reborn to understand the Deva's reaction. There are heaven realms right on this planet. Is true and permanent happiness to be found in any of them? The United States, for example, is a very advanced country materially. There, a vast array of sense pleasures is available. You can see people intoxicated, drowning in luxury and pleasure. Ask yourself whether such people think about looking deeper or making an effort to seek the truth about existence. Are they truly happy? When he had been a human being, our Deva had utter faith in the Buddha's teaching that the highest bliss is the freedom that comes through Dhamma practice. In search of this happiness beyond the senses, he renounced worldly enjoyments and devoted himself to the life of a bhikkhu. He strove ardently to become an arahant. In fact, he strove too ardently and brought on his own premature death. Suddenly, he found himself back at square one, surrounded by the sensual pleasures he had tried to leave behind. Can you understand his feeling of disappointment? Actually, death is nothing very novel. It is just a shift of consciousness. There is no intervening consciousness between the awareness of death and rebirth consciousness. Unlike humans, moreover, birth for devas is spontaneous and painless. Therefore, the yogi lost no momentum in his practice between one life and the other. Here again, it is not surprising that he would complain about the noise in Deva land. If you have ever practiced deeply, you know how disruptive and painful sound can be at times, either in a sudden burst or as a sustained barrage. Imagine you have just reached a place of quiet and calm in your sitting, and the telephone rings. Instantly, your whole hour of samadhi can go to pieces. If this experience has ever happened to you, you might understand this yogi's outburst, comparing devas to the unhappy ghosts. When that phone rings, I wonder what sort of curse arises in you, even if a friend is calling. In the original Pali, this sutta contains a play on words. The Deva had found himself in a heavenly pleasure grove called Nandanavana, famous for its beauty. In his speech to the Buddha, he renamed it Mohana, from the word moha, delusion, a place that creates chaos and confusion in the mind. The way of renunciation. From a yogi's point of view, surely you can also appreciate the distracting qualities of intense pleasure. Perhaps your goal is not arahantship, as this yogi was, or perhaps it is. Whatever result you expect from your meditation practice, surely you value the concentration and tranquility that meditation brings. To achieve these goals, a certain amount of renunciation is necessary. Each time we sit down to meditate, even for 1 hour, we renounce the possibility of seeking out an hour's worth of pleasure and distraction. But we find some measure of relief from distraction itself, the suffering of the mind which chases after pleasant feelings. If we go to a longer retreat, we leave behind our home, our loved ones, and our pastimes. Yet, many of us find these sacrifices worthwhile. Though he complained of the heavenly conditions the Bhikkhu Deva was not really looking down on the Deva's way of life. Much more, he was disappointed in himself for not achieving his goal. It is as if you took a job in hopes of earning $1,000. You work hard, industriously and meticulously, but at the end of the day, your task remains unfinished and you are only paid $50. This would be a letdown. Not that you would despise the $50, but you feel disappointed at not meeting the goal you set for yourself. So too, this yogi was angry with himself and compared himself to the boxer who had won a cabbage instead of a gold medal. His Deva companions understood and were not insulted in the least. In fact, they were intrigued enough to follow him to the earthly realm, where they too benefited from the Buddha's instructions. If you are well established in Dhamma, your interest in meditation will follow you wherever you go, even into Deva land. If not, you will shortly become entangled in the pleasures offered by whatever environment you might inhabit, and that will be the end of your career as a Dhamma pilgrim. Establishing oneself in practice. Let us investigate how this yogi became established in his practice. Before going alone into the forest, he was dependent on a teacher for 5 years and lived in community with other bhikkhus. He served the teacher in large and small ways, received meditation instructions, and perfected the Vinaya rules of morality. Each year, he sat a 3-month rains retreat and afterwards participated in a traditional ceremony where monks discuss each other's faults in a spirit of loving kindness and compassion, so that each can correct his own shortcomings. This man's background is significant for all of us as yogis. Like him, all yogis should strive to fully understand the mechanics of observing the precepts until purity of conduct is a full and natural part of our lives. We must also be aware of our responsibilities to each other as we live together in this world. We must learn to communicate in ways that are helpful and loving. As for meditation, until we have high degree of skill, completing the whole series of Vipassanā insights, it is also necessary for us to depend on a reliable and competent teacher. Distinguishing the essential from the superfluous. This bhikkhu had a great virtue, total commitment to the Dhamma to realize the truth. For him, all else was secondary. Extremely careful to distinguish the essential from the superfluous. He avoided external activities and spent as much time as possible trying to be mindful. It is good for all of us to limit our responsibilities so that we have more hours for meditation. When at times this is impossible, we can remember the tale of Mother Cow. As you know, cattle are forever busy munching grass. They eat all day. Now, Mother Cow has a pretty young calf who is also quite frisky and mischievous. If she gazes on without a thought of her calf, the calf will surely run off and get into trouble. But if she neglects her own needs and only watches the calf, she will have to graze all night. So, Mother Cow keeps an eye on the calf and grazes at the same time. A yogi who has a job or a task to do should imitate her. Do your work, but keep an eye on the Dhamma. Make sure that your mind does not wander off too far. We know that this bhikkhu was an industrious and ardent yogi. During his waking hours, he tried his best to be mindful, as all of us known should be done. The Buddha allowed monks to sleep 4 hours through the middle watch of the night. But this bhikkhu's sense of urgency was such that he put his bed aside and did not even think of sleeping. Furthermore, he ate almost nothing, content with his exercise in persistent energy. I do not suggest that you should stop eating and sleeping. I would like you simply to appreciate his level of commitment. During an intensive meditation retreat, it is advisable to sleep as the Buddha instructed, 4 hours, if one can manage this. More is necessary in daily life, but still it is not good to dull oneself with too much lying in bed. As for food, you should eat to your satisfaction so that you have sufficient strength for your daily activities and for meditation practice, but not too much that you feel bloated and sleepy. The story of this bhikkhu points out the need to eat for health, at least sufficiently. A person who dies in the process of meditation or while giving a discourse on the Dhamma can be regarded as a hero or heroine fallen in battle. Our bhikkhu was doing his walking meditation when he was struck down by the sharp knife of wind in his system. He woke up in Deva land, and so might you, if you die while meditating, even if you are not enlightened. Even from a fortunate rebirth, you may wish for an escape route, a way to perfect freedom and safety. During his visit to the heavenly realm, the bhikkhu Deva was frightened by his own capacity for desire. If he so much as set foot in the gate of his palace, he realized that his moral precepts might begin to erode. Enlightenment was still his first priority, and for this he needed to keep his virtue intact. He fled to Jetha Grove and blurted out his question. The Buddha's progressive instructions. The Buddha's response was unusually succinct. Generally, he instructed people step by step, beginning with morality, progressing through the right view of karma and concentration before he began with insight practice. To illustrate this order of teaching, he once gave the example of an art master. Approached by a neophyte who wants to paint, the master does not just hand out a brush. The first lesson is stretching a canvas. Just as an artist cannot paint in empty air, so it is futile to begin Vipassanā practice without a basis in morality and understanding of the law of karma. Without these two things, there will be no surface, as it were, to receive concentration and wisdom. In some meditation centers, morality and karma are ignored. Not much can result from meditation under these circumstances. The Buddha also tailored his instructions to his listeners' backgrounds or propensities. He saw that this unusual deva had been a mature bhikkhu and meditation practitioner, and that he had not broken his moral precepts during that abbreviated stop in the heaven of the 33 gods. There is a Pali word, karaka, meaning dutiful and industrious person. Our bhikkhu had been one of these. He was not a yogi by name only, not a philosopher or a dreamer, lost in ideas and fantasies, nor a sluggard gazing blankly at whatever objects arose. On the contrary, he was ardent and sincere. The bhikkhu walked the path with total commitment. His profound faith and confidence in the practice supported a capacity for sustained effort. Moment to moment, he tried to put into practice the instructions he had received. One might regard him as a veteran. The direct route to freedom. The Buddha gave this committed one a veteran's instructions. Straight is the path you have trodden, he said. It will lead you to that safe heaven, free from fear. That is your goal. The path in question, of course, was the Noble Eightfold Path. This deva has already begun walking on it, and the Buddha was giving him the go-ahead to continue. Aware, moreover, that this deva wanted to be an arahant in this very life, the Buddha was offering he straight path, straight Vipassanā. The Noble Eightfold Path is very straight indeed, It has no side tracks. It neither curves nor bends, nor wiggles. It just leads straight on toward Nibbana.
The 10 types of crooked behavior. We can better understand this virtue of straightness by examining its opposite. It is said that there are 10 types of unwholesome or crooked behavior. A person untamed with respect to these 10 actions of body, speech, and mind is seen as crooked in the eyes of the wise. He or she is not honest, not straight, lacks moral integrity. Crooked bodily behavior is of 3 kinds. The first is connected with feelings of hatred and aggression. If one lacks metta and karuna, meaning love and compassion, one can easily succumb to such feelings and translate them into actions on a physical level. One might kill, harm, or otherwise oppress other beings. Crooked behavior can also stem from greed, which uncontrolled leads to stealing of deceitful acquisition of another's property. Sex is the third area of bodily crookedness. A person attacked by lust, interest only in his or her own gratification, may commit sexual misconduct without consideration for another's feelings. There are 4 kinds of crooked speech. First, one can lie. Second, one can speak words that cause disharmony, instigating the breakup of friendships and communities. Third, one can speak hurtfully, coarsely, and cruelly, obscenely. Frivolous chatter is the 4th kind of crooked speech. On the level of the mind, 3 types of crookedness are listed. One might think about harming other people. One might want other people's property. Or one can have a wrong view of the law of karma. Not accepting the law of karma can lead to acting irresponsibly, creating the conditions for one's own suffering and that of others. There are other kinds of mental behavior that are unwholesome, though not included in this list. Examples are sloth and torpor, restlessness, and all the myriad subtle permutations of the kilesas. A person subject to these forces is considered to possess a crooked mind. Dangers of walking a crooked path. One who is not free from these inner and outer forms of unwholesome behavior is said to walk a crooked path. He or she cannot expect to arrive at any safe place. He or she is constantly exposed to many kinds of danger. There is the danger of self-judgment, remorse, and regret. One may find a justification for a particular unwholesome action, word, or thought, or one might be unaware at first that it is unskillful. Later reflection brings a flood of remorse. One berates oneself. That was really a stupid thing to do. Remorse is plain painful, and it is not a feeling anyone else imposes on you. By walking the crooked path, you brought its suffering on yourself. Such an eventuality is fearsome any time, but it is truly dreadful on one's deathbed. Just prior to death, an uncontrollable stream of consciousness arises, a recollection of one's life and actions. If you have any virtuous or generous actions to remember, your heart will be filled with warmth and calm, and you lie there and you can die in peace. If you have not been careful in your morality, remorse and regret will overwhelm you. You will think, life is so short and I misused my time. I failed to make full use of my chance to live up to the highest standard of humanity. By then it will be too late to mend your ways. Your death will be a painful one. Some people suffer so greatly at this time that they weep and cry out as they die. Self-judgment is not the only danger for a person choosing the crooked path. He or she must also contend with the blame and censure of the wise. Good-hearted people do not offer their friendship to the untrustworthy or the violent, nor hold them in high esteem. Unwholesome people end up as misfits, unable to live in society. Somewhere along the crooked path, you may find yourself crossing swords with the law. If you break the law gets even with you. The police nab you and you will be forced to pay for your own misdeeds with a fine or even a jail sentence or perhaps even capital punishment depending on the crime. The world at this present age is filled with violence. Many people break the law out of greed, out of hatred, and out of delusion. They do so not just once, but over and over again. There is no limit to the depth to which a person can sink. We read about rampages of killing. When the law finally catches up with such criminals, they may have to pay with their lives. Thus, it is said that one who walks the crooked path is in danger of punishment. Of course, if you are intelligent, you might get away with a crime and even commit it by legal means. One may indeed avoid punishment at the hands of external authorities. But there is no escape from the self-punishment discussed earlier. The honest knowledge that you have done wrong is very painful. You are always your own best witness. You are always your own best witness. You can never hide from yourself. Nor is there escape from miserable rebirths as an animal, in hell realms, or as a hungry ghost. Once an act has been committed, karma has the potential to bear fruit. If the fruit does not ripen in this life, it will follow you until sometime in the future. The crooked path leads to all these kinds of danger. The Noble Eightfold Path. No crookedness exists in the Noble Eightfold Path. With its three divisions, morality, concentration, and wisdom, it brings integration, straightness to every aspect of a human life. The morality group of the Noble Eightfold Path. Samma Vacha, or right speech. Literally, thorough or perfect speech, according to the meaning of the prefix Samma, is the first member of what is known as the morality group of the Noble Eightfold Path. This means truthful words, of course. Yet there are further criteria to be met. One's speech should lead to harmony among beings. It should be kind rather than hurtful, pleasant, sweet to the ear, and beneficial, not frivolous. Practicing right speech, we are freed from the 4 types of unwholesome behavior through speech, which were discussed above. Right action, called Samma Kammanta in Pali, is the second factor of the morality group. Right actions involves restraint. We must refrain from the 3 types of immoral behavior manifested through the body: taking life, stealing, and sexual misconduct. The last member of the morality group is Samma Ajiva, or right livelihood. One's livelihood should be decent, legal, and free from any sort of blemish. One should not practice a crooked occupation. Eliminating crookedness in these 3 areas, one can easily keep at bay the grossest forms of kilesas. Kilesas are our enemies. They should be considered and recognized as such. Free from enemies, one is free from danger. The concentration group of the Noble Eightfold Path. The concentration or Samadhi group is the next division of the Noble Eightfold Path. It contains 3 factors: right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. This segment should be familiar to you if you have followed the meditation instructions. When you try to focus attention on the abdomen, this is right effort. It has the power to push aside the kilesas. When right effort is put forth, mindfulness is efficiently activated and will be able to observe the object. Mindfulness too acts as a protector. Effort moves the kilesas out of the way. Mindfulness closes the door on them. Now the mind can become focused. Moment to moment it remains with the object, collected, unscattered, calm. This is right concentration. With these 3 factors present, we say the Samadhi group is well developed. At this time, mental defilement, mental crookedness, is kept at a distance. This Samadhi group is directly opposed to crookedness of mind. The wisdom group of the Noble Eightfold Path. Moment to moment, your mind can become pure and peaceful through your own effort. In 1 minute, you can have 60 moments of a mind free from crookedness. In 2 minutes, you can have 120 moments. Think how many moments of peace you could activate during an hour, or even an entire day. Every second counts. In each such moment, you will see that the mind falls directly onto its target, the object of meditation. This is right aim, a factor of the Noble Eightfold Path's wisdom group. When the mind is accurately aimed, it sees the object clearly. Wisdom will arise. Wisdom's clear seeing or knowing of phenomena as they really are constitutes another Noble Eightfold Path factor, which is right view. If the mind falls precisely on the target, wisdom will arise perceiving the mechanism of conditionality, the cause and effect relationship which links mental to physical phenomena. If the mind falls on impermanence, the mind will clearly perceive and know impermanence for what it is. Thus, right aim and right view are linked. This right view, resulting from right aim, has the power to uproot the seed of the crooked mind. The seed of the crooked mind refers to extremely subtle, latent defilements, which can only be uprooted with wisdom's presence. This is very special. It can only happen in the moment, in a way that is real and practical, not by one's imagination. Perhaps now you can better appreciate why the Buddha said the path was straight. Crookedness of body, speech, and mind are overcome by this threefold training in Sila, Samadhi, and Paññā, found in the Noble Eightfold Path. Walking straight along this path, one transcends crookedness and is free from many dangers. Nibbana as heaven and the path as heaven. The Buddha further promised the Bhikkhu Deva that this straight path leads to a safe heaven. The word heaven is discussed at length in the commentary on this sutta. It actually means Nibbana, where not a single danger, nothing fearful remains. Old age and death are conquered. The burden of suffering falls. A person who reaches Nibbana is completely protected and can therefore be called the fearless, the one without danger. In order to reach this safe haven of Nibbana, we must walk the mundane portion of the Noble Eightfold Path. Mundane in the sense that it is not beyond this world. You cannot reach Nibbana except by this route. Nibbana is its culmination. We talked about the three sections of the path itself: Sila, Samadhi, and Paññā. When one is pure in Sila or conduct, one is free from remorse and from censure by the wise, from punishment by the law, and from rebirth in states of woe. If the second group is accomplished, one can be free from the danger of obsessive defilements, those negative tendencies which arise in our hearts and oppress us inwardly. Insight knowledge arising in the wake of mindfulness and concentration has the power to overcome latent or subtle kilesas. So even before arriving at the perfect safety of Nibbana, one is protected from fearful things while walking the Noble Eightfold Path. Therefore, this path itself is a heaven. Kilesa, karma, and results. The vicious cycle of samsara. Kilesas are responsible for the perils of the world. Ignorance, craving, and clinging are kilesas. Based on the ignorance, dominated by craving, one makes karma and then must live with the results. Due to our past karma activities in a sensate realm, We were reborn on this planet, in the body and mind we now possess. That is to say, our present life is the effect of a previous cause. This body and mind, in turn, becomes the objects of craving and clinging. Craving and clinging create karma, the conditions to be reborn again, to crave and cling to bodies and minds. Kilesas, karma and results are the three elements of a vicious cycle. It is the cycle of samsara, which is beginningless. Without meditation practice, it could be endless also. If not for avidya or ignorance, the cycle could not exist. We suffer first from the ignorance of simply not knowing, not seeing clearly. On the top of that is the ignorance of delusion. If we have not practiced deeply, we don't perceive the true characteristics of reality: impermanence, suffering, and absence of self. Obscured is the fleeting nature of body and mind, mere phenomena arising and vanishing moment to moment. Disguised is the tremendous suffering we undergo, oppressed by arising and passing away. We do not see that no one controls this process, that no one is behind it, no one at home. If we deeply understood these three characteristics of mind and body, we would neither crave nor cling. Then, because of delusion, we add illusory elements to reality. We falsely perceive mind and matter as permanent and unchanging. We find joy in possessing this body and mind, and we assume that a permanent self or I is in charge of the mind-body process. These two types of ignorance causes the arising of craving and clinging. Clinging, or upadana, is just a solidified form of tanha, or craving. Desiring pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, sensation, and different thoughts. We crave new objects to come to us. If we get what we want, we cling to it and refuse to let go. This creates the karma that keeps us bound on the wheel of rebirths. Breaking the cycle of samsara. Of course, there are various sorts of karma. Unwholesome karma brings about unwholesome results, and it perpetuates our existence in samsara. While walking on the preliminary part of the Noble Eightfold Path, one need not worry about the negative repercussions of one's actions, since one is avoiding unwholesome deeds. Sila protects the yogi from suffering in the future. Wholesome karma brings about happy results even as it, too, propels us through renewed rounds of existence. But during meditation, perpetuating karma is no longer being created. Simply watching things come and go is wholesome, and more. It does not bring about continual existence in samsara. In its purest sense, meditation does not produce resultants called vipaka in Pali. When awareness is precise enough, it prevents the arising of craving, and therefore also the arising of successive links to existence, karma, birth, old age, and death. Moment by moment, Vipassana practice breaks through the vicious three-part cycle of kilesas, kamma, and results. When effort, mindfulness, and stable concentration are activated, precise aim allows consciousness to penetrate into the true nature of existence. One sees things as they are. The light of wisdom dispels the darkness of ignorance. In the absence of ignorance, how will craving arise? If we see clearly the impermanence, suffering, and insubstantiality of things, craving will not arise, and clinging cannot follow. Thus it is said that not knowing, one clings, but knowing, one is free from clinging. Free from clinging, one creates no kamma, and therefore no results. Ignorance leads to craving and to clinging, both to existence and to the wrong view of the self. Walk in the Noble Eightfold Path, you kill the cause of ignorance. If these are absent, even for a moment, there is freedom. The vicious cycle has been shattered. This is the heaven of which the Buddha spoke, free from ignorance, from the dangers of the kilesa, from fearsome karmic activities that may cause suffering in the future. You can enjoy safety and security as long as you are mindful. Perhaps you feel that this body and mind are so dreadful that you want to get rid of them. Well, you would not be doing yourself any favors by committing suicide. If you really want to be free, you must behave intelligently. It is said that only if the effects are observed can the causes be destroyed. This is not destruction in an active sense. Rather, it is an absence of perpetuating force. Mindfulness destroys the causes that result in a similar mind and body in the future. When the mind is focused with right mindfulness, concentration, and aim, watching each object that arises at its moment of occurrence at each of the sense doors. At that moment, the kilesas cannot infiltrate. They are quite unable to arise. Since the kilesa are the cause of karma and rebirth, you serve a link in samsaric existence. There can be no effect in the future if there is no cause now. Following this Noble Eightfold Path, going through the various stages of Vipassana insight, one eventually arrives at the heaven of Nibbana, free from all dangers. There are 4 stages of Nibbanic attainment. If each one particular kilesa are uprooted forever, the ultimate heaven is reached at the final stage of enlightenment, arahantship, when the mind is completely purified. Stream entry. The first experience of Nibbana. At the first experience of Nibbana, the moment of attaining the Sotapatti Magga, the path consciousness of the stream winner, the 3 cycles which are connected to states of misery are shattered. One can never again be reborn as an animal, a hungry ghost, or in hell. The kilesas which cause these rebirths are uprooted. One never again performs the kind of karmic activities that cause rebirths in such states. and past karma that might have led to such rebirths is rendered ineffective. At the higher levels of enlightenment, more and more kilesas are uprooted. In the end, at the attainment of the path consciousness of an arahant, there is a total obliteration of kilesas, karma, and resultants. An arahant will never be plagued by these again, and at death will then enter the heaven of parinibbana, a nibbana from which one never re-enters samsara. You may be encouraged to know that even with the lowest level of enlightenment, you will be free from following a wrong spiritual practice or a crooked path of any kind. This it says in the Vishuddhi Magga, Buddhaghosa's great work from the 5th century, known in English as the Path of Purification. You will also be free from self-blame, from censure by the wise, from danger of punishment and of falling into states of misery. The perfectly silent chariot. A worldling who has not yet attained the state of stream entrant is likened to a traveler undertaking a perilous journey. Many dangers await one who wishes to cross the desert, jungle, or forest. He or she must be well equipped. Among the essentials for such a journey is a good and reliable vehicle. The Buddha offered the Deva a magnificent option. "You shall ride," he said, "in a chariot that is perfectly silent." One can imagine that the Deva would have found a quiet ride attractive after his recent experiences among the heavenly musicians. But there is additional meaning here. Most vehicles are noisy. The primitive carts and carriages used by the people in Buddha's time creaked noisily, especially if they were poorly greased or were badly made, or carried a heavy load of passengers. Modern cars and trucks still make quite a racket. The chariot the Buddha offered, however, was no ordinary vehicle. It is so well made that it moves without a sound, no matter how many thousands or millions of beings ride upon it. This chariot can carry all of them safely across the ocean, the desert, the jungle of the samsara. It is the chariot of Vipassanā practice, of the Noble Eightfold Path. When the Buddha was alive, millions of beings became enlightened by simply listening to the discourse. 1,000, 100,000, or million beings might be listening to a single discourse. All these beings would cross together at once on the chariot. The chariot may never creak, but its passengers often make a lot of noise, especially those who reach the further shore, the safe haven of Nibbana. They cry out in praise and exhilaration. "How wonderful is this chariot! I've used it and it works. It brought me to enlightenment." These are the noble ones, the stream entrants, the once returners, the non-returners, the arahants, those who are attained. They have the 4 degrees of enlightenment. They sing the chariot's praises in various ways. My mind has changed completely. It's filled with faith and crystal clarity and spaciousness. Much wisdom can unfold within me. My heart is strong and stable. The noble ones who have been able to enter the jhana will also sing the praises of this vehicle, as will once returners and arahants who enter into the absorption of cessation. They can experience cessation of mind, mental factors, and all mind-born phenomena. Arising from such states, they are full of joy and praise for the vehicle. Normally, when a person dies, people grieve and cry out in deep sorrow. There is lamenting, wailing, sadness to see a being leave this world. For an arahant who has uprooted all the imaginable kilesas, however, death is something to look forward to. At last, this mass of suffering can be discarded. This is my last life. I'll have no more confrontation with suffering, but only the bliss of the heaven of Nibbana, they will say. The preciousness of an arahant may be beyond your ability to conceive, but you can know for yourself how an arahant might feel. Look at your own practice. You may have been able to overcome the basic hindrances like craving, aversion, sloth and torpor, restlessness and doubt, and can clearly see the nature of the object. You may have seen the distinction between mind and matter, or the momentary arising and passing of phenomena. The stage of seeing arising and passing is one of the freedom and exhilaration. This joy, this clarity of mind is the fruit of the practice. The Buddha said, for one who has retired to a retreat, for one who has attained the jhanas, there is a joy which arises in him or her, which far surpasses the happiness that can be experienced through sensual pleasures, either of this human world or of the world of the devas. The jhanas here can equally refer either to fixed concentration or to very deep levels of moment-to-moment concentration developed during the course of insight practice. As we discussed earlier, the latter are called the Vipassanā jhanas. An incomparable flavor. A yogi who can maintain continuous mindfulness will experience deep joy in the practice. There is a flavor of the Dhamma you may not have tasted before. It is incomparable. The first time you taste it, you will be filled with wonder. How wonderful the Dhamma is! It's fantastic. I can't believe how much calm, rapture and joy arise in me. You are filled with faith and confidence, with satisfaction and fulfillment. Your mind starts to think of sharing this experience with others. You may even get ambitious and plan your evangelical campaign. This is the noise in your mind, your song of praise for the ride on the silent chariot. Another noise is the somewhat less enthusiastic. It is the screeching of yogis who ride the chariot without grace or pleasure. They may manage to hang on, but just barely. These are the yogis who do not practice diligently. In Vipassana practice, a puny effort brings measly results. Slack yogis will never get to taste the flavor of the Dhamma. They may hear of others' success. They may see other people sitting still and straight, presumably enjoying deep concentration and insight. but they themselves will be swamped by distractions and hindrances. Doubts will creep into their minds, doubts about the teacher, the method, and the chariot itself. This is a lousy chariot. It won't get me anywhere. The ride is bumpy, and it makes a lot of noise. Sometimes one might even hear a desperate wail coming from the chariot's direction. This is the cry of yogis who have faith in the practice and are trying hard, but who, for one reason or another, cannot make as much progress as they wish. They begin to lose confidence. They doubt whether they can reach their goal. The more you lose your way, the more rise you will get. In Burma, there is a saying to encourage these people. The more the anagarika loses his way, the more rise he or she gets. An anagarika is a kind of renunciate that exists in Buddhist countries. Such a person takes 8 or 10 precepts, puts on a white coat, and shaves his or her head. Having renounced the world, anagarikas live in monasteries, maintaining the compound and aiding the monks in various ways. One of their duties is to go into town every few days and ask for donations. In Burma, donations often come in the form of uncooked rice. The anagarika goes through streets shouldering a bamboo pole that has a basket hanging from each end. Perhaps he or she is unfamiliar with this village byways and, when it is time to go home, cannot find the way back to the monastery. The poor renunciate bumps into the dead end, turns around in the alley, gets stuck in that back lane. And all the while people think this is part of the rounds and keep making donations. By the time the anagarika finds the way home, he or she has a big pile of loot. Those of you who get lost and sidetracked now and then can reflect that you will end up with a really big bag of Dhamma. Its two wheels are mental and physical effort. As the Buddha described it, this noble chariot has two wheels. In those days, that was the way carts were made. So this metaphor was accessible to listeners of his time. He explained that one wheel was physical effort and the other was mental effort. In meditation, as in any other pursuit, effort is crucial. We must be hardworking and industrious in order to succeed. If our effort is persevering, we can become a hero or heroine, a courageous person. Courageous effort is precisely what is needed in meditation. Physical effort is the effort to maintain the body in its postures, to sit, to stand, to walk, to lie down. Mental effort is that without which meditation would not exist. It is the energy one puts forth to be mindful and to concentrate, making sure that the kilesas are kept at a remote distance. The two wheels of effort together carry the vehicle of practice. In walking meditation, you must lift your leg, push it forward, and then place your foot on the ground. Doing this again and again constitutes the act of walking. When you walk meditatively, physical effort creates the movement, while mental effort evokes a continuous and unbroken mindfulness of the movement. Physical exertion in regulated quantities contribute to wakefulness and energy of mind. One cannot fail to notice that effort is basic to the Buddha's vehicle design. Just as it is necessary for a worldly chariot's two wheels to be firmly affixed, so too mental and physical effort must always be engaged to move this chariot of the Noble Eightfold Path. We will not get anywhere if we do not actually make the physical effort sit in meditation, nor if we fail while sitting to keep the mind penetrative, continuous, and accurate in noting. If the twin wheels of effort are kept moving, however, the vehicle will roll on straight ahead. A significant effort is required simply to maintain the physical postures. If you are sitting, you must exert yourself not to fall over. If you are walking, you must move your legs. We try to balance the four major postures to balance energy and create conditions for good health. In a retreat situation especially, we must have sufficient hours of sitting, walking, and secondarily standing and lying down. Sleeping hours should be limited. If postures are not rightly maintained, laziness results. In sitting, you may seek out something to lean again. You might decide that walking is too tiring, or that some relaxing hobby might be preferable to meditation. As you might guess, none of these ideas are recommended. Similarly, with mental effort, it is not good to slack. One must assume from the very beginning that it will be necessary to put forth a persistent and continuous mental effort. Tell yourself that you are not going to entertain any gaps in mindfulness. You are just going to be as continuous as possible. Such an attitude is very useful. It opens your mind to the possibility of actually realizing your goal. Some yogis have a peculiar distaste for walking meditation, considering it a tiring waste of time. They only do it because the teacher tells them to. On the contrary, due to the strong dual effort it requires, walking meditation is essential to keep the wheels of effort rolling. With proper attention to walking, you can arrive at your destination in ease and comfort. When mental effort is present from moment to moment, it bars the kilesas from entering. They are kept at bay. They are put aside. They are rejected by the mind. Some yogis are sporadic in their application of effort. They do it in spurts. This approach can be very disorienting. The energy built up in one burst of mindfulness is all in vain, for in the next few moments of mindfulness, it is not really there. The mindlessness, the kilesas, have a field day. Then, when such yogis start being mindful again, they have to start back at square one. Trying and resting, they do not build a momentum. They do not progress. Maybe you should do some soul searching. Be honest. Are you truly being mindful? Are you truly and sincerely activating that preserving, persistent effort to be mindful from moment to moment throughout your waking hours?
The virtues of ardency. One who keeps the wheel of mental effort turning continuously is said to possess ardent energy. The Buddha praised such a person, saying, "One who possesses ardent energy lives in comfort." Why so? Ardent effort keeps the kilesas at bay. This creates a cool and calm, enjoyable mental atmosphere, free from greedy, cruel, destructive thoughts, all of which are painful. There is no end to the virtues of ardent effort. The Buddha said, "Better to live one day with ardent effort than 100 years without it." I hope that you gain sufficient inspiration from this discussion to set your wheels turning. Conscience, the chariot's backrest. The next part of the chariot described by the Buddha was its backrest, which was conscience. In those days, chariots had backrests for support. Without one, a driver or passenger might fall off the chariot as it suddenly stopped or jerked forward. A backrest could also be a luxury item. One could lean back as comfortably as in a favorite armchair and proceed to one's destination. In our case, the destination is the noble goal of Nibbana. Wholesome shame and wholesome fear. In order to understand the function of the backrest of the Vipassanā chariot, we must delve into what it meant by conscience. The Buddha used a Pali word, hiri. The quality of ottappa is its close companion. Since ottappa is implied, we shall discuss it at the same time, even though the sutta does not specifically mention it. These two words are often translated as shame and fear, respectively. Unfortunately, these two words are negative and thus become inaccurate. There are no good words in English to convey these meanings. The best expedient is to say moral conscience, and then, if there is time, to try to explain the meaning of the Pali words. Remember that hiri and ottappa are not at all associated with anger or aversion, as are conventional shame and fear. They make one ashamed and afraid in only a very specific way. Ashamed and afraid of unwholesome activities. Together, they create a clear moral conscience. Self-integrity. A man or woman of integrity actually has nothing to be ashamed of and is fearless in virtue. Hiri, or shame, is a feeling of disgust toward the kilesas. As you try to be mindful, you find there are gaps during which the kilesas pounce on you and make you their victim. Returning to your senses, so to speak, you feel a kind of shame at having been caught off guard. This attitude toward the kilesa is hiri. Ottappa, or fear, is fear of the consequences of unwholesome activities. If you spend long intervals in unwholesome thoughts during your formal meditation practice, your progress will be slow. If you perform unwholesome actions at any time under the kilesas' influence, you will suffer the consequences. Fearing that this will happen, you will be more attentive, alert against the kilesas, which are always waiting to pounce. In sitting, you will be strongly committed to the primary object. Hiri has a direct connection to one's own virtues and integrity, while Ottappa is also linked to the virtues and good name of one's parents, teachers, relatives, and friends. Hiri works in various ways. Say a person, a man or a woman, comes from a good upbringing. No matter what economic level they may have come from, their parents educated them in human values. Such a gentleman or lady would think twice before committing the unwholesome act of killing. They would think, my parents taught me to be kind and loving. Will I jeopardize my self-respect by succumbing to such destructive thought and feeling? Should I kill another being in a weak moment when I am devoid of compassion and consideration? Am I willing to sacrifice my virtue? If one can reflect in this way and decide to refrain from killing, Hiri has done a good job. The virtue of wisdom or learning can also cause one to refrain from unwholesome actions. If a person is learning and cultured in any meaningful sense, he or she has high moral standards. When tempted to commit an immoral act, a truly cultured person will consider it beneath him or her and shrink from the temptation. Hiri can also arise on account of one's age. At an advanced age, one gains a sense of dignity. One says to oneself, I am a senior citizen and I know the difference between right and wrong. I will not do anything unbefitting because I have deep respect for my own dignity. Hiri also occurs because of courageous conviction. One can reflect that immoral actions are the province of timid, cowardly, unprincipled people. A person of courage and conviction will choose to stick to principles no matter what. This is heroic virtue, refusing to allow one's integrity to be undermined. Ottappa, the fear aspect of conscience, arises when one considers how one's parents, friends, and family members would be disgraced by immoral acts. It is also a wish not to betray the best that is in humanity. Once committed, an immoral act can never be concealed. You yourself know you have done it. There are also beings who can read the minds of others, who can see and hear what happens to others. If you are aware of the presence of such a being, you may be hesitant to commit unwholesome behavior lest you be found out. Hiri and Ottappa play a great part in family life. It is because of these that father and mother, sister and brother can live a life that is quite pure. If they have no sense of moral conscience, human family members relate without barriers of kinship as dogs and cats do. The world today is plagued by a lack of these qualities in people. In fact, these aspects of conscience are called the guardians of the world. Imagine a world where everyone possessed them in abundance.
Hiri and Ottappa are also called Sukha Dhamma or pure Dhamma because they are so essential in maintaining purity of conduct among the beings on this planet. Sukha Dhamma can also mean the color white as a symbol of purity. The opposites, shamelessness and fearlessness, are called black Dhamma. Black absorbs heat and white reflects it. The black Dhamma of shamelessness and audacity are excellent absorbers for the kilesas. When they are present, you can be sure that the kilesas will be well soaked into the mind. Whereas if white Dhamma are present, the kilesas will be reflected away. The text gives the example of two iron balls. One is smeared with excrement and the other is red hot. A person offered these two iron balls refused the first because it is disgusting and rejects the second out of fear of being burned. Not taking the ball smeared with is like the quality of hiri or shame in one's mind. One finds immorality disgusting when one compares it with integrity. Not taking the hot ball is like Ottappa, the fear of committing an unwholesome act out of fear of the karmic consequences. One knows that one might end up in hell or in states of misery. Thus one avoids the 10 types of unwholesome behavior as if they were these two iron balls.
Useless kinds of shame and fear. Some kinds of shame and fear are useless. I call them imitation, shame and fear. One might be ashamed or embarrassed to observe the 5 precepts, listen to Dhamma talk, or to pay respect to a person worthy of veneration. One might be ashamed to read aloud or give a talk in public. Fear of the bad opinion of others, if that bad opinion is not based on one's immoral acts, is imitation, shame. There are 4 things conducive to one's personal benefit which human beings should not be ashamed to do. These are not listed in a Buddhist text. They are worldly and practical. The first is not to be ashamed to do one's business or to work for a living. One should not be ashamed to approach a teacher to learn a trade, a profession, or subject. If one is ashamed to do this, how will one ever gain knowledge? One should not be ashamed of eating. If one cannot eat, one will starve to death. Lastly, one should not be ashamed to have intimate relations between husband and wife. There is also imitation fear, such as the fear of meeting an important person when this is necessary in the course of life. Villagers tend to experience imitation fear when traveling in a train, a bus, or ferry. I mean real villagers, people who have never taken public transport. These simple people might also be afraid to use the bathroom when they are traveling. This too is unhelpful. People may also be afraid of animals, dogs, snakes, or insects, or of going to places they have never been before. Many fear members of the opposite sex, or are so much in awe of their parents and teachers that they can't talk or walk in front of them. Some yogis are afraid of interviews with the teacher. They wait outside the door as if it were dentist's office. None of these are real hiri or ottappa, which are only connected with performing unwholesome actions. One should be terrified of bad karma and the kilesas, knowing that when they attack, there is no telling to what extent they might manipulate one to commit unwholesome acts. Reflecting on hiri and ottappa is a very good thing to do. The stronger these 2 qualities in a yogi, the more easily he or she will activate the effort to be mindful. A yogi who fears to break the continuity of practice will try hard to cultivate alertness. Therefore, the Buddha said to the Deva, "This magnificent chariot of the Noble Eightfold Path has hiri as its backrest. If you have this backrest of hiri and ottappa, you will have something to rely on, something to depend on, something on which you can sit comfortably as you ride toward Nibbanic bliss. Just as one who rides a vehicle is open to the risk of accidents, so too a yogi on the chariot of the Noble Eightfold Path runs a risk in practice. If these qualities are weak, he or she risks losing mindfulness and all the dangers that then ensue. May your abundant hiri and ottappa cause you to activate ardent energy so as continuously to practice mindfulness. May you thus make smooth and rapid progress along the Noble Eightfold Path until you eventually realize Nibbana. Mindfulness is the armor that surrounds this chariot. To ensure that the Dhamma journey is carried out safely, the chariot must have a body. In the Buddha's day, chariots were made of wood or some other hard material as a defense against spears and arrows. More recently, nations have devoted a lot of resources to develop armor plating for battlefield vehicles. Modern day automobiles are also encased in metal for safety's sake. Today, you can ride about as if in a comfortable room, free from the wind, heat, cold, and sun. If a car's body keeps you well protected from the elements of nature, you travel in comfort, whether it is raining and snowing outside or not. All these examples illustrate the function of mindfulness in keeping yogis free from the kilesas' harsh attack. Sati, or mindfulness, is a kind of armor that keeps the mind safe, comfortable, and cool. As long as mindfulness provides its protection, the kilesas cannot enter. No one can travel safely in this vehicle of the Noble Eightfold Path without the protective covering of mindfulness. When the chariot goes into battle, armor is the decisive factor in protecting the occupants. Our Vipassanā practice is a battle against the kilesas, which have dominated our existence since before we can remember. We need strong armor surrounding our chariot so we can be protected against their ruthless depredations. It is good to understand how the kilesas arise in order to defeat them. Kilesas arise in connection with the six sense objects. Whenever there is no mindfulness at any of the six sense doors, you easily become a victim of desire, anger, delusion, and the other kilesas. When the seeing process, for example, occurs, visual objects come into contact with seeing consciousness. If the object is pleasant and you are not mindful, thoughts based on craving or desire will arise. If the object is disagreeable, aversion attacks you. If the object is neutral, you will be carried off on a tide of delusion. When mindfulness is present, however, kilesas cannot enter your stream of consciousness. Nothing the seeing process. Sati gives the mind a chance to understand the true nature of what is happening. The immediate benefit of mindfulness are purity of mind, clarity, and happiness. They are experienced at the very moment that mindfulness is present. Absence of kilesas is purity. Because of purity come clarity and joy. A mind that is pure and clear can be put to good use. In the unchecked course of things, unwholesome mental states are unfortunately more frequent than wholesome ones. As soon as greed, aversion, and delusion enter the consciousness, we start to create unwholesome karma, which will give results in this life as well as in the future. Rebirth is one result. With that, death becomes inevitable. Between birth and death, a being will create more karma, both wholesome and unwholesome, to keep the cycle turning. Therefore, heedlessness is the path that leads to death. It is the cause of death in this world as well as in future life. So mindfulness is also like fresh air, essential to life. All breathing beings need clean air. If only polluted air is available, they will shortly be afflicted by disease and may even die. Mindfulness is just this important. A mind deprived of the fresh air of mindfulness grows stale, breathes shallowly, and chokes upon defilements. A person breathing dirty air may become sick very suddenly and suffer extreme pain before death actually comes. When we are not mindful, we breathe in the poison air of the kilesas and we suffer. In the presence of a pleasant object, we are pierced of pangs of craving. If the object is unpleasant, we burn with aversion. If we find the object humiliating, we will be eaten up by conceit. The kilesas come in many forms, but when they attack us, it is always the same, we suffer. Pure comfort of mind, peace and happiness only exist if we can keep the kilesas out of our mind. Some pollutants cause breathing creatures to become dizzy and disoriented. Others kill. The same is true for the kilesas. Some attacks are minor, others fatal. One can be diseased by sensual pleasures or die in an apoplectic fit of rage. A strong excess of lust can kill a person, Greed, indulged over many years, can lay the foundations for terminal disease. Extreme anger or fear is also deadly, especially if the victim suffers from heart disease. Kilesas are also responsible for neurosis and psychosis. Kilesas are actually much more dangerous than the bad chemicals in air. If a person dies from breathing contaminated air, the poison will be left behind in his or her corpse. But the taints of the kilesas carry forward to the next life, not to mention their negative effects on other beings. Breathed in by the mind, the kilesas result in karma that will ripen in the future. When mindfulness is present, from moment to moment, the mind is gradually cleansed, just as the lungs of a person who stops smoking gradually shed their coating of tar and nicotine. A pure mind easily becomes concentrated when wisdom has the opportunity to arise. This process of healing begins with mindfulness. Basing your practice on mindfulness and deepening concentration, you will pass through the various levels of insight, your wisdom growing by degrees. Eventually, you may realize Nibbana, at which point kilesas are uprooted. There is no pollutants in Nibbana. The value of mindfulness can only be appreciated by people who have experienced its benefits in their personal practice. When people take the trouble to breathe fresh air, good health proves to them the value of their effort. So too, a meditator who has experienced deep practice, even Nibbana, will truly know what mindfulness is worth.
Right view is the charioteer. No matter how marvelous the vehicle, without a driver it can go nowhere. Similarly, the Buddha explained, right view must provide the impetus as well as direction for our spiritual journey. The scriptures list 6 types of right view or samma ditthi. In his discourse, the Buddha was specifically referring to the right view that arises at the moment of the noble path consciousness. Noble path consciousness is one of the culminating insights of this practice. We will discuss it below. Right view of karma as one's own property. The first kind of right view is kammasakata sammaditthi, or right view of karma as one's own property. Karma being, of course, all wholesome and unwholesome activities. Our concepts of ownership and control over material objects are basically illusory, for all matter is impermanent, subject to decay. Karma is our only reliable possession in this world. We must understand that whatever good or evil we do will follow us through samsara, giving rise to corresponding good or evil consequences. Karma has an immediate effect upon the mind, causing joy or misery depending on whether it is wholesome or unwholesome. It also has a long-term consequence. unwholesome karma results in birth in states of woe and misery. Wholesome karma leads to the rebirth in happy states. The highest wholesome karma leads to relief from samsara. Seeing life in this way gives us the power to choose the conditions under which we want to live. Thus, Kammasakata Sammaditthi is called the light of the world, for by it we can see and evaluate the nature of our choices. Right understanding of karma is like a railroad junction where the train can choose its direction, or an international airport linked to many destinations. Since we, like all beings, want happiness, this understanding of karma will generate in us a strong wish to develop more and more wholesome habits. We will also want to avoid acting in ways that will bring us future misery. Practicing charity or dana and morality or sila, one chooses a direction towards rebirth in good circumstances. This meritorious karma helps being walk the path to nibbana. Right view with regard to the jhanas. To go beyond Kammasakata Sammaditthi, one practices concentration. Concentration has immediate benefits, enabling the yogi to live in tranquility, absorbed in the object. The second type of right view is jhana sammaditthi, right view with regard to the jhanas and absorptions. It is the knowledge that arises in conjunction with each of the 8 steps of jhana. The benefits of jhana, right view, are threefold. Upon death, if one is able to maintain strength in ability to gain absorption, one is reborn in the Brahma worlds and can live there for a very long time, many eons and world systems. Second, the jhanas are the basis for developing strong Vipassanā. The jhanas can also become the basis for the development of abhiññā or psychic powers. Clearing the way for ultimate insight, developing Vipassanā right view. We devote the most time and effort developing the third type of right view within ourselves. It is Vipassanā Sammaditthi, right view that occurs as a result of Vipassanā insights. When effort, mindfulness, and moral conscience are present, these insights naturally develop. It is important to remember that right view is something more than an opinion. It is a deep, intuitive knowledge that comes from our seeing directly into the true nature of existence. These days, when heads of state leave their palaces, there is a great deal of preparation. Before the motorcade sets forth, teams of security agents make sure the route is clear and safe. Agents check for bombs, place barriers on the sidewalks for crowd control, assign police officers to their posts, and remove any vehicles that might block the road. Only then will the president leave the official residence and climb into the chauffeured car. In the same way, on this noble eightfold path, Vipassanā right view is like the secret service. Insight into impermanence, suffering, and absence of self is what clears the path of all sorts of clinging to wrong views and pet theories, misconception, and so forth. The clearing process takes place at sequential levels. Once the preliminary preparations are complete, then the noble path right view will make its appearance and uproot the kilesas. A process of elimination. On the way to noble path consciousness, each stage of insight eliminates a particular kind of wrong view or misconception about the nature of reality. The first Vipassanā insight into the nature of mental and physical phenomena show us that mind and matter are distinct from each other, and that life is nothing more than a ceaseless stream of these two kinds of phenomena. At this time, we do away with the extra, cleanse ourselves of the view which puts into reality something that is not really there, such as the notion of a permanent and substantial self. The second insight, understanding cause and effect, eliminates any doubt as to whether things happen by chance. We know that they do not. Furthermore, we see clearly that events are not caused by any external force. Deepening meditation, we see the impermanence of objects and understand intuitively that everything experienced in the past and to be experienced in the future is similarly impermanent. Building on this knowledge of transience, we realize next that we have no refuge and can rely on nothing. Thus, we are rid of the false ideas that peace and stability can be found in the objects of this world. To be oppressed by phenomena is indeed great suffering, and at this stage of insight, we feel this from the bottom of our hearts. Related to and following upon this deep sense of fearsomeness and oppression is a realization that no one can prevent or control the way things come and go. It will dawn on our intuition that there is no self in things. These latter three insights are the beginnings of Vipassanā right view, which relates specifically to impermanence, suffering, and absence of self. The arising of Vipassanā right view. With the arising of Vipassanā right view, the chariot is ready to go. It is shaking a bit and moving as it faces the right road that leads to Nibbana. Now you can really turn the wheels and get that vehicle rolling. The armor is in place, the backrest firm, and the driver well seated. You just need to give a bit of a push to those two wheels, and the chariot will really take off. Once you have gained insight into impermanence, suffering, and absence of self, you see things arising and passing away much quicker, much more clearly, moment to moment, arising and passing. It comes in microseconds, nanoseconds. The deeper you go, the quicker you will see it, and eventually you are not able to see the arising at all. Wherever you look, there is just a flash of quick dissolution. You have a feeling as if someone is pulling the carpet out from under you. The disappearance is not an abstraction. It comprises your entire life at that time. Deeper and deeper you go, driving closer and close to your destination. After all these stages of Vipassanā insight have been completed, the right view of the path consciousness will take over and drive you home, to the safe haven of Nibbana. Although in the presence of Vipassana insights, the kilesas have no chance of arising, they are not yet uprooted. They may be kept at bay, but they are waiting for their chance to get back into power. The final stamp, awakening and eliminating the kilesas. Only at the moment when the noble path right view occurs are the kilesas uprooted. You may wonder what is meant by the notion of uprooting a kilesa. Kilesas, which have already arisen, can no longer be removed. They are past. Similarly, kilesas not yet arisen cannot be removed, since they are not here yet. And even in the present, kilesas arise and pass away. So how can they be uprooted? Latent or potential kilesas are what is removed. There are two types of kilesas, one connected with objects and the other with the continuity of existence. The first type occurs when the conditions are conducive, that is, in connection with a mental or physical object and in the absence of mindfulness. If an object becomes predominant and there is no mindfulness to keep the contact between mind and object clear and pure, the kilesa which has been latent will come to life. It will become manifest. If one is mindful, however, the conditions are no longer appropriate and the kilesas are kept away. The second type of kilesa are dominant and will remain buried in the stream of our consciousness all the way through samsara. This kind can only be uprooted by path consciousness. In the old days, when patients suffered from malaria, they were treated with two kinds of medicine. Malaria patients undergo a repetitive cycle of temperature changes. Every 2 days or so, a high fever comes, followed by sudden chills. The first course of treatment levels the extremes of temperature. It strengthens the patient and weakens the malaria germs. Finally, when the cycles of fever and chills subside somewhat, a dose of knockout medicine is prescribed. Now that the patient is stronger and the bacteria are much weaker, the malaria can be totally eradicated. The preliminary course of treatment is analogous to Vipassana insight, which weakens the kilesas. The knockout medicine is path consciousness, uprooting kilesas once and for all. Another example is the process of getting a document legally certified through the process of bureaucratic red tape. It could take all day. First, you go to the ground floor and talk to the receptionist. He or she sends you up to the second floor to get the document and have it signed. You produce the document and are given a set of forms to fill out. Then you wait for the person in charge to sign it. It takes very long to get all the parts complete. Finally, you arrive at the top and it takes an official half a second to make the final signature. Your document is now certified, but you have to go through all that other red tape first. It is the same with Vipassana. There is a lot of red tape. Path consciousness comes even faster than the time it takes for the top official to sign, but you have to work for it. When all is in order, the path of right view appears and certifies that all the kilesas have been uprooted. The first part of Vipassana insight might be called the worker path. You have to work to complete it properly, without shirking. Noble path consciousness is like the boss, ordering work to be done. He or she cannot sign the blank piece of paper on which the preliminary processes have not yet been completed. Noble path and fruition right view. Putting out the fire of defilement, pouring water on the ashes. When Vipassana insights are completed, noble path consciousness will arise automatically, followed by fruition consciousness. In Pali, these consciousness are called Magga and Phala. Noble path right view and noble fruition right view, elements of these two respective consciousness, are the fourth and fifth kinds of right view on the list of 6. When noble path consciousness arises, noble path right view uproots the groups of kilesas that cause rebirth in lower realms, states of woe and misery. This refers to hell realms, animal realms, Peta and hungry ghost realms. Immediately after comes noble fruition consciousness, part of which is noble fruition right view. One might ask the function of this, since the dormant kilesas already have been uprooted. Fruition right view just cools the defilements. A fire may burn out but still leave embers and warm ashes. Noble fruition right view splashes water over the embers. Reviewing knowledge right view. The sixth and last kind of right view is reviewing knowledge right view. Reviewing knowledge comes on the heels of fruition consciousness and the experience of Nibbana. It reviews 5 things: the occurrence of path consciousness and of fruition consciousness, Nibbana itself as an object of consciousness, the kilesas which have been uprooted, and those which have yet to be uprooted. It serves no other important function. The first kind of right view, Kammassa Kata Samma Ditti, is said to be perpetual. That is, it will never disappear from existence. This world system may shatter and be devastated, but there will always be beings, perhaps in other world systems, who have the right view of Kamma as one's own property. People who do not even try to appreciate the difference between wholesome and unwholesome Kamma are far from any light at all. They can be likened to a baby which is blind from birth, blind in the womb and blind when it comes out. If this baby grows up, still it will not be able to see well enough to guide itself. A person who is blind and guideless will get into a lot of accidents. Jhana right view will always be present as long as people practice and attain jhanas. The Buddha's teaching may not be flourishing, but there will always be people practicing concentration and absorption. However, the remaining types of right view can only be present while the Buddha's teaching remains alive. From the time of Gautama Buddha until this present age, his teachings have flourished. They are known throughout the world at this moment. Even in countries that are not Buddhists, there are groups of institutions based on his teachings. a person satisfied with right view related to Kamma or the jhanas has no access to the light of the Dhamma. He or she can be brightened by the light of the world, but not by that of the Buddha. The remaining 4 types of right view, from Vipassanā right view through reviewing right view, contain the light of the Buddha's teaching. When yogis can distinguish mind and matter, they are free of the illusion of self, and the first veil of darkness is removed. We say that the light of Dhamma has dawned on the consciousness. But there are more layers to be removed. The second layer of ignorance is the opinion that things happen chaotically and at random. This veil is removed by the insight into cause and effect. When a yogi sees cause and effect, the light in his or her mind shines a bit brighter. When he or she ought not to be satisfied at this point, for the mind still is darkened by ignorance of the characteristics of impermanence, suffering, and absence of self. To remove this darkness, the yogi must work harder, persistently watching things as they arise, sharpening mindfulness, deepening concentration. Then wisdom will arise naturally. Now the yogi sees that there is no refuge to be sought in the impermanent phenomena. This brings on deep disappointment, but the light within is brighter still. He or she clearly realizes the suffering and non-selfness of phenomena. At this time only one last veil remains, covering the realization of Nibbana, and it can only be removed by the noble path consciousness. Now the light of Buddha's teachings really begins to shine. If you develop all 6 types of right view, you will be radiant. You will never be separated from the light of wisdom, no matter where you go in future wanderings. On the contrary, wisdom will shine ever more brightly in yourself throughout the remainder of your wanderings in samsara. At the last, there will be a big firework when Arahata Maggaphala, the path and fruition consciousness of the final stage of enlightenment, come to you. Taking possession of the chariot. Anyone, woman or man, possessing such a chariot and driving it well, shall have no doubt of reaching Nibbana. It is said that when Bhikkhu Deva heard this discourse of the chariot, he then perceived the point the Buddha was making and immediately became a Sotapanna or stream entrant. He took ownership of his magnificent chariot called the Noble Eightfold Path. Although the Buddha's discourse was directed towards the ultimate goal of arahantship, this Deva did not yet have the potential to gain final enlightenment. His predisposition carried him only as far as stream entry. Benefits of stream entry: drying up the ocean of samsaric existence. At this first stage of enlightenment, one is freed from the danger of falling into states of misery. The suttas say that 3 kilesas are uprooted: wrong view, doubt, and attachment to wrong practices. In the commentary, the kilesas of jealousy and miserliness are added to the list. Safely assume that this Deva had gained insight into the nature of mind and matter in his previous life as a bhikkhu. At the moment of gaining this insight, he was free from a false view that there is an internal abiding entity or self. However, his abandoning of this wrong view was only temporary. Not only he glimpsed Nibbana for the first time, was there a permanent change in his view. One who has experienced stream entry no longer believes in the illusion of an abiding entity. The second type of defilement, uprooted, is closely connected to wrong view. When one has not correctly understood the nature of things, it is difficult to come to a firm conclusion about what is right and what is not. Like a person standing at a fork in the road, or someone who suddenly discovers that he or she has lost the way. There is doubt about which way to go. This dilemma can be quite debilitating and undermining. When yogis see the mechanism of cause and effect, they temporarily abandon doubt. They see that the Dhamma is true, that mind and matter are conditioned, and that there is nothing in this world which is not conditioned. This lack of doubt only lasts as long as mindfulness and insight are sustained. Final, unshakable faith in the Dhamma, efficacy and authenticity only comes when a person has walked as far as the Eightfold Path's destination, Nibbana. A yogi who walks in the Buddha's footsteps to the end of the path will also have faith in the Buddha and the other noble ones who have attained the same goal by the same route. The third defilement, uprooted by the Sotapanna, stream enterer, is belief in wrong practice. This understanding is fairly obvious in a general way, and can be understood more completely if examined from the point of view of the Four Noble Truths. When potential stream entrants first develop the Noble Eightfold Path within themselves, they learn to understand the first noble truth, that all things are unsatisfactory. Mind and matter are suffering. A yogi's preliminary development consists of watching these suffering things. When the first noble truth is completely seen, then the remaining three are automatically achieved or realized. This means abandoning craving, the second noble truth, cessation of suffering, the third noble truth, and developing the Noble Eightfold Path, the fourth noble truth. The preliminary or mundane part of the Noble Eightfold Path is being developed in every moment of mindfulness. At some point, it ripens into supramundane knowledge. So upon attaining Nibbana, this Deva now knew that his practice was the only way to achieve this Nibbana. He knew that he had experienced a real cessation of suffering, the unconditioned, and that there is no Nibbana other than that. All yogis feel the same way at this moment. The Noble Eightfold Path is the only one that leads to Nibbana. This understanding is very deep and can only be attained through practice. With this understanding, the stream entrant is free from attachment or belief in the efficacy of other methods of practice which are devoid of the elements of the Noble Eightfold Path. In the commentaries, 2 additional kilesas are said to be uprooted. These are Issa or jealousy, the wish not to see others happy or successful, and Maccharya or miserliness, which is the dislike of seeing others as happy ones. Personally, I do not agree with these commentaries. These 2 mental states belong to a category of anger or aversion. According to the canon of suttas spoken by the Buddha, the stream entrance uproots only defilements which have no connection to dvesha or anger. However, since the potential of rebirth in lower states has been uprooted, the stream entrance attack of Issa and Maccharya will not be sufficiently strong to cause this lower rebirth. An interesting comment is found in the Visuddhimagga, which is a non-canonical work but still held in high esteem. Based on canonical references, the Visuddhimagga admits that a stream entrant can still be attacked by greed, hatred, and delusion, and still is subject to conceit and pride. However, since the Noble Path consciousness has uprooted kilesas that lead to states of misery, one can safely conclude that the stream entrant is free from kilesas strong enough to lead to such rebirth. The Visuddhimagga also points out that a stream entrant has succeeded in drying up the vast ocean of samsaric existence. As long as a person has not attained the first stage of enlightenment, he or she must continually perpetuate existence in the beginningless rounds of samsara. The scope of samsara is vast. You just keep going on and on. But a stream entrant has only a maximum of 7 more existences to live before he or she gains complete enlightenment as an arahant. What are 7 existences compared to an eternity of innumerable lives? For all practical purposes, we can say the ocean has dried up. Unwholesome karma can only occur under the influence of ignorance and craving. When a certain level of ignorance and craving disappears, so does the potential for certain unwholesome results, namely rebirth in states of misery. There is no limit to what evil people may do when still mercilessly assaulted by the kilesas of wrong view of the self and of doubt about the path and karma. The atrocities they commit will lead to lower realms without a doubt. Lacking these kilesas, a stream entrant will no longer commit to these terrible deeds that would result in such a rebirth. Furthermore, his or her past karma, which might have led to such unfortunate rebirths, is cut off at the moment of attaining the Noble Path consciousness. A stream entrant no longer need fear this intense suffering. The inalienable property of noble ones. Another benefit of stream entry is the realization of sevenfold property of noble ones. Noble ones are persons who are purified, noble of character, who have attained one of 4 levels of enlightenment. Their properties are faith, morality, hiri-ottappa, learning, charity, and wisdom. Faith is a durable and unshakable confidence in the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. It is unshakable because of direct experience and realization. A noble one can never be bribed or corrupted in any way to abandon the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. No matter what cunning means or frightening threats a person might employ to this end, a noble one can never be convinced to abandon his or her knowledge. Morality is purity of conduct with respect to the 5 precepts. It is said that a stream entrant is incapable of deliberately breaking them, incapable of any wrong thoughts or actions leading to rebirth in states of woe. He or she will be free from the threefold immoral behavior manifested through the body, will be largely free from wrong speech, will be free from wrong livelihood, and finally will be free from wrong effort in practicing a wrong spiritual path. The third and fourth properties, hiri and ottappa, we explained earlier. A stream entrant has these 2 aspects of consciousness very strongly developed, and so will be incapable of performing bad deeds. The 5th property, learning, refers to the theory of meditation as well as practical understanding of how to meditate. A stream entrant is indeed learned in the mechanics of walking this noble eightfold path towards Nibbana. Chaga, usually translated as charity, actually means relinquishment. A stream entrant generously relinquishes all kilesas that produce results in lower realms. Moreover, he or she will be liberal in dana. His or her generosity will be continuous and very real. The last property is wisdom. This refers to Vipassanā insights and wisdom. A stream entrant's practice will be free from wrong mindfulness and wrong concentration. He or she will also be free from very explosive kilesas which erupt within and manifest physically, vocally, or mentally, and from fear of evil rebirth. Personal peace is of utmost importance. It can be achieved in freedom from fear. If many people are capable of realizing such peace, if many people actually have that peace within, you can imagine how conducive it would be to world peace. World peace can only start from within. A true child of the Buddha. Another benefit of stream entry is that one becomes a true child of the Buddha. Many are devoted. They may have great faith and make daily offerings to the triple gem of the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. But due to changes in circumstances, it is always possible for a person to give up faith. He or she may be reborn without it. You may be very holy and good-hearted in this life, but next time you could turn out to be a rascal. There is no insurance for you until you attain the first state of enlightenment and become a true daughter or son of the Lord Buddha. The Pali term used in the Visuddhimagga is Orasa Putta, which means a real, full-fledged, red-blooded child. Putta is often translated as son, but actually it is a general term for including daughters. There are hundreds more benefits that can be obtained. The Visuddhimagga says, in fact, the benefits of stream entry are beyond number. A stream entrant is totally committed to the Dhamma, intensely interested in listening to the true Dhamma. and can understand Dhamma that is profound and not easily grasped by others. When a stream entrant hears a discourse that is well delivered, he or she will be filled with joy and rapture. And because a Sotapanna has stepped into the stream, his or her heart will always be with the Dhamma. In executing his or her duties in the world, the stream entrant will be like a mother cow, who eats grass and still watches over her tender calf. The heart of the Sotapanna is inclined to the Dhamma, but he or she will not shirk worldly responsibilities. Stream entrants gain concentration very easily if they put appropriate effort in meditation, wishing to walk further on the path.
A vehicle for everyone. A vehicle that never breaks down. The Buddha concluded by saying explicitly that meditative achievement is not differentiated on a basis of sex. Either a woman or a man, he said, could trust this chariot to carry him or her to Nibbana. The chariot was and is available to all. In the modern age, we have a myriad vehicles available. More and more new inventions appear in the field of transportation. Human beings can travel over land and sea or in the sky. An ordinary person can go around the world without much trouble. Men have walked on the moon. Spacecraft have gone to other planets and even beyond. No matter how far vehicles go through space, however, it is unlikely they will be of any help bringing you to Nibbana. If indeed there is a vehicle that stops in Nibbana, I would like to have it. However, I have not yet heard advertisements or assurances of any such extraordinary vehicle that could carry a person to the safe heaven of Nibbana. No matter how advanced scientific technology may be, there is no guarantee that even the most sophisticated vehicle is accident-free. Fatal accidents occur on land, on sea, in the air, and in space. Many people have died in this way. I do not suggest that this renders the vehicles useless. It is just that there is no guaranteed safety in them. The only vehicle with 100% insurance coverage is the Noble Eightfold Path. Modern cars have a high standard of performance and safety. If you are rich, you can afford an extremely comfortable, fast, luxurious automobile and can have it conveniently at your disposal. If you are not rich, you can get a loan or rent a limousine or a sports car for a short while, or you can ride on public transportation. Even if you are poor, you can always stand by the road and hitch a ride. However, there is no guarantee that performance will be faultless even if the car is your own. You have to fill up your car with gas, maintain it in various ways, repair it when it breaks down. There are many chores involved. All the vehicles will be towed to the junkyard someday, and the more you use them, the closer they get to the final resting place. It would be preferable to produce a Nibbana vehicle with the same sophistication and high standards, for this is a vehicle that never wears out. How good it would be if such a vehicle were easily accessible to common people. If anyone could own a vehicle to Nibbana, imagine what a peaceful world it would be. This vehicle leads to something priceless. Nibbana cannot be bought, no matter how wealthy you may be, nor can it be rented. You have to work for it so that it belongs to you. It will only be useful if it becomes your own property. In this world, most vehicles are ready-made. They come from the factory. But this vehicle leading to Nibbana has to be self-made. It is a do-it-yourself kit. You must have faith at the start that Nibbana is in your reach, and faith in the path that will lead you to your destination. You must also have motivation, a sincere and committed desire to strive for that goal. But motivation alone will not get you far unless you act upon it. You must work, put in the effort to be mindful, persevering and enduring moment after moment, so that concentration builds and wisdom begins to blossom and mature. Would it not be wonderful if the Noble Eightfold Path were ready-made on an assembly line? Unfortunately, it is not, and that is why you poor souls have to do your own manufacturing. You arm yourself with faith and the strong desire to realize your goal. You intend to practice through thick and thin, undergoing difficulties, fatigue, and tiredness, and the strain of struggling to assemble your vehicle. You come to put forth energy to keep its wheels rolling. You try to keep the bodywork of mindfulness intact. You fix firmly your backrest of Hiri and Ottappa so that you can rely upon it. You train your driver to go straight. Finally, after passing through various stages of insight, you gain possession of the Sotapatti Magga vehicle, stream entrant path consciousness. When this vehicle becomes your own possession, you will have very easy and convenient access to Nibbana. Once this stream entrant vehicle is completed, it will never depreciate in value or run down. It is quite unlike vehicles presently available on this planet. You never need to oil or lubricate it, repair it, or replace it. The more you use it, the stronger and more sophisticated it gets. It is totally accident-free. When you travel on this vehicle, you have 100% guaranteed safety. As long as we live on this earth, we will be subjected to ups and downs and vicissitudes of life. At times, things go smoothly and well. At other times, disappointment and discouragement, suffering and sorrow are the rule. However, one who has gained possession of this stream entrance path vehicle guides smoothly through rough times and does not fall over too sharply in good times. The gates to misery are closed, and he or she always has free access to the safe haven of Nibbana. It is impossible to sing all the praises of this great vehicle, but be assured that if you really complete it and own it, you will have access to the fulfillment of life. Please do not entertain any thoughts of surrender, but rather put forth all the energy and effort you have. Strive to assemble this vehicle and have it safely in your possession. The gates of misery are closed. The essential form of this chariot, this Dhamma vehicle, was first revealed to the world by the Buddha about 2525 years ago or more in the discourse called the Sutta on the Turning of the Wheel of the Law, discourse after his enlightenment. Before the Buddha appeared, the world lived in total darkness, in ignorance of the Noble Eightfold Path. Recluses and renunciates, sages and philosophers all held their own views and opinions, speculations, and pet theories about the truth. Then, as now, some people believed Nibbana was the happiness of sensate pleasure, and so they immersed themselves in pleasure. Others looked with disdain at this behavior and reacted against it, mortifying themselves. They deprived their bodies of sense comfort and delight, seeing this as a noble endeavor. In general, beings lived in delusion. They had no access to the truth, and so their beliefs and actions were arbitrary. Each person had a view or opinion and based their own did 1,001 different things. The Buddha accepted neither sense indulgence nor asceticism. His way is between the two, inclining to neither extreme. When he revealed the Noble Eightfold Path to beings, true faith grounded in the truth of existence could arise. Faith could be placed on that which was true instead of just an idea. Faith has a great influence on one's consciousness. That is why it is a controlling faculty. With faith, there can be effort. Faith arouses motivation in practice and becomes the basis for all other dhammas, like concentration and wisdom. When the Buddha first revealed the Noble Eightfold Path, he set the controlling faculties in motion. This wave of Dhamma was set rolling in the hearts of beings, and thereby true freedom and happiness came within reach. May your faith in the practice be sincere and profound. May this be the basis for your attainment of ultimate liberation.